Chapter 1 3 Treasures in One Birth. Feng Qianxue is like a person lost in the desert, who just wants to be nourished. The man's cold lips pressed down, making her feel sweet. In the dim light, Feng Qianxue couldn't see the man's appearance clearly. It was not until dawn that the man got up and left. Feng Qianxue opened her sleepy eyes drowsily. In her blurry vision, she could only see his tall and slender back, and the ferocious wolf head tattoo on his lower back. This tattoo is lifelike, with a ferocious wolf opening its bloody mouth as if it wants to eat people. It made her feel scared. Feng Qianxue felt like she was in a dream, and everything seemed so unreal. When I woke up, my whole body ached. Feng Qianxue sat up, holding her heavy head. Seeing the mess on the bed and a torn man's shirt on the carpet, she froze involuntarily, and yesterday's scenes flashed through her mind. At the engagement ceremony, she was betrayed by her fiancé. When she was in despair and collapsed, her cousin Bai Lu dragged her out for a drink in the night. She was drunk and confused, claiming that she wanted to take revenge on her fiancé. Bai Lu immediately arranged a male model for her. Feng Qianxue gasped and covered her chest in panic. Oh my god! She actually gave her first time to a strange man like this. Feng Qianxue grabbed her hair, feeling very upset. It took Feng Qianxue a long time to come back to her senses. She hurriedly got up, dressed and left, but was blocked by a group of reporters at the hotel entrance. The flash kept shooting at Feng Qianxue, blinding her. At the same time, all kinds of unpleasant words attacked her like a storm. Miss Feng, I heard that the C family broke off your engagement, and then you found a male model to spend the night with? Miss Feng, I heard that the male model is a she-male, did you know that? Miss Feng, do you know that your father went bankrupt? Miss Feng, we just received news that your father jumped off the building in the group. This news was like a bolt from the blue, catching Feng Qianxue off guard. She hurriedly ran out, but was knocked to the ground by an oncoming car. The next morning, Haicheng's richest man Feng Qianyan went bankrupt and committed suicide by jumping off a building. The daughter of the Feng family was rejected by the eldest son of the C family. She stayed in a bar that night and had a passionate night with a transvestite male model. The two explosive news instantly occupied the headlines of major domestic media and became the focus of heated discussion in the city. Overnight, Feng Qianxue lost everything and went from being the daughter of a wealthy family that everyone admired to a wanton woman with improper behavior who was despised by everyone. 10 months later, in the simple country clinic, the loud cry of a baby pierced the sky. Mother Zhu held the child in her arms and walked to the weak Feng Qianxue, saying happily, "Miss, congratulations. 2 sons and 1 daughter, 3 treasures." 4 years later, Haicheng railway station. Feng Qianxue returned to the city from the countryside with her 3 babies in Juma. Mother Zhu, who was as fat as a ball, was dragging 2 large suitcases and panting as she walked. Feng Qianxue, carrying a faded denim backpack and holding her 3 babies, struggled out of the crowded train station. At this time, the image of their family of 5 was like migrant workers fleeing from the countryside, wanting to go to the city to seek refuge with relatives. "Get lost, you bumpkin." A woman in a mink coat pushed Zhu away and spoke harshly to her. Feng Qianxue was about to step forward to argue, but at this moment, a row of luxury cars drove over and stopped beside her. Before everyone could react, dozens of bodyguards got out of the car, stood in 2 neat rows, and bowed. "Welcome back, madam." Chapter 2 Crashing into a Rolls-Royce. Seeing the logo on the car, Feng Qianxue recognized it as the C family's convoy at a glance. She was suddenly very excited. Could it be that he was here to pick her up? Could it be that Si Haoxuan had never betrayed her, and he only broke off the engagement because he had no choice, and now that he knew she was back, he came to pick her up in person? "Miss, is it Master Si who is here to pick us up?" Mother Zhu was overjoyed and was about to step forward, when suddenly, 2 bodyguards rudely pushed them away. Then, surrounded by the crowd, a gorgeously dressed woman walked over gracefully. Feng Qianxue was shocked when she saw her face clearly. It was Bai Lu. Bai Lu was dressed in designer clothes, looking noble and elegant, and her face was much more delicate than it was 4 years ago. She was holding the hand of a little boy, who was about the same age as Feng Qianxue's 3 babies. "Young madam, young master, please come in." The bodyguard greeted eagerly. "I will never take the high-speed train again. It's dirty and full of low-class people." Bai Lu raised her index finger, covered her nose with a handkerchief, and looked disgusted. Yes, if it weren't for the weather, the young master would definitely not let you and the young master suffer." Surrounded by bodyguards, Bai Lu led the little boy into the luxury car. The mother and son were both arrogant and didn't even glance at the people around them, so naturally they didn't notice Feng Qianxue in the crowd. What's going on? Shuma recognized Bai Lu and was very surprised. Was that my cousin? Did she marry Master C? Maybe, huh? Watching the C family's convoy slowly leaving, Feng Qianxue suddenly remembered Si Haoshuan's promise to her. He said that he would not marry anyone else in this life. But now, he married her cousin in the blink of an eye, and they have a child this big. Feng Qianxue couldn't help but feel a sore nose and red eyes. Mommy, what's wrong with you? Seeing Feng Qianxue's red eyes, the three babies looked up worriedly and gathered around. Mommy is fine. Feng Qianxue wiped the corners of her eyes, squatted down and held the three chubby children in her arms. Don't be sad, Mommy. When Dabeo makes money, buy Mommy a luxury car, and Mommy won't have to work so hard. Dabeo Chenchen thought Feng Qianxue was so sad because she was bullied. Mommy, if anyone bullies you, I will beat them up. Erbao Longlong waved his chubby little fists with a puffy face. Sanbai Yaya rubbed Feng Qianxue's face with her pink little face and said cutely, "Don't cry, Mommy. Don't cry, don't cry." Suddenly, a small green head popped out of Yaya's pocket. It was a chubby little parrot, which was looking around with its big round eyes. Be good, Mommy didn't cry. Feng Qianxue took a deep breath and smiled. Come on, Mommy will take you home. Yeah, home. Feng Qianxue kissed the three babies, picked up her bags again, and took them to get a taxi. Feng Qianxue used to be the daughter of a wealthy family who was doted on by everyone. She always drove a luxury car and was surrounded by people. Now, she can only take Zhuma and three babies, dragging large and small bags, and queue up at the train station to wait for a taxi. 2 adults and 3 babies were considered an overload, so Feng Qianxue had to take a taxi separately from Zhuma. The sky was covered with dark clouds and a storm was about to come. The taxi driver was anxious to overtake, but unexpectedly, with a bang, he crashed into a Rolls-Royce at the intersection. The driver was so frightened that his face turned pale and he got out of the car tremblingly to negotiate. Feng Qianxue sat in the passenger seat, frowning and looking outside. This car is of no ordinary origin. It is a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. There are only 7 of them in the world. Even if the paint is only scratched a little, it is enough to bankrupt the taxi driver. Chapter 3 Wolf Head Tattoo. I'm afraid this dispute won't be resolved for a while. The sky is gloomy and it's going to rain heavily soon. Feng Qianxue didn't want to let the children get wet in the rain, especially Yaya, who had been weak since childhood and would catch a cold if caught in the rain. Dabeo, Erbo, Sanbao, you guys stay in the car and don't move. I'll go down and take a look. Feng Qianxue gave the children some instructions and pushed the door open to get out of the car. Mommy, be careful. The 3 babies reminded in unison. The little parrot came out of Yaya's pocket and looked around curiously. Yaya took out a bag of snacks and stuffed them into the parrot's mouth. She stroked its furry head with her little hand and said, Little Sibao, bear with it for a while. We'll be home soon. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. The taxi driver explained anxiously, it was all that woman's fault. She brought 3 children and a lot of luggage with her, which caused me to be overloaded, so I accidentally hit you. As he spoke, the taxi driver came to blame Feng Qianxue. You are responsible for this matter. Why? Feng Qianxue was about to step forward to argue when the window of the Rolls-Royce suddenly rolled down. Forget it, the president has important matters to attend to. The young man in the passenger seat spoke coldly, his eyes passing lightly across Feng Qianxue's face. Yes. The man in the suit nodded in response, said to the driver, drive more carefully next time, and quickly got into the car. Feng Qianxue subconsciously turned her head and saw a man in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, with his back to her and his upper body naked. He was injured, with a hideous scar on his back. Blood kept flowing down, which exaggerated the wolf head tattoo on his waist. Wolf head tattoo. Feng Qianxue opened her eyes wide in shock, staring at the tattoo in a daze, her heart almost stopping beating. The wolf was ferocious and looked lifelike under the stain of blood, with a pair of blood-red eyes seeming to be staring at Feng Qianxue. It's him. It's really him. Don't block the road, get out of the way. Suddenly, the taxi driver pushed Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue stumbled and fell to the ground. When she looked up again, the Rolls-Royce had already driven away. Looking at the direction the car was driving away, Feng Qianxue's head was buzzing. Is that man in the car just now really him? The father of her child. Isn't he a night duck? How could he be in such an expensive car? And how could he be injured? Hey, why are you pushing my mommy? Seeing Feng Qianxue being pushed down, Erbo Longlong immediately became like an angry little lion, angrily questioning the driver with his fists clenched. You little brat, you still dare to yell at me. If it weren't for you, would I be so unlucky? The driver cursed. You were the one who overtook and hit the car in front of you. What does it have to do with us? Dabao Chenchen argued in a childish voice, we are passengers and don't need to bear any responsibility. On the contrary, you not only overtook but also exceeded the speed limit. This is a violation of the traffic law. We can report you. That's right, you bullied my mommy, I'm going to let the police arrest you. Sanbao Yaya pouted and pointed angrily at the middle of the road, there's a traffic policeman over there. As she spoke, the little Sibao on her shoulder flapped his wings and called out, traffic police uncle, traffic police uncle. What a hassle. Get off the car now. I won't give you a ride. The taxi driver opened the trunk, threw Feng Qianxue's luggage directly into the car, and then drove away in the taxi. Hey, you're going too far. Feng Qianxue hurriedly picked up the luggage on the ground and hid on the side of the road with the 3 babies. In the speeding Rolls-Royce, Yi Jinting, who was sitting in the back seat, looked up at the rearview mirror. The woman standing outside the car just now seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Mr. Yi, let me give you anesthesia first. The doctor was treating the man's wound. No need. The man was reviewing the documents with his head down, his wound still bleeding, but he was not moved at all. Then, be patient, I'm going to sew up your wound. The doctor frowned and began to suture the man's wound. Because there was no anesthetic, the doctor was a little nervous. The man's bronze skin exuded a cold luster under the light, and his muscles trembled slightly due to the intense pain, but he did not react at all. Chapter 4 First Encounter with Yi Jinting. Early on Monday morning, Feng Qianxue and Zhu Ma sent the 3 babies to the new kindergarten and then hurried to Shengtian Group. These days, Feng Qianxue submitted 35 resumes and interviewed at 17 companies, but she was either rejected on the spot or asked to go back and wait for news. I only received one call from a successful applicant, and that was from the legendary Shengtian Group. Feng Qianxue felt strange. Those small companies looked down on her, so why did Shengtian Group, which stood at the top of the business empire, take the initiative to call her? It wasn't until she arrived at Shengtian Group's Human Resources Department that she suddenly realized, it's you? Long time no see, miss. He Wenjia looked at her with a smile, a malicious smirk in his eyes. After all these years, you really haven't changed at all, you are still as beautiful as before. He Wenjia, my father kicked you out of Feng's family and made you unable to set foot in Haicheng for the rest of your life. How dare you come back? Feng Qianxue remembered him, the former vice president of Feng Corporation. Because he had evil thoughts about her, he was kicked out of Feng Corporation by Feng Qianyang. She didn't expect to meet him here after 4 years. The Feng family has long been in decline. Do you think you are still the eldest daughter of the past? He Wenjia sneered sarcastically, you are nothing now. Even this job was given to you by me. Feng Qianxue glared at him angrily, then turned and left. Feng Qianxue, this is your last chance. If you walk out of this door, I promise you won't be able to find a job in Haicheng from now on, unless you work as a lady in a nightclub. He Wenjia's arrogant voice came from behind. Feng Qianxue was filled with anger and quickened her pace to leave. It's impossible for her to bow down to such a person. When she came out, Feng Qianxue discovered that the entrance of the building was surrounded by people. A middle-aged man was covered in gasoline and holding a lighter in one hand, threatening people around him. Don't come over here, I want to see Yi Jinting, let him come to see me. The staff around didn't dare to get close, and the bodyguards were on high alert. Several senior executives tried to appease him, Boss Zhao, calm down, and speak slowly if you have something to say. Calm down? I just accidentally offended him, and he made me bankrupt overnight and became a stray dog. How can you expect me to calm down? The man was very emotional. Hearing this, Feng Qianxue couldn't help but think of her father Feng Qianyang. She never understood why Feng's business was doing well but suddenly went bankrupt. She received the news of her father's death without even seeing him for the last time. Could it be that my father was persecuted like the man in front of me? The nightclub is here. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Feng Qianxue looked up and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly approaching. The bodyguards immediately stepped forward to clean up the scene, and the onlookers quickly stepped back to make way. The gasoline man immediately rushed over to stop the car and shouted excitedly, "Yi Jinting, you must give me an explanation today." The people around didn't even dare to breathe, and looked at the black Rolls-Royce nervously. The person sitting inside is a person that the entire Haichang is intimidated by. Feng Qianxue vaguely saw a straight black figure in the backseat, looking down at his mobile phone, completely unaffected by the outside world. The driver and the bodyguard on the passenger seat were waiting for his instructions. Even the air began to become solemn and silent. The man in the car was as cold as ice. He didn't even raise his head. He just made a cold gesture. The next second, the car suddenly accelerated and crashed into the gasoline man. Everyone was stunned, and the gasoline man was stunned on the spot, having never expected the other party to be so decisive. Seeing that the car was about to hit him, Feng Qianxue suddenly stepped forward and pulled him away. The man in the car looked up, his deep gaze fell on Feng Qianxue's face, and complex thoughts flashed across his eyes. Chapter 5 The Legendary Devil. Hiss. Feng Qianxue and the gasoline man fell to the ground together, causing a burst of exclamations from the people around them. Feng Qianxue came to her senses with her arm numb with pain, but the Rolls-Royce Phantom had already sped away. Almost in the blink of an eye, the security guard rushed over at the fastest speed and took down the gasoline man. "Yi Jinting, you must not die a good death. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." The man howled excitedly, but his mouth was quickly gagged and he was dragged away like a dog. Feng Qianxue turned her head and looked at the man, feeling infinitely sad. Her father once told her that the business world was like a battlefield, but at this moment, she felt that it was more like hell. If you are not careful, you will fall into an abyss from which there is no return. And the mysterious man in the phantom car is the devil who controls destiny. Unfortunately, when the poor have no food to eat, they still have to work for the devil. Feng Qianxue had just walked out of Shengshe building when she received a bank deduction message, spending 180,000 yuan on kindergarten tuition, and there were still 3,988 yuan left in the card. Kindergartens are really expensive nowadays. The annual tuition and food expenses for 3 babies are 180,000 yuan. I only have this little money left and can't even buy milk powder. What should I do? Feng Qianxue struggled with her thoughts for a long time, but finally turned around and walked into the Shengtian Group building. Isn't he just He Wenjia? In broad daylight, how could he eat her? In fact, what He Wenjia said was right. She is no longer the young lady she used to be. She has to support her family and raise children. Integrity is worthless in the face of life. Feng Qianxue was waiting for the elevator in the lobby when she suddenly saw a group of bodyguards escorting a man towards the VLP elevator not far away. Wherever that person passed, all the staff bowed their heads and greeted respectfully, "Good morning, Mr. Knight." Because of the distance and angle, she couldn't see the man clearly, but she knew that it was Yi Jinting, the president of Shengshe Group. However, why did she feel that the tall and slender figure was somewhat familiar? She shook her head, reminding herself not to be obsessed with sex. Why do I think of that duck every time I see a tall and mighty man? How could such a domineering CEO who can call the shots and plan strategies in the business world be a night duck? Boss Yi, the person who pulled Zhao Zixing away at the critical moment just now, was a bystander. Oh, no, she just went through the entry procedures 5 minutes ago and works as a secretary on the 13th floor. Her name is Feng Qianxue. Yi Hui reported. The man's charming and handsome face was expressionless, his eyes were cold as ice, and he did not stop signing. After dealing with the documents at hand, he responded with a yes. The monthly salary during the internship period is 8,000 yuan, including 5 insurances and 1 fund, and 10,000 yuan after becoming a regular employee. Feng Qianxue had completed the employment formalities, and was still calculating whether the money was enough to support the family. The monthly milk powder cost for 3 babies was nearly 8,000 yuan, and there was also living expenses. She was worrying when several old employees came over to greet her. "Hi, Feng Qianxue, the administration department welcomes you." Thank you. Feng Qianxue shook hands with them enthusiastically. This was her first formal job and she knew that building good relationships with colleagues was a basic skill. As usual, we have prepared a welcome ceremony for new employees. Are you okay with this? Of course, no problem, I'll treat you. I like you to be such a sensible and pretty sister. Let's go together after get off work. Okay. When it was time to get off work, Feng Qianxue had not yet sorted out the documents on hand, so her colleagues went downstairs to wait for her. After she hurriedly dealt with it, she took her bag and rushed to the elevator, but the elevator door closed just before she rushed over. At the same time, the door of the VLP elevator on the other side just opened, and she rushed in without thinking. "This is the president's only elevator, please get out," the bodyguard shouted. "Ah!" Before Feng Qianxue could react, the mysterious man in the elevator winked at her, and the bodyguard immediately understood and stopped chasing her away. Feng Qianxue looked back, then immediately turned her head away, feeling extremely panicked. It was Yi Jinting, the legendary devil. Chapter 6 Being Troubled. The air was stagnant and the temperature dropped sharply. The man's tall and slender body stood proudly behind him like a god, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Feng Qianxue bit her lower lip and dared not breathe. From the elevator's rearview mirror, she saw Yi Jinting staring at her. His eyes were sharp and pointed, with an unfathomable cold light. Like a lion looking down at its prey. Faster, faster, faster. Feng Qianxue was looking forward to the elevator arriving soon so that she could escape from this depressing space. The elevator numbers are slowly changing: 13, 12, 11, 10. Feng Qianxue became more and more nervous as the numbers jumped. Behind her, Yi Jinting was slowly approaching her. Ding! Finally, the elevator arrived. As soon as the door opened, Feng Qianxue rushed out, but because she was going too fast, she tripped and fell in front of the elevator door with a bang. Lying on the ground like a frog. There was an uproar outside the door. A group of employees who came out of the ordinary elevator saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise. Many of them covered their mouths and laughed. Feng Qianxue wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She hurriedly got up from the ground, covered her face and ran out. Behind her, the man's eyes followed her back, with a wicked curve at the corner of his lips. Feng Qianxue thought the so-called welcome ceremony was to find a restaurant to have a meal, but she didn't expect it was to go out for drinks. The most speechless thing was that He Wenjie also went. The administrative department's dinner party, what does it have to do with the HR department? Feng Qianxue was unhappy, but since her colleagues were all there, she couldn't turn them away. He Wenjie had already become friends with his colleagues and ordered a lot of expensive wines, filling the table. A male colleague couldn't help but whispered, "Manager He, this wine costs more than 8,000 yuan a bottle. It's not nice for us to treat our new colleague like this." "You don't know this," He Wenjie said with a smile. "Feng Qianxue is a rich second generation, she has plenty of money. When she came to Yi's before, let alone these few bottles of wine, she could pay for the entire place." "Ah? Really?" Several female colleagues were immediately attracted by this big gossip and surrounded Feng Qianxue to ask, "Feng Qianxue, you are a rich second generation, I really can't tell, you were so low-key." "No. Why not?" He Wenjie interrupted her and sneered, "Haicheng's richest man Feng Qianyang's only daughter, you haven't heard of her, right? Are you talking about Feng Qianyang who committed suicide by jumping off a building 4 years ago?" A male colleague suddenly realized, "No wonder I think the last name Feng is a little special. I seem to have seen the news back then. It is said that the Feng family's daughter was divorced by the Si family that day, so she ran to Yisei and found a transvestite. Ahem, is it true?" All the colleagues stared at Feng Qianxue with curiosity, excitement and fascination, waiting for her answer. These gazes intertwined on Feng Qianxue's face, like sharp blades piercing her. She couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she stood up and left. Yang Rui, the manager of the administration department, hurriedly pulled her back and rebuked several colleagues who were making a fuss. "What's wrong with you? How can you treat a new colleague like this? We will all be together day and night in the future, so don't poke at others' sore spots." Yes, sorry. Colleagues quickly apologized to Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue looked at He Wenjie's half-smiley face and left the box as if running for her life. She wanted to break away from the past and start a new life, but the shadow of the past always followed her like a shadow, and it seemed that she could not get rid of it. Feng Qianxue took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. "What? You can't stand this?" He Wenjie chased him out and sneered sarcastically, "Then how are you going to live in the future? You did it on purpose." Feng Qianxue glared at him angrily. "You deliberately let me join the company, deliberately instigated my colleagues to let me treat you, and deliberately embarrassed me, just for revenge." "That's right." He Wenjie nodded with a smile. "I even deliberately ordered an order worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to give you enough face." Chapter 7 Encountering the Duck. "You." Feng Qianxue gnashed her teeth in anger. All her assets now amounted to just over 3,000 yuan. Where would she get the hundreds of thousands to pay the bill? You don't have no money to pay the bill, do you? Wenja approached her with ill intentions. You can beg me, as long as you are willing to spend a night with me, I will pay for this bill. In the future, you will have me to protect you in the company, and no one will dare to bully you. Pa! Before Wenja could finish his words, Feng Qianxue slapped him in the face and cursed with gnashing teeth, shameless. Wenja touched his face, and not only was he not angry, but he also smiled obscenely. This is the first time you touch me, your hands are so tender. Disgusting. Feng Qianxue left angrily. If you run away from the order tonight, it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in the company in the future. Your colleagues in the entire department will despise you and exclude you. Wenja shouted from behind, do you want to lose this job? Feng Qianxue walked forward in a daze, feeling extremely depressed. She couldn't lose this job, but where could she find hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay the bill? As she was daydreaming, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the box next to her. The tall man was sitting on the sofa with his back to her, his white shirt sagging below his waist, revealing a ferocious wolf head tattoo and a long scar. It's him! Feng Qianxue was shocked all of a sudden. Her heart was beating so fast that it almost burst out of her chest. The last time she saw this man in the car, she was so nervous that she was suffocating. She stood there in a daze, and he left before she could say a word. But at this moment, the man who ruined her life was right in front of her. Looking at his back, many past scenes flashed through her mind. She woke up in the hospital, but she didn't get to see her father for the last time. She only saw her father's cold and stiff body in the funeral home. At the funeral, all her relatives and friends pointed fingers at her, spit on her and insulted her, and even wanted to kick her out. She got pregnant before marriage and was looked down upon at a simple rural clinic. She gave birth in the hospital. Because she was carrying 3 babies, she was on the verge of death several times and almost died from heavy bleeding. All of this is all thanks to that man. Recalling the past, a surge of anger rose in Feng Qianxue's heart. She clenched her hands into fists and rushed in with a bang. Hey, don't trespass in private places, get out! The man in black in the corner shouted harshly. The mysterious man made a gesture and the man in black immediately shut up and retreated silently. Feng Qianxue was somewhat speechless. These days, even ducks can afford bodyguards. It seems that he has lived a comfortable life in recent years. Feng Qianxue suppressed her excitement and approached cautiously. Is it you? The man put on his shirt and slowly turned around. He was wearing a black half mask on his face. The mask covered half of his face, revealing his cold thin lips and a pair of deep eyes. His inky black pupils were as cold as the night, emitting a mysterious glow. There is a hollow golden fire-shaped logo on the right forehead of the mask, which looks domineering and wild. Feng Qianxue couldn't help but take a step back. How could a duck have such a strong aura? Did she recognize the wrong person? No, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that tattoo. Do you not remember me? Feng Qianxue further confirmed, 4 years ago, I was drinking in the K13 box, and my friend asked you to accompany me, and then we went to the Feng Yun Hotel. There is a cinnabar mole on your chest. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Qianxue meaningfully. That night, we did it 7 times. I'm going to kill you. Feng Qianxue rushed forward and raised her hand to slap him. The man grabbed her wrist like lightning and pushed her down on the sofa. How dare you? Son of a bitch. Feng Qianxue pounced on him like a wild cat, waving her hands and scratching at the man, roaring excitedly, it's all because of you that I became like this. You've ruined my life. Chapter 8 The dead duck hurt me so badly. The man held her head with one hand and let her hands flutter around, but she couldn't reach him. He looked at her coldly, with an arrogant look that looked down on everyone, as if he was looking at a clown. Get it clear, you chose me yourself in the first place, it was consensual, you're making it sound like I raped you. Feng Qianxue cursed angrily, you dead duck have no professional ethics. You didn't even wear a condom when serving customers. You killed me. I want to castrate you. The man narrowed his eyes and stared at her dangerously. Are you pregnant? Feng Qianxue suddenly stopped moving, the images of 3 babies flashed through her mind, and she cursed fiercely in her heart. Yes, I am pregnant, and I gave birth to 3 babies for you, but you, a scumbag, have never fulfilled your responsibilities as a father. Speak. The man shouted coldly. Yes. I was pregnant. Feng Qianxue blurted out, but quickly changed her words, but I had an abortion later. I will not give birth to a child for a shameless duck like you. If people knew that the children's father was a male prostitute in such a brothel, they would be pointed at and scolded in kindergarten in the future. No, she must keep the secret and not let anyone know. Very good. The man nodded with satisfaction and reached into his suit pocket to take something out. How dare you continue to be a gigolo here? How many decent women do you want to harm? I will go to your manager to complain about you now. Feng Qianxue left angrily. The man paused, frowned, and put the check back. Feng Qianxue had just walked to the door when she received a call from Yiwenjia. Feng Qianxue, if you don't come, your colleagues will leave, and you don't have to come to Shangtian to work tomorrow. Go to hell. Feng Qianxue hung up the phone angrily, shaking with anger. Why are there so many cheap men everywhere? One inside, and another outside. Wait a moment. A question suddenly occurred to her. The duck had hurt her so badly, how could she just let it go? Why does he live such a comfortable life while she lets her 3 children suffer with her? Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue gritted her teeth, broke into the box again, and shouted angrily with confidence, You dead duck, you have caused me to be like this, you must be responsible. The man was drinking. Hearing this, he looked up at her coldly. How do you want to be responsible? You have to compensate me. Feng Qianxue shouted righteously, If it weren't for you, my life wouldn't have turned out like this. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been unable to see her father for the last time. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been discredited and become a slut despised by everyone. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be a single mother. However, the 3 babies are still very cute. Stop, now you want money, you have to be a little bit domineering and strong. How much compensation do you want? The man sat on the sofa in an arrogant posture, buttoning his shirt elegantly. His sexy and wild pectoral muscles and 8-pack abs exuded an alluring luster under the dim light. Feng Qianxue looked at his chest and couldn't help but sway for a moment, but quickly regained her senses, cleared her throat, and raised 3 fingers. 300 million? The man raised his eyebrows. Oh, if you can give me 300 million, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Feng Qianxue sneered mockingly. You're just a duck, but you're so arrogant. Listen, I want 3 months' salary from you. From today on, you have to give me half of what you earn every night. After all, she is now so poor that she can't even afford milk powder. She was at a loss, but luckily there was always a way out, and she managed to catch this dead duck. We must seize this opportunity to kill him and vent our dissatisfaction from that year. In addition, it also allows him to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. 3 months is enough for her to get through the current difficulties. When her internship is over and she is officially hired as a full-time employee, she will have a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, and her family will be able to get by. At that time, they will break up and go their separate ways, and will never meet again. Chapter 9 Be a good duck and work hard to pay off your debts. How much do you think I can make in one night? The man leaned on the sofa, shaking his red wine glass, and looked at her leisurely. What if there is no business? Looking at your appearance, if you work hard, you should be able to become the top star of the night. Feng Qianxue looked him up and down, her eyes fixed on his key parts. I heard that ordinary sex costs about 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per session, and 8,000 to 10,000 yuan for a whole night. You can earn at least 10,000 yuan a night, right? So, 5,000 every night is enough for you? The man's smile deepened. You are easy to deal with. Who said that? Feng Qianxue scolded hurriedly. I mean at least, you have to give me 5,000 yuan every night. In order to compensate for the mistakes you made back then, you have to work hard and make more money for me, understand? Money is not a problem. The man was very generous, and then asked doubtfully, but how did you recognize me just now? That wolf head tattoo on your waist, could it be fake? Feng Qianxue was afraid that he would deny it. So, you don't know what I look like? The man looked at her deeply. No one knows what you look like. Feng Qianxue said unhappily, I was drunk that night and didn't see your face clearly. The man took a sip of wine and smiled without saying anything. Don't try to deny your debt, or I'll go to Manager Yisei to complain about you. Feng Qianxue said hurriedly, also, I heard that you are a she-male. If you find out, you won't be able to work here anymore. The man was shocked and narrowed his eyes dangerously. She-male? Humph. Are you scared? Feng Qianxue took out a pen and paper from her bag and quickly wrote a simple letter of guarantee. Look, it's clearly written here. Starting from today, within 3 months, you have to give half of your daily income to me, Feng Qianxue, as compensation for that year. Just sign and put your fingerprint, and our agreement will be reached. As she spoke, she stuffed the pen into the man's hand. Am I the only one you're looking for? The man looked at the crooked words on the guarantee letter and raised his eyebrows and asked, Don't tell me, you already have a pile of such guarantees, right? Psycho, do you think I like looking for ducks so much? It was an accident back then. You are the only man I have ever used in my life. Feng Qianxue blurted out angrily, and her face turned red immediately after she finished speaking. The corners of the man's lips curled up slightly, and he signed the agreement openly, but the handwriting was as strange as a ghost's scribbles, and it was unclear what was written. Feng Qianxue felt that this was not effective enough, so she pulled his hand over and bit his thumb hard. When the blood came out, she immediately pressed his thumb hard on the paper. Ha ha! Feng Qianxue was immediately proud of herself when she saw the contract being generated. It's agreed that you are not allowed to regret it. Give me today's income first. We haven't opened yet today, where is the income coming from? The man suddenly pulled her into his arms, hugged her slender waist, and brushed his sexy lips across her cheek, whispering in her ear, Why don't you place an order? I'll give you a 50% discount. You, wishful thinking. Feng Qianxue immediately broke free from him, picked up the agreement, and pushed it aside in panic. Don't even think about hitting on me. I'm telling you, from now on, your duty is to be a good gigolo and work hard to pay off your debts. Are you willing to do that? The man narrowed his eyes and looked at her deeply. You are just my cash cow, why would I be reluctant to give you up? Feng Qianxue took out her cell phone, let's exchange phone numbers so that we can keep in touch. The man took her phone, entered his phone number, and was about to save the name when Feng Qianxue took it and entered debt-paying duck. The man frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the title. Chapter 10 Paying Back the Debt Duck. I'll send you my bank account number. You must transfer the money to me before midnight every night. Got it? Feng Qianxue gave instructions while operating her phone. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's cell phone dinged with a text message alert. Looking at the series of bank card accounts on the screen, his cold thin lips raised slightly. Interesting. At this time, Feng Qianxue's cell phone rang again. Seeing that it was He Wenjia's number, Feng Qianxue answered the call unhappily and yelled at the phone, Don't rush me, I don't have the money to pay the bill, I don't want the job at Xingtian anymore, okay? After yelling, she hung up the phone directly, her face flushed with anger. Thinking that the job she just found was gone, she was very depressed. She slumped on the sofa, picked up the wine glass in front of the man and drank it all, then burped and complained. It's all because of you that I can't even find a job now. I finally found a job, but I was framed by a villain. Whom? The man asked, Did someone in Xingtian frame you? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Feng Qianxue didn't want to pay attention to him, but changed her mind and asked hurriedly, By the way, can you sign the order? It's probably worth hundreds of thousands. Can. Very good. Feng Qianxue asked the man to help sign the bill for the private room, a total of 183,888. She felt so distressed that she wanted to cry, but keeping her job was the most important thing now. No matter how strong-willed she was, she had to think about the milk powder for the 3 little ones. She said to the man, Thanks, I'll deduct it from your compensation. Then I went to greet my colleagues, I've already bought the bill, are you having fun? Happy, thank you Qianxue. Colleagues responded one after another. Did you really pay the bill? I heard the total amount is more than 180,000. A colleague couldn't believe it. Yeah, it's really expensive. I maxed out several of my credit cards. I'm going to have to starve to death from now on, huh? Feng Qianxue smiled bitterly, but as long as you are happy. Several colleagues couldn't bear it and looked at He Wenjia. Feng Qianxue is too modest. This amount of money is not enough for her to buy a bag. How could she use a credit card? He Wenjia sneered, but I still have to thank you. I'll treat you next time. Feng Qianxue hated this shameless and despicable man with all her might, but for the sake of her job she couldn't show it, so she could only turn a blind eye and told her colleagues to leave. Qianxue, I have a car, I'll give you a ride. No, I'll take a taxi back myself, thank you. Feng Qianxue came out of the box and turned back to look at the bar. The man was gone. She guessed that he had gone to entertain guests again. He is really a man who can't sit still. She sent him a text message, I'm leaving now. Work hard, take on more clients, pay off your debt soon, and be free soon. In the box, Yi Jinting saw the text message and a slight smile appeared on the corners of his lips. This woman is so stupid yet cute. Boss Yi, Black Panther has appeared. Yi, we came in to report. We have sent someone to secretly watch him and see who he contacts. Don't alert the enemy. Yes. Feng Qianxue didn't receive a reply text message from the debt payer duck and felt very uneasy. Could it be that this guy wanted to default on his debt? She took advantage of the fact that she was not far away and could still go back to him if he wanted to default on his debt, so she called him immediately. In the box, Yi Jinting was about to leave when his cell phone rang. When he saw the number, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips and answered the call. Hello. Why didn't you reply to my message? Do you want to run away? Feng Qianxue asked. Aren't you busy making money to pay off your debts? Yi Jinting quickly put himself into the role. Chapter 11 Making money. Have you received any business? Feng Qianxue asked excitedly, one time or overnight? How much? You know a lot. Yi Jinting sneered, you must have played a lot. I have played with you. Feng Qianxue blurted out, and then coughed a few times, and said seriously, don't change the subject. Let me ask you, how much? 10,000 for the whole night. Yi Jinting raised his eyebrows. Having already stood at the top of the business empire and at the peak of his life, he felt that everything was boring. But now, this stupid woman added some fun to his dull life. Yi Hui next to him was confused. Is Mr. Yi negotiating business with a new partner? What is overnight package? What is 10,000? What is this code word? Great, transfer 5,000 yuan to me first. Feng Qianxue was a little excited. She was making money, she was going to make money. It doesn't make sense to collect the money first and then do the work. Let's talk about it in the morning. Yi Jinting hung up the phone. Feng Qianxue couldn't help feeling angry when she heard the busy tone coming from the phone. Why did this guy just hang up without saying a word? Was he trying to default on his debt? On second thought, since he has already signed the agreement, answered the phone, and reported the business situation obediently, he should not default on his debt. Wait a little longer, go back and have a good sleep, maybe the money will be in your account when you wake up. That night, Feng Qianxue tossed and turned in bed, taking out her phone from time to check. It hadn't arrived yet. It was only 2 o'clock in the morning, so she had to wait a little longer. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Feng Qianxue had just fallen asleep when she suddenly received a text message on her phone. She immediately took out her phone from under her pillow and opened it to see that 5,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. She sat up suddenly with excitement. Great! The first payment has finally arrived. Feng Qianxue immediately sent a text message back, I received the money. Thank you for your hard work. Keep up the good work tonight. I just remembered that I signed a bill for 180,000 yuan for you last night, and you said it would be deducted from the debt. The debt-paying duck replied. I'm afraid you'll spend money recklessly and won't be able to save. You just give me the money on time every day, and I'll deduct the 180,000 yuan when the time comes. Don't worry. Okay. Keep up your efforts tonight. If you do well, I'll buy you some supplements to replenish your body. After receiving the money, Feng Qianxue was so excited that she couldn't sleep. They had just moved here from the countryside, and they still didn't have many daily necessities. Taking advantage of the weekend, she planned to take Zhu Ma and the babies to the mall to buy some things. Feng Qianxue was also a spoiled child. Her father Feng Qianyang took good care of her and wanted her to be a princess for life. However, things are unpredictable. The Feng family encountered misfortune, and Feng Qianxue went from being a delicate princess to a mother of 3 children. As a mother, she is strong. Now, she will pay attention to which shopping malls have promotions, which products have high cost performance, and which products are cheap and good quality. Grand Shopping Mall. Feng Qianxue wore a light denim jacket, put her cell phone in her waist bag, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to enter the battle. Big baby, second baby, third baby, mommy is going to go shopping. You and grandma can play in the children's play area. Don't run around. Mommy will pick you up after she finishes shopping, okay? Got it. The 3 babies answered in unison. At this time, a group of passers-by took out their mobile phones to take photos and record videos of the 3 babies, and several little girls were excitedly discussing. Wow, are these 3 babies mixed-race triplets? So pretty, so kawaii, so adorable. Yes, yes, with curly hair and shiny black eyes, they are just like the prince and princess in a fairy tale. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful baby. There's a little parrot on the little princess' shoulder. Oh, it looks like it's taking a nap. Ah, so cute. The three babies attract everyone's attention wherever they go. For this reason, every time Feng Qianxue goes to crowded places like the train station, she will put masks and hats on them to avoid attracting excessive attention. Chapter 12 The Mysterious Man in Black. Please do not take photos or videos at will. This is an infringement of portrait rights. Dabao Chen reminded coldly. Pretty sisters can take photos with me, but little brothers can forget about it. Erbao Longlong said with a sly smile, pretty sisters only. Shoo, keep your voice down, you are disturbing little four treasures. Sanbai Yaya stretched out her chubby little hands and made a hush gesture to everyone. Little Sibo was dozing on her shoulder, his little head nodding like he was fishing. So cute, little friends, can I take a photo with you? Several young ladies came over. Sorry, we don't take pictures together. Dabao Chen has always been cold. Okay, Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, Grandma has bought the tickets, you can go in. Mother Zhu took the tickets and invited the three babies into the amusement park. Feng Qianxue went upstairs to shop. A small brand children's clothing store on the third floor was having a sale, so she rushed in and squeezed into the crowd to pick out discounted clothes on the float. At this time, a group of tall men in black suits came over in an orderly manner, and everyone stepped back 3 meters to make way. The young mothers who were selecting clothes were immediately attracted. They all stopped what they were doing involuntarily, stretched their necks to look outside, and discussed. Who is this person? Such a grand ceremony. Wow, these handsome guys are all 1.85 meters tall, dressed in suits, handsome and cool. Any one of them would be a top model at night. Hearing this, Feng Qianxue's heart skipped a beat. Night male model, top star. Is it a debt-paying duck? You are all wrong. That is the bodyguard of the president of Shengtian Group. A young mother with bangs said proudly. My husband works for Shengtian Group. Their president has 18 bodyguards, and each of them has a golden S-shaped logo on their shoulder, symbolizing their status. After a pause, she added, looking at this situation, it should be the president who is here. Wow! A young mother fantasized, if the bodyguard is so handsome, how handsome must the president be? Generally, bodyguards are tall and handsome, but their masters may be short, ugly and ugly. That's right. Feng Qianxue's mind flashed with Yi Jinting's infuriatingly handsome face. Short, ugly, and poor? It seemed that these three words had nothing to do with him. The group of men in black set up a defense line at the entrance of the Italian restaurant opposite, put out guards and stationed at the door. Then, a tall and slender man with an arrogant temperament walked in. Feng Qianxue looked at the figure from afar. Wasn't that Yi Jinting, the president of Shengtian Group? For some reason, that feeling of déjà vu came back. Where had she seen him before? In the children's play area, the babies are having a great time. Zhu Ma was accompanying them. Several parents came over to chat with them, and Zhu Ma was having a great time talking to them. Long Long had just finished peeing in the bathroom and was walking out with his hands in his pockets when he suddenly noticed a glaring bloodstain on the floor. His big, bright grape-like eyes widened. Strange, why is there blood here? Long Long was curious and followed the blood trail inside, where he found a wounded man in black lying in the tool room. Long Long stopped cautiously. The man in black wore a mask and a baseball cap, covering his entire face, and blood was flowing from the wound. Hearing the footsteps approaching, he immediately raised the knife in his hand sharply, but when he saw that the person coming was a 3-year-old child, he let down his guard again. Uncle, do you need help? Long Long asked in a baby voice. Get out of here, kid. The man in black growled. Long Long pursed his lips, took out a cartoon band-aid from his pocket and handed it to him. Here, for you. The man in black rolled his eyes. He was bleeding profusely. Was this band-aid meant to be funny? If you bleed too much, you'll die. Go see a doctor. Long Long gave some instructions and turned to leave. Erbao, Erbao. Xiao Sibao flapped his wings and flew over to find Long Long. Long Long raised his little hand, and the little 4 treasures landed steadily on the back of his hand. The man and the bird walked out, immediately attracting countless eyes. Wow, this baby is so cute. The parrot in his hand is so cute and well behaved. Chapter 13 Mysterious Chip. Go in and search. Suddenly, a group of men in suits came hurriedly and searched everywhere. Long Long looked back at the bathroom. Could it be related to that person? He was in a daze when the man in black suddenly rushed out and stuffed something into Long Long's pocket with his bloody hands. He lowered his voice and said, "Little ghost, I will come back to find you." The man in black quickly rushed into the stairwell, followed by a group of men in suits. Long Long's cute little face was stunned. Wow, is this a police and gangster movie? So cool. Coming back to his senses, Long Long belatedly took out an exquisite small box from his pocket. When he opened the box, there was a golden chip the size of a soybean inside. He looked at it carefully. What is this? It doesn't look like gold, but more like the electronic parts that DeBeo often tinkers with. Pumpkin seeds, pumpkin seeds. Long Long was thinking deeply when the parrot Xiao Sibao suddenly opened his mouth and ate the chip as if it were a melon seed. Long Long was dumbfounded, and hurriedly patted Xiao Sibao's green head and shouted, "Xiao Sibao, spit it out, spit it out." Woo woo woo. Not only did little Sibao not spit it out, but he was so scared that he swallowed the chip. Ah! Long Long went crazy. He grabbed Xiao Sibao's tail and swung it upside down. You can't eat this. Spit it out, spit it out. Little Sibao was thrown so hard that he saw stars, rolled his eyes, and even his pink little tongue fell out. Ah, Erbao, what are you doing? Yaya rushed over screaming, snatched Xiao Sibao, carefully protected it against her heart, and asked angrily, "Why did you bully my Xiao Sibao?" "I'm going to tell mommy." "No, yeah. Long Long, you can't bully little Sibao." Chen Chen acted like a boss and criticized him seriously. It. Long Long pointed at himself and then at Xiao Sibao. Xiao Sibao had been knocked unconscious and collapsed in Yaya's arms, gasping for breath with his tongue hanging out. It seemed that it was impossible to explain it clearly, so Long Long had to swallow the secret reluctantly. In the private room of the Italian restaurant, Yi Jinting had his back to the door, sipping red wine elegantly. His back was mysterious and tall under the alternating light of light and dark, with an innate aura of a king. The personal attendant Yi Hui hurried over to report, "Boss Yi, Black Panther escaped." The action of shaking the wineglass paused, and the low voice was as cold as ice. "Waste." Yes, Yi Hui lowered his head, not daring to breathe. The X chip contains the secrets of the group's latest technological products. Once leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. We must get it back. Yes. Yi Hui bowed his head and accepted the order. We must catch the Black Panther within 3 days. Yi Jinting stood up and left. His slender figure looked even more majestic under the light, and his powerful aura made the air around him oppressive. Everyone even breathed carefully. The group arrived at the underground parking lot and got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The driver was about to start the car when Yi Jinting suddenly shouted, "Slow down." The driver braked immediately. Yi Hui followed Yi Jinting's gaze and saw a small figure running from the side and rear, almost being caught in the wheels. He immediately got out of the car to check. "Little boy, why are you here alone? My little Sibao flew down and I'm chasing it." "Little Sibao, stop running around, stop now." Yaya wanted to pounce over and grab Xiao Sibao, but Xiao Sibao suddenly flew into the car. Yaya immediately climbed into the car, looked up, and met a pair of deep and cold eyes. She couldn't help but be frightened. This person is fierce and looks scary. Could it be the bad guy that mommy mentioned? Yaya looked at Yi Jinting timidly and shrank back subconsciously. Yi Jinting was also looking at her. He was always as cold as an iceberg, but now his edge faded and his eyes gradually became gentle. Chapter 14 A pile of bird shit. The child is very cute, with a pink face as pretty as a doll and clear, bright eyes that sparkle like stars. He had an inexplicable intimacy with her. Looking at her, his cold heart softened inexplicably. Little Sibao flew around in the car, choking on his furry neck, and called out in a shrill voice, "Sanbao, Sanbao. Come here." Yaya stretched out her hand, frowned, and criticized harshly, "If you don't listen, I will be angry." However, the little 4 treasures did not fly into her hands, but landed on Yi Jinting's shoulder instead. Yi Jinting frowned and reached out to grab Xiao Sibao. Little Sibao was so scared that he started to struggle by flapping his wings. Several feathers fell off and he also pooped a lot, which fell on Yi Jinting's coat. Yi Hui's face froze. The bodyguards turned pale instantly. You know, Yi Jinting has an extreme obsession with cleanliness. This bird is dead. Sure enough, Yi Jinting's face turned ugly, and a chill appeared in his eyes. He tightened his grip on Xiao Sibao's hand. Xiao Sibao's neck suddenly stiffened, his eyes rolled up, and his little tongue fell out. Ah, let go of my little Sibao. Yaya rushed over and used her chubby little hands to pry Yi Jinting's hands apart. Let it go, let it go. Little friend Yi Hui hurriedly pulled Yaya away. Yi Jinting looked at Yaya's cute little face that was flushed red in her big tearful eyes. The murderous look in his eyes gradually faded away, and he even let go of her hand. Xiao Sibao flapped his wings in panic and crashed into Xiao Yaya's arms. Xiao Yaya hurriedly protected Xiao Sibao in front of her, glared at Yi Jinting angrily, slid out of the car with her short legs, and quickly ran towards the entrance of the mall. Hey, kid! Yi Hui shouted, but Yu ignored him. He was worried, so he told a bodyguard, go and see if the child can find his parents safely. Yes. The car slowly drove away. Yi Jinting took off his coat, brushed off the parrot feathers on his body, and then wiped his hands carefully with wet wipes. Yi Hui observed his expression. Although his face was stern, the murderous intent between his brows had disappeared. Yi Hui couldn't help but sigh, that little girl is so cute. The eyes are very clear. Yi Jinting rarely said a word. Yeah, I wonder what kind of person can give birth to such a cute little princess. As soon as Yaya ran to the escalator, she heard Feng Qianxue shout, Sanbao, Sanbao. Mommy, I'm here. Yaya ran over with Xiao Sibo in her arms, and threw herself into Feng Qianxue's arms like a little meat bomb, knocking Feng Qianxue so hard that she almost fell to the ground. You scared mommy to death. Feng Qianxue hugged Yaya tightly, stroked her hair, and asked anxiously, Sanbao, are you injured anywhere? Did you meet any bad guys? Sanbao was not injured, but Yaya thought of the man in the car just now. Is he a bad guy? Looks a bit similar. However, when Xiao Sibao pooped on his shoulder, although he was angry, he let Xiao Sibao go, so it shouldn't be considered a bad thing. But what? Feng Qianxue asked hurriedly. Little Sibao pooped on an uncle. Yaya gestured with her chubby little hands and described, but the uncle didn't hurt little Sibao. I'm glad you're okay. Don't run around anymore in the future, okay? Not far away, the bodyguard saw the little girl leaving holding her mother's hand, so he left with peace of mind. Because of the distance, the bodyguard only saw Feng Qianxue's back in the white denim suit, but couldn't see her face clearly. Chapter 15 Dealing with the Bad Man. There were so many things to do on Monday that Feng Qianxue started working non-stop as soon as she arrived at the company, and only took a break during lunch. She went to the company restaurant on the 21st floor with her colleagues from the administrative department for dinner, and just as she came out of the elevator, she met the president, Yi Jinting. A tall and slender figure walked out of the elevator with a strong aura, and the atmosphere around him immediately became tense. All the employees stepped aside cautiously, lowered their heads slightly, and did not dare to look at him. Feng Qianxue took a furtive glance and happened to meet Yi Jinting's deep gaze. She immediately lowered her head, her heart pounding. Was that devil Yi looking at me just now? Don't be restrained, everyone can feel free to do as you please. Yi Jinting rarely spoke. The employees were immediately flattered. This was the first time they heard the president speak, and they were all very excited. Yi Jinting sat down by the window with two bodyguards standing behind him. Yi Hui went to get him food. Feng Qianxue took a quick glance and the sunlight refracted onto him through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He was as handsome as a god. How great it would be if this man was the father of my child. This thought flashed through her mind, and Feng Qianxue was startled. She quickly interrupted the thought and sat down at the table with her colleagues from the administration department with her food. As soon as I sat down, the annoying He Wenjia squeezed over and said, Hi. Feng Qianxue rolled her eyes and moved to the side, keeping a distance from He Wenjia. Why do you eat so little? He Wenjia said with a playful smile, Eat more. Our company's restaurant has more buffets than a 5-star hotel, and it's all free. Feng Qianxue ignored him and lowered her head to eat. Hey, what day is today? Why is the president coming to the restaurant for dinner? Asked the female employee Afen in a low voice. I'm curious too. The president never comes to the restaurant normally. Another female employee, Alu, glanced at the table across from her and said in a low voice, The atmosphere becomes so tense when the president is here. No one dares to speak. Yes, my hands are shaking. Ayun kept his head down. Oh, don't be so nervous. He Wenjia was very generous. The president looks very cold on the surface, but he is actually very easygoing. Manager, he seems to be very familiar with the president. A male colleague asked curiously, I saw you greeting the president last time. Of course, the relationship between me and the president is not ordinary. Hee-won-ja spoke meaningfully, but seemed to be hesitant to speak. No wonder manager, he was promoted 3 levels in less than half a year after joining the company. It turns out that he is an old acquaintance of the president. Several male colleagues hurriedly showed their courtesy to Hee-won-ja. Manager Hee, please take good care of me in the future. Don't worry, as long as you work hard in Shangtian, there will be many development opportunities in the future. Hee-won-ja looked very proud. Feng Qianxue couldn't stand his behavior and left with the plate. Hee-won-ja immediately followed. Feng Qianxue, wait a moment. Feng Qianxue was very annoyed and quickened her pace. But Hee-won-ja quickly chased after her and went around to the front to stop her. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's go together. Manager Hee, I don't know you well. Before Feng Qianxue could finish her words, someone suddenly bumped into her from behind. Her body fell forward, and all the unfinished spaghetti bolognese on the plate splashed onto Hee-won-ja's face, slowly sliding down like a mask. Ah, the colleagues next to him exclaimed. Hee-won-ja was stunned for a moment, then he became furious and frantically wiped the spaghetti bolognese on his face like a clown. But Feng Qianxue couldn't help laughing, but she felt it was impolite and apologized immediately. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, someone bumped into me just now, so. While speaking, she subconsciously turned her head to look, and it was Yi Jinting. Chapter 16 Long Long Secret. Yi Jinting's face was grim, and he walked away from her. Feng Qianxue stared at his back in a daze. Was he the one who bumped into her just now? It's such a big place, and he has 4 bodyguards around him at all times, so how could he bump into her? Could it be intentional? Feng Qianxue, don't you have eyes when you walk? Hee-won-ja roared excitedly. I'm sorry. Feng Qianxue pointed in the direction where Yi Jinting left and explained weakly, it was the president who bumped into me just now. I was careless. You are still shirking responsibility. Manager Hee. Yi Hui interrupted Hee-won-ja and asked coldly, are you blaming Mr. Yi? No, how dare I? Hee-won-ja hurriedly explained, I'm talking about her. No, I'm talking about myself. I walk without paying attention. That's right. Yi Hui nodded with satisfaction, and then reminded seriously, be careful when walking next time, especially in a restaurant, don't waste food. Yes. Hee-won-ja lowered his head humbly. Seeing Hee-won-ja's cowardly look, Feng Qianxue secretly cheered in her heart. This despicable man finally hit a snag. He probably won't harass her again in the future. Seeing Feng Qianxue secretly delighted, Yi Jinting's lips curled up slightly. The elevator door closed and his cell phone rang. He answered the call. Speak. Boss Yi, we caught Black Panther, but he doesn't have the chip on him. I guess he's hiding it somewhere else. He won't tell me no matter how hard I try. It looks like I have to use some extreme measures. These people have been through devilish training. Extorting confessions through torture is useless. Yi Jinting ordered, check the cameras in the Shanda shopping mall to see if they have been transferred to other accomplices. Yes, track it down immediately. When I got home from get off work, Zhu's mother had already prepared a delicious dinner, and the family of 5 enjoyed the meal happily. Little Sibao flew to Yeya's shoulder and rubbed his little head against Yeya's chubby little face. Yeya fed it a melon seed, but it didn't eat it happily as usual. Instead, it shook its head and burped continuously. Yeya looked at its food bowl and saw that the food inside was almost untouched. She hurriedly said, Mommy, Xiao Sibo hasn't eaten since last night and keeps burping. Is he sick? What's going on? Feng Qianxue touched Xiao Sibao's furry little head and found that it was drooping its head and looked listless. Maybe he hasn't recovered from the shock he got at the mall that day? Zhu's mother said, let's take him to see a doctor tonight. Yes, I want to go and take a look. Feng Qianxue nodded. Long Long looked at Xiao Sibao, frowned and held back for a while, and finally couldn't help but say, Mommy, actually Xiao Sibao swallowed a piece of gold, so he feels uncomfortable. Gold? Feng Qianxue was very surprised. Yes, a piece of gold this big. Long Long pointed with his fingers, it's about the same size as my little finger. It seems that we don't have such gold in our family? Feng Qianxue felt puzzled. It's not from my home. A masked uncle in black gave it to me at the mall. Long Long explained. Have you watched too many cartoons? The little adult Chen Chen rolled his eyes at Long Long. It's true. Long Long hurriedly recounted what happened that day in detail, and the whole family was stunned. Ha ha ha. Anju laughed. Long Long, your story is really interesting. I told you that you watched too many cartoons. Shen rolled his eyes at Long Long again and buried his head in eating. Why don't you believe me? Long Long was so anxious that his face turned red. Mommy, do you believe me? Believe me. Feng Qianxue put a piece of chicken wing in his bowl. After dinner, let's take Xiao Sibao to see a doctor together. Yes, take Xiao Sibao to see a doctor first. Ye only cares about Xiao Sibao and not the truth. Long Long pouted, feeling very aggrieved. After dinner, Feng Qianxue and the three babies took Xiao Sibao to see a veterinarian. The veterinarian examined Xiao Sibao and said that it had indigestion from eating something wrong. He prescribed some medicine to relieve constipation. Long Long curled his lips and said in his heart, "Humph, wait until Xiao Sibao pulls out the gold, then you will know whether what I said is true or not." Chapter 17 Sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. When I got home, I fed the 4 little babies their medicines and put them to bed. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Feng Qianxue took a shower and lay on the bed. She sent a text message to the debt payer duck to ask how business was tonight. He replied that business was bad and no one ordered him. Feng Qianxue was anxious and typed a long string of words to teach him how to flirt with rich women and how to negotiate business. Don't always wear a mask and act cold with a stern face. Although some rich women like cold men, there are also rich women who like sunny and warm men. If you see that the situation is not right, just change your style. Also, when rich ladies are choosing men, you have to show them your charm. Take off your shirt to show off your abdominal muscles and chest muscles, and then wiggle your hips, and the rich ladies will immediately drool. Then you have to tell the rich woman that you have great physical strength and super long endurance. Strong physical strength, long endurance. It seems that you have a deep impression of that night. Feng Qianxue blushed and made an expression of a 40-meter long sword. I'm teaching you how to do business and make money, but you tell me this. Your sales tonight didn't meet the target, so you have to make up for it tomorrow. I told you that you have to pay at least 5,000 yuan a day. Debt-paying duck sent a sweating emoji. Try harder, it's still early, maybe we can discuss business later in the night. Don't be picky, it doesn't matter if she's a 200-300 pound rich woman, as long as she likes you, go for it. The debt-paying duck was speechless. Forget it, I'll go find you in the night now, bring you some supplements, and teach you some skills by the way. As a boss, you need to spend time trying to win over your workers. You can't just exploit them. You need to convince them with virtue and move them with emotion, otherwise you won't be able to keep them. Feng Qianxue remembered the business experience her father had taught her and decided to be nicer to the debt-paying duck. Feng Qianxue said something to Zhuma, changed her clothes, went out, and came to a pharmacy near the community. She first looked around like a thief, then walked to the counter and asked the salesperson in a low voice, "Excuse me, do you have that kidney tonifying medicine? Is it better for men or women?" The salesperson asked. It was mented by a man. Feng Qianxue lowered her voice. These are all. Which one do you want? The salesperson pointed to a row of glass cabinets behind him. I want the cheapest one. Feng Qianxue said without hesitation. Here. The salesman took out a kind of kidney medicine and said, buy 3 courses and get 1 course free. How much is 3 courses of treatment? 3,308. It's too expensive, I just want 1 bottle. The salesperson brought her a bottle. Feng Qianxue stuffed the bottle of kidney treasure into her bag and left in a hurry. The salesperson gossiped with his colleagues, that beautiful lady just now was quite pretty, but unfortunately she has no conscience. Ah? Why? Just think about it, she has squeezed her husband dry, and now she comes to buy Shinbao, but she only buys 1 bottle. It's like wanting the horse to run without eating grass. Ha ha ha, what a tough guy. After coming out of the pharmacy, Feng Qianxue took a taxi to look for the debt-paying duck in the night, and went directly to the box where they had met before. Sure enough, he was here. Still wearing the mysterious mask and dressed in black, he was leaning on the sofa and tasting wine in an arrogant posture, with an air of being so domineering that no one should be allowed to approach him. TSK, look at your behavior, no wonder no one picked you. Feng Qianxue started to scold him as soon as she entered the room. Rich women come here to have fun, not to be abused. Who are you showing your cold face to? Order if you want. Yi Zhenting shook the wine glass and continued to taste the wine. How can you achieve anything if you just muddle through like this? Feng Qianxue was speechless. You should be ambitious and work hard to create a better life. Is it necessary to be ambitious to be a gigolo? Yi Jinting asked back. Of course, aren't there different levels for you guys to be ducks? Feng Qianxue taught him earnestly. If you have good performance, you can be the top duck. Others can earn 10,000 yuan for a night, but you can earn 100,000 yuan. You can stop after 2 years. Your industry relies on youth. If you don't work hard now, what will you do when you are old? That makes sense. Yi Jinting nodded. So, you have to work hard to achieve good results. Feng Qianxue took out the bottle of Shinbao from her bag. Here, this is the tonic I bought for you, drink it, and then talk to a big client tonight. My kidneys are fine, I don't need to replenish them. Yi Jinting looked at the bottle of kidney treasure, a wicked smile on his lips. Haven't you tried it? You were fine before, but after doing this for so many years, you should have some kidney deficiency now, right? Feng Qianxue looked at him with pity. Iron rods can be sharpened into needles, let alone you. Her eyes fell on his key points and she sighed. Yi Jinting narrowed his eyes dangerously, pinched her chin, and asked her to look at him. Are you questioning my ability? His eyes held an innate arrogance that made her inexplicably nervous. Feng Qianxue moved back and kept a distance from him. I am thinking about your health and I went out of my way to buy you kidney treasures. You should repay me well. How do you want to repay me? Yi Jinting suddenly approached her with an aggressive look, like a wild beast approaching its prey. Chapter 18 The Legendary Duck God. Of course, earn more money and hand in more. Feng Qianxue stuttered because of nervousness, and she pointed at the expensive bottle of red wine on the table, trying to divert the ambiguous atmosphere. Don't spend money recklessly, don't make false accounts. This was bought by a customer. Yi Jinting said casually. I see. I was wondering how you could afford such expensive wine. Feng Qianxue stepped back again. Did that customer place an order for you? I refused. Yi Jinting teased her deliberately. 58 years old, 280 pounds, I don't want to die in bed. Feng Qianxue burst into laughter and reached out to pinch his arm. You are so solid and strong, you won't die so easily. Yi Jinting grabbed her unruly little hand and pulled her into his arms. Why not try it first? No. Feng Qianxue was so scared that she was incoherent. Don't mess around, if you dare to touch me, I will complain to you. Complain. Yi Jinting bit her earlobe gently. If I get fired, I won't have the money to pay you back. You? Feng Qianxue was speechless. Yi Jinting's kiss continued downwards, his thin lips gently brushing across her collarbone, biting her shirt buttons. No. Feng Qianxue struggled frantically but couldn't break free. Yi Jinting was very satisfied with her reaction. Just as he was about to continue, he heard a woman's arrogant shouting outside. I'm tired of playing with those young masters just now, don't you want something new? I want the top card of the night, the top card. That's right, we want the top spot, I have plenty of money. Then, with a bang, the door was pushed open. 3 plump, drunken rich ladies rushed in. Seeing the unfamiliar box, they were stunned. Hey, where are the people? Where are the 18 young masters we ordered? Why is it so quiet here? Did we go the wrong way? You've come to the wrong place, your box is in the front. Outside the door, the bodyguards who were sent away by Yi Jinting were ready to come in and deal with the situation. Yi Jinting gave them a look and they immediately moved away. Feng Qianxue got up from the sofa and sorted her clothes with her back to the door. Wow, there's a handsome guy here. The 3 rich ladies spotted Yi Jinting and excitedly surrounded him, sizing him up with lustful eyes. With this figure and this appearance, she is the best, totally different from those mediocre girls out there. Domineering and wild, I like it. Handsome guy, you're from here too, right? Name your price, we have plenty of money. Yi Jinting was drinking by himself without even raising his eyelids. But this domineering and cold aura made the 3 rich women feel itchy. Feng Qianxue saw that the opportunity to make a fortune had come, so she naturally couldn't let it go, and deliberately provoked the 3 rich women. Sister? I think it should be aunt, right? Where did you come from, little yellow-haired girl? Do you know how to speak? The 3 rich ladies stared at Feng Qianxue with hostility. Do you know who we are? I don't care who you are. Feng Qianxue put her arm around Yi Jinting's shoulders. I saw this first. Yi Jinting raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her with interest. A rich woman took out a large stack of banknotes from her bag and threw them on the table. Little girl, there are many young masters out there. This money is enough for you to make 7 or 8. Give this to us. No. Feng Qianxue lifted Yi Jinting's chin, kissed him hard on his cold thin lips, then hugged him and said, I spent a whopping 100,000 yuan to bet on this legendary man today. No one can give in. Get out of here, get out. Yi Jinting raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips, and felt a little unsatisfied with her kiss. But, did she upgrade him? Chapter 19 Be a qualified creditor. 100,000? You're wearing cheap clothes, can you afford that much? A wealthy woman questioned. Feng Qianxue was almost exposed when someone touched her sore spot, but she reacted quickly and immediately smoothed it over. I've been saving this for a long time. In order to spend a night with the duck god, I spent my entire year's salary. Your annual salary is only 100,000? The rich ladies laughed at him. You are so poor, but you still play with prostitutes. Aren't you afraid of losing face? So what? Anyway, he's mine tonight. Feng Qianxue touched Yi Jinting's wild chest muscles, deliberately provoking them. Look at this body, don't say 100,000, I'd be willing to give him 1 million. When the 3 rich ladies saw Yi Jinting's figure, they were drooling and their mouths were almost watering. Yi Jinting glared at Feng Qianxue, with a dangerous cold light flashing in his eyes. Feng Qianxue didn't dare to look into his eyes. In fact, she was very flustered, but in order to make money, she gave it her all. 1 million is 1 million. One of the rich ladies filled out a check and threw it to Feng Qianxue. You can get out now. 10 times. Another rich woman sneered, for a girl like you who lives at the bottom of society, I don't know how long it will take to make 1 million. Now that you've made a lot of money, get out of here. That's right. The money on the table is also yours, take it and get out. The 3 rich ladies urged anxiously. They wished Feng Qianxue would get out of here immediately and not interfere with their good deeds. Feng Qianxue checked the check and found nothing wrong. She immediately put the check away, then opened her bag and quickly stuffed the money on the table into her bag. Get out now, have fun, 3 sisters. Having said that, she stood up and was about to leave. But someone pulled her clothes from behind. She turned around and saw the debt payer pulling her clothes, frowning and glaring at her. If you dare to leave, you'll die. Be good and work hard. Feng Qianxue pulled his hand away, grabbed the bag full of money, and ran away without looking back. Watching her running away, Yi Jinting's eyes gradually became gloomy, and his hand holding the wine glass tightened. Running out of the box, Feng Qianxue leaned against the door, feeling a little guilty. The 3 rich women weighed nearly 700 pounds in total, and she wondered if the debt-paying duck could handle it. I should have bought a few more bottles of Shunbao earlier. Feng Qianxue opened the door a crack and peeked in. The 3 rich women were approaching the debt-paying duck like hungry wolves. Their strong backs blocked Feng Qianxue's sight, and Feng Qianxue could not see the faces of the debt-paying ducks. She imagined in her mind that he was probably shivering on the sofa at this moment, begging, "Sisters, please let me go." Well. Feng Qianxue sighed, closed the door, covered her conscience, and left quickly. Duck God, the sisters are here, ha 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 ha. The 3 rich ladies rushed towards Yi Jinting excitedly. Yi Jinting did not react at all, but when he lowered his eyes, the 3 people fell to the ground with a bang. This huge weight fell to the ground, like an earthquake, and almost broke the coffee table. The black-clad bodyguard pushed the door open and asked cautiously, "Boss Yi, are you okay? Clean it up." Yi Jinting walked away on the coffee table, not wanting even the soles of his shoes to touch the 3 women. Feng Qianxue walked out into the night and hailed a taxi. In the car, she sent a WeChat message to Debt Payer Duck with a guilty conscience. Are you okay? There was no response from the other party. She sent another message, if you really can't stand it, run away, don't be stupid and force yourself to do it. Still no response. Feng Qianxue called, but no one answered. She felt even more uneasy. Oh no, could something have happened to that guy? It could also be that he was entertaining customers. How dedicated. Somehow, Feng Qianxue felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about this. After all, he is her first man, and it is really sad that he has ended up like this. But then she thought again, this is his job, and she just happened to see him today. When she didn't see him, wasn't he also serving the rich woman? Forget it, put away that useless sympathy and be a qualified creditor. Chapter 20 The Moody Devil. Early the next morning, Feng Qianxue sent Sanbao to the school bus and hurried to the company. Because she was about to be late, she kept running in her high heels. When she reached the downstairs of the company, a Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly drove over from the side with no intention of slowing down. Feng Qianxue couldn't avoid it and fell to the ground in fright. The car also stopped just an inch away from her. Just an inch away, Feng Qianxue would go to see the King of Hell. She was so scared that her heart almost jumped out, but the people in the car looked indifferent. The security guard stepped forward to help Feng Qianxue up, but instead scolded her, "Don't walk recklessly. You almost hit the president's car." "They almost hit me." Feng Qianxue was furious and turned to glare at the people in the car. The bodyguards had typical poker faces, without any expression. Yi Zhenting in the back seat stared at Feng Qianxue coldly, his eyes filled with chilling coldness. Feng Qianxue was stunned. What was going on? She is obviously the victim. Yi Zhenting made a gesture, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove straight away from Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue was furious, but she could only pat her bruised wrists and numb buttocks, and limped into the company building. In the elevator, she thought of Yi Zhenting's look just now, and was puzzled. How did she offend Yi Devil? From the time she joined the company until now, she has been working diligently and conscientiously, and has done nothing wrong. The only time she had ever crossed paths with him was last time in the restaurant, when he bumped into her, causing her to splash spaghetti on Yiwenja's face. She thought he was deliberately helping her deal with Yiwenja, but it seemed she was overthinking it. Just now his driver almost hit her, causing her to fall and get scratched, but she didn't say anything, but he glared at her with that scary look. How strange. Perhaps he was born to be a moody devil, and there was no reason for it. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue felt much more relaxed. Skin injuries were a minor matter. As long as she didn't offend that devil, it would be fine. Otherwise, the days ahead would be difficult. At this moment, Feng Qianxue would never have thought that her bad luck had just begun. When Feng Qianxue arrived on the 13th floor, before she even sat down, Yang Rui, the director of the administrative department, scolded her, "You've only been on the job for a few days, and you dare to be late? Who do you think you are, a rich lady?" Today the president's office came to check the attendance of each department. Our department was severely criticized for being late just because of you. All the department bonuses for this quarter have been lost. I'm sorry, manager, because... Don't make excuses for me. Yang Rui interrupted her and shouted, "Put down your work right now and go to the 68th floor to clean the swimming pool." Cleaning the swimming pool? Why? Feng Qianxue was stunned. What do you mean by why? Yang Rui said with a straight face, "This is a punishment for you. Do you want to deduct your salary?" No, I don't want to. Feng Qianxue became a soft bone when she heard about the salary deduction. "I'll go clean the swimming pool now." On the 68th floor, on the rooftop, there is a luxurious infinity pool. Swimming here feels like being in the sky, swimming in the blue sky and white clouds. You can tell at first glance that this is specially for the night devil. The place was spotlessly clean, and the tiles could be used as mirrors. Feng Qianxue didn't understand why she had to clean it up. However, as long as your salary is not deducted, just do it. In a blink of an eye, 3 hours were spent, the floor was cleaned, and the swimming pool was filled with clean water. Feng Qianxue was about to pack up and go downstairs. When she turned around, she saw a person suddenly appear on the ivory-white recliner. She was startled. "Boss Yi, when did you show up?" Chapter 21 Shameless Villain. Yi Zhenting wore sunglasses and an off-white casual suit, looking cool and aloof. He did not answer Feng Qianxue's words, but took off the black gold ring on his index finger and threw it into the swimming pool, commanding domineeringly, "Pick it up." Feng Qianxue was stunned. She didn't understand why Yi Zhenting did this. Yi Zhenting raised his eyebrows coldly. "Boss Yi, have I offended you in any way?" Feng Qianxue asked nervously and anxiously. "If I have done anything wrong, I apologize to you." "Pick it up or not?" Yi Zhenting spoke concisely and coldly. Feng Qianxue wanted to say something, but thinking about the possibility of losing her job, she could only swallow her grievances, took off her leather shoes, and went to the swimming pool to look for the ring. As soon as she entered the water, she was shivering with cold. In early winter, the water in the swimming pool is bone-chillingly cold, and the wind is even more piercing. Feng Qianxue was trembling with fear, but she could only bite the bullet, grit her teeth, and bury her head in the swimming pool to look for the ring. On the recliner, Yi Jinting saw the scene and a smug sneer appeared on his lips. In such a big swimming pool, finding such a small thing is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Feng Qianxue crossed her arms across her chest, shivering from the cold. After more than half an hour, she finally saw the ring. She hurriedly dived into the water to pick up the ring, and when she stood up, she was soaked all over. She threw her long hair behind her, wiped the water off her face, held the ring and shouted happily, "I found it!" The sunlight shone on the ring, flashing a dazzling light, and her smile looked particularly fresh. Yi Jinting raised a lonely and cold arc on his lips and hooked his finger at her. Feng Qianxue quickly climbed ashore and handed him the ring. "Boss Yi, your ring." Yi Jinting raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze gradually became hot. Although she is wearing no makeup, it still cannot conceal Feng Qianxue's natural and pure beauty and the noble temperament revealed in her bones. The white shirt and black skirt stuck to her body because they were soaked. Her exquisite figure revealed a perfect S-curve, exuding an alluring scent in the sun. Night club. Feng Qianxue was shivering with cold and didn't notice Yi Jinting's changes at all. Yi Jinting retracted his gaze, took the ring, and left in style, leaving only one sentence: "Change the water again, clean up and leave." Feng Qianxue looked at his back and gnashed her teeth in anger. What does this big devil mean? He deliberately threw the ring into the swimming pool for her to pick up, just to torment her? How had she offended him? Ah. A gust of wind blew by, and Feng Qianxue shivered all over and sneezed several times. She could only clean up the place and fill the pool with water. After finishing her work, she picked up a bathrobe from the recliner, wrapped her almost frozen body, and hurried downstairs. In the elevator, she was dripping with water and kept sneezing. She just wanted to get to the dressing room as soon as possible to dry her clothes. Unexpectedly, I met He Wenjie at the elevator entrance. He Wenjie was holding a document and waiting for the elevator. When he saw the beautiful Feng Qianxue coming out of the bath, his eyes immediately widened. What's going on?" Feng Qianxue ignored him and walked quickly to the bathroom. He Wenjie immediately followed. The bathroom in the locker room is very small and seldom used. Just as Feng Qianxue was about to close the door, He Wenjie rushed in and locked the door. "What are you doing?" Feng Qianxue shouted warily. "Feng Qianxue." He Wenjie looked at her bathrobe and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you to be so ambitious that you actually set your sights on Mr. Yi." "What?" Feng Qianxue was puzzled. "You came down from the 68th floor, wrapped in a nightclub bathrobe, and looking so dissolute. Aren't you going to hook up with a nightclub?" He Wenjie's sharp eyes moved up and down Feng Qianxue's body, with scorching flames. Chapter 22 The Lion's Prey. "I think you'd better save your money. The nightclub is high up and won't like second-hand stuff like you." "Psycho." Feng Qianxue didn't want to pay attention to a villain like him. "Get out. It's just a second-hand product that Sihaoxuan is tired of playing with. Why are you pretending to be so noble?" He Wenjie unbuttoned his shirt while approaching her with lustful eyes. "It's impossible to get close to Mr. Yi, so why not follow me? I'm a senior executive at Shengtian now, with an annual salary of 1 million. It's your blessing that I like you. You're so disgusting." Feng Qianxue glared at him with hatred. "If you come over again, I'll call for help." "Scream." He Wenjie smiled triumphantly. "Don't you know that it's time to get off work now? Everyone on the 13th floor has left. Now there are only 2 of us on this floor. Even if I take you here, you won't be able to resist." As he said that, he took off his shirt and rushed towards Feng Qianxue. "Get lost." Feng Qianxue screamed and waved her hands to stop He Wenjie from approaching. But He Wenjie still threw her down on the sink and prepared to pull off her bathrobe. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rang. Immediately afterwards, the locker room door was kicked open with a bang. The next second, He Wenjie was kicked and flew away. He first hit the wall and then fell to the ground. He covered his stomach and screamed loudly with his mouth wide open. Before Feng Qianxue could react, someone pinched her cheek hard. She looked up and saw a gloomy and arrogant handsome face. She was shocked. "Yi, Mr. Yi. You don't want to have affairs with other men and women at work anymore?" Yi Jinting stared at her sharply. No. Feng Qianxue hurriedly explained, "I just wanted to come here to dry my clothes. Manager, he broke in and tried to molest me. If you don't believe me, you can check the camera outside." "No, Mr. Yi, it was this woman who seduced me." He Wenjie hurriedly got up and explained. Boss Yi, you don't know that Feng Qianxue is a frivolous and dissolute woman. 4 years ago, her engagement was broken off, and then she went to a nightclub to play with ducks, which made her father so angry that he jumped off the building. This matter is known to everyone. Bang! Ah! Before He Wenjie could finish his words, Yi Zhenting kicked him to the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Zhenting rubbed the soles of his shoes on the carpet, feeling that kicking He Wenjie would only dirty his shoes. Boss Yi, please listen to my explanation. He Wenjie said with difficulty, holding his chest. Feng Qianxue and I have known each other for 5 years, and she has been seducing me. If you say one more word, I'll cut off his tongue. Yi Zhenting ordered with murderous eyes. Yes. Yi Hui pulled He Wenjie up and pushed him against the wall, grabbing his neck. He Wenjie felt the suffocation of death, opened his eyes wide in horror, and trembled with fear. Feng Qianxue was also stunned. She didn't expect Yi Zhenting to be so cruel, nor did she expect Yi Zhenting to believe her. Suddenly, Yi Zhenting approached Feng Qianxue, and his tall body enveloped the petite girl in his arms like a cage. Like a lion holding its prey in its claws. Feng Qianxue opened her eyes wide and looked at him in astonishment, her heart beating wildly. Dare not move at all. He slowly approached, his cold thin lips almost touching her forehead. She subconsciously closed her eyes and trembled with nervousness. But he didn't touch her, but pulled something out of her bathrobe pocket. She opened her eyes and saw the customized phone in his hand, and she was stunned. It turned out that he was looking for his cell phone. His cell phone was in the pocket of his bathrobe, and she accidentally took it down. The phone ringing just now also came from his cell phone. Chapter 23 Tearful Confession. Assign him to be a security guard in the parking lot. Yi Zhenting took his phone and turned away. Yes. Yi Hui patted He Wenjie's face and said, You should thank Mr. Yi for his generosity and kindness. A security guard with an annual salary of 1 million is unique. Yes, thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you, Brother Hui, thank you. He Wenjie's mouth was full of blood, but he did not forget to smile and nod. Feng Qianxue was extremely disgusted with He Wenjie, and at the same time she felt in her heart that this method of punishment was really unique. From now on, He Wenjie's self-esteem will be trampled underfoot forever. This is the method of the night devil. Feng Qianxue reminded herself in her heart to stay away from this dangerous devil. Now that she thinks about it, her debt-paying duck is the best, being so well-behaved and obedient, and earning her more than 1 million in just 2 nights. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue quickly dried her clothes and went to the bank. Time was urgent, so she ran all the way and finally rushed into the bank to cash the check before it closed. As a result, the bank clerk told her that the check was bounced early this morning. Feng Qianxue was stunned. Those 3 rich ladies bought the debt-paying duck from her for 1 million. They got the person, but the check bounced? Are all the rich women nowadays so shameless? Feng Qianxue immediately called the debt-paying duck, but no one answered. She called 3 times in a row, but still no one answered. She was anxious and sent him a text message, Call me back right away, it's urgent. The other party did not reply to the message. Feng Qianxue held the phone and thought about it. Could something have happened last night? Could it be that the debt-paying duck could not stand the oppression of the 3 rich women and fled? So the rich women got angry and cancelled the check? It's possible. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue immediately called a taxi and rushed into the night. On the way, she started sneezing and having a runny nose, obviously having caught a cold while cleaning the swimming pool in the afternoon. But she couldn't care less and just wanted to find that guy as soon as possible. Soon it was night, but it was still early and the shop had not yet opened, so outsiders were not allowed to enter. Feng Qianxue slipped in through the back door and came to the previous box. Strangely, the box was empty. The sofa, coffee table, wine cabinet, and even the carpet were gone. Several waiters were cleaning carefully, and the manager was taking measurements, saying that new furniture needed to be customized. Feng Qianxue grabbed a waiter and asked in a low voice, What happened here? It was fine yesterday. I don't know either. The manager told me to clean, so I cleaned. The waiter said impatiently, How did you get in? Get out now. I'm just curious. It won't affect your work. Please. Feng Qianxue took out 300 yuan and stuffed it into her hand. The waiter immediately took the money and put it in his pocket. He turned around to take a look, covered his mouth and leaned close to Feng Qianxue, and whispered, When I came here today, there was a lot of blood on the carpet. I think someone was killed. You know this kind of thing. What? Feng Qianshue's eyes widened and her whole body froze. My mind is full of someone died. She remembered what the debt-paying duck had said before, I am 58 years old and weigh 280 pounds. I don't want to die in bed. Before, there was a 280-pound rich woman who wanted to spend the night with him, but he refused. But last night, there were 3 of them. Could he have died of exhaustion and vomiting blood? If someone really dies, it is possible that the rich women will cancel the check to distance themselves from the matter. Feng Qianxue was extremely anxious, secretly blaming herself for being greedy and killing a person. He is also the father of her child. She had already seen a scene in her mind. Decades later, the children had grown up and asked her about their father's identity. With tears in her eyes, she confessed, "Your father is a duck. I sold him for 1 million to 3 rich women who weighed 700 kilograms in total. After that, I didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and there was no news at all." Chapter 24 Dear Duck. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue shuddered and hurriedly sent a message to the debt-paying duck. Dear duck, are you still alive? I'm sorry, I'm too greedy, I was wrong, I shouldn't have sold you to those 3 rich women, I apologize, I repent, please forgive me. I sent more than 10 text messages in a row, but the other party didn't reply. Feng Qianxue made a few more calls, but still no one answered. She waited from dusk till late at night, dragging her cold body, looking for the figure of the debt-paying duck in the night. In order to increase the sense of mystery, the night's public relations all wear various sexy masks. But most of the masks are very exaggerated, completely different from the mysterious and cold mask of the debt-payer duck, so they are still easy to recognize. After searching for a while, I couldn't find the debt-paying duck. Feng Qianshue's cold has become more and more serious. She has a runny nose, sneezing, fatigue, and dizziness. She feels even more stuffy and uncomfortable in this poorly ventilated place. She was about to go back and squeezed out of the crowd, but she accidentally spotted a man wearing a black half mask in a booth. His figure, clothes, and mask were very similar. She rushed over and grabbed him. I've been looking for you everywhere, and you're here. The man looked at her in confusion and was about to speak when a woman with a plastic surgery face next to him shouted angrily, What are you doing? This is the young master I ordered. He's mine. Feng Qianxue pulled the duck over. We don't need to open today, come with me. As she said this, she was about to pull the duck away. Stop right there. The woman with the plastic surgery face jumped over from the sofa and grabbed the duck's other hand. I've already ordered you to leave for 25 minutes. You dare to leave? Sister Zhang, I don't want to leave. It's this beautiful lady, the duck explained hurriedly. When Feng Qianxue heard his hoarse voice with an accent, she was stunned for a moment. It wasn't him. I seem to have made a mistake. Bitch, you dare to touch my people. You are blind. I will beat you to death. Without waiting for Feng Qianxue to explain, the woman with the plastic surgery face rushed over and pushed her down on the sofa. Feng Qianxue waved her hands and wrestled with her. Originally, the two were evenly matched, but the woman's 3 sisters also rushed over to help, and started to grab Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue held her head with both hands, protecting herself like a turtle, but she still got beaten quite a lot, and a lot of her hair was pulled out. The duck beside him shouted anxiously, Oh, stop fighting, don't fight for me, woo woo woo. Skin this little bitch and see how slutty she is inside. How dare she steal my man? The women started to tear Feng Qianshue's clothes while shouting. One of them even grabbed her neck and was about to slap her. Feng Qianxue closed her eyes instinctively, but the slap did not come, and the women who were tearing her apart disappeared. I heard a few screams. Feng Qianxue slowly opened her eyes and saw that the duck she had mistakenly identified was kicked away and hit several women. A group of people fell to the ground in a mess. Feng Qianxue raised her head and saw another debt-paying duck from a reverse angle. He wore a mysterious and cold half mask, and his tall and slender figure looked arrogant and lonely under the gorgeous lights. Those eyes as deep as the sea, even in such dim light, are still full of spirit. He held out his hand to her and she froze. Before she could react, a strong hand pulled Feng Qianxue up and into his arms. Her cheek hit his strong chest and she could hear the thumping heartbeat in her ears. She looked up and met a pair of eyes as deep as the sea, in which her astonished face was reflected. You can even admit your debtor's mistakes. What is your brain made of? Yi Zhenting knocked on Feng Qianshue's head, his eyes full of contempt. You're finally here, are you okay? Feng Qianshue's stunned gaze shifted from his face to his body, staring at his vitals and asking, "Are you really okay?" Yi Jinting pinched her chin and raised her face. "Do you want to try?" Chapter 25 My boss is super perverted. Stop messing around. Feng Qianxue pulled him and asked anxiously. "I went to your box and they said someone was killed last night. I thought you died of vomiting blood. Also, the checks those 3 rich ladies gave me bounced. What happened last night?" "Leave first." Yi Jinting took her out through the back door. Just as the bodyguards of the wealthy women were about to catch up, they were kicked away by Yi Hui. As we walked out into the night, the sound of heavy metal music gradually faded away, and my ears were filled with peace and quiet again. Feng Qianxue hurriedly apologized. "I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have given you to those 3 rich women." "What did they do to you?" Yi Jining didn't say anything, but just made a gesture to the bodyguard who followed not far away. They retreated immediately. "Are you still angry with me? I will never treat you like that again." Feng Qianxue pulled his sleeve. "Yeah, you will forgive me, right? Change your name." Yi Jinting frowned. "I don't even know your name." Feng Qianxue was pushed forward by him. "Where are you taking me?" Yi Jinting made a gesture behind his back, and Yi Hui immediately threw the Aston Martin car keys over to him. Yi Jinting caught it with his backhand, then opened the car door and pushed Feng Qianxue in. "Is this your car?" Feng Qianxue was very shocked. "This car must be worth tens of millions at least. How can you have such an expensive car? Don't tell me that your real identity is a rich second generation, and you are just working part-time as a gigolo because you are bored. Can you think more normally?" Yi Jinting rolled his eyes at her. "What's going on?" Feng Qianxue was very curious. Could it be the clients? Yes, from a client. Yi Jinting was just worrying about having no excuses, but she helped him think of one. "So, besides being a gigolo in Yisei, you are also kept by a rich woman?" Feng Qianxue suddenly realized, no wonder last time. She almost told him that she last saw him in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but luckily she stopped herself in time. She brought 3 babies with her that time. Although he might not have seen her, it was better not to mention it in order to prevent him from knowing the existence of the babies. Yi Jinting started the car and drove out. "How many rich women are keeping you?" Feng Qianxue asked. "One is enough, how about a few more?" Yi Jinting raised his eyebrows. "It seems she is a very, very rich woman." Feng Qianxue calculated in her mind, she has a Rolls-Royce Phantom and an Aston Martin, so the rich woman who supports him must be of extraordinary status. "What's wrong with you?" Yi Jinting looked at her in a state of disgrace. "Ahem, sorry." Feng Qianxue quickly pulled out a handful of tissue to wipe her nose, and said frustratedly, "I was extremely unlucky today. I was almost hit by a car on my way to work this morning. I fell down and got a bruise on my butt and my hands were scraped. Later, I was punished to clean the swimming pool on the rooftop. I got soaked all over and was almost molested by a pervert. In the evening, I got into a fight with someone and a handful of my hair was pulled out. Woo-woo. So, if people do bad things, there will be retribution." Yi Jinting gloated over her misfortune, thinking that all of this was a punishment for her evil deeds last night. "What?" Feng Qianxue argued angrily. "It's all because I met a devil boss. You have no idea how perverted he is. His driver almost hit me, but he didn't apologize. Instead, he glared at me viciously. Later, when I was cleaning the swimming pool, he actually threw the ring into the pool and asked me to pick it up. The water was so cold that I almost froze to death. The point is, I didn't offend him. I can't understand why he treated me like this. I feel like he must have had an unfortunate childhood and psychological trauma, so he is so cruel and twisted." Hearing these words, Yi Jinting's face gradually became gloomy. He suddenly increased the speed of the car and turned the steering wheel sharply. The car made a sharp turn, and Feng Qianxue's head hit the car window with a bang. Chapter 26 A greedy and lustful woman. "Ah." Feng Qianxue covered her head, tears streaming down her face in pain. The corners of Yi Jinting's lips curled up into a smug sneer. "Go on, what's wrong with your boss?" It hurts so much, woo-woo." Feng Qianxue held her mouth and said aggrievely, "Are you deliberately taking revenge on me for what happened last night? I already know I was wrong." "What's wrong?" Yi Jinting asked. "I shouldn't have sold you to those 3 rich women. Feng Qianxue confessed, luckily you ran away, otherwise, you might have vomited blood and died. Not really. Yi Jinting responded coldly. Why not? Those 3 rich women weigh 700 kilograms in total, they can crush you to death. Feng Qianxue looked as if she had a guilty conscience. If you die, who will give me the money? I won't force you anymore. Let's take it slow and steady. He still has some conscience. Yi Jinting was very satisfied. Well, how much does the rich woman who supports you give you every month? Feng Qianxue asked gossipingly. She lets you drive such an expensive luxury car, so she should be very generous to you, right? Why are you asking this? Yi Jinting had a bad feeling. I'm just curious. Feng Qianxue asked tentatively, do you have 1 million? Yi Jinting ignored her. 800,000? Feng Qianxue guessed again. Yi Jinting frowned. 50? Feng Qianxue was anxious. You're not that stingy, are you? What do you want to do? Do you remember what our original agreement said? Feng Qianxue came over and said with a smile, the agreement says that you have to give me half of your income within 3 months. This income does not only refer to Yisei's income. I knew it. Yi Jinting narrowed his eyes dangerously. Woman, you are greedy for money and lustful, and you will never change. He shouldn't have been soft on her. She sold him to those 3 rich women yesterday, and he hated her so much that he decided to give her a good beating early this morning. But at night she sent him a message to confess her sins, and she was very sincere. At the same time, he learned from the night manager that she had been waiting for him from the evening until late at night. So he couldn't help but go to Yisei to check out the situation, and he saw her fighting with several women in order to snatch him, and then he rescued her again. I thought she was truly repentant, but I didn't expect that she just wanted him, this duck, to make money for her for a long time. This is a gentleman's agreement between us. Feng Qianxue was afraid that he would get angry, so she hurriedly pulled his arm to coax him. It's actually quite good to have a rich woman supporting you. Fixed resources are much better than being a casual customer in Yi's. But it's better for you to do both at the same time, so you can make more money. She was talking to herself, not noticing that Yi Jinting's expression was becoming increasingly uglier. You can find a few more rich women to support you. If each rich woman gives you 500,000 a month, 10 of them will give you 5 million. Ah, then I can get 2.5 million. Before she could finish her words, Yi Jinting suddenly reached out and grabbed the back of her head, pushed her in front of him, and asked coldly, does it not hurt? Ah. Feng Qianxue was stunned for a moment, then became nervous. They were less than an inch apart, and she could feel his breath and the beast-like aggressiveness in him. The atmosphere is tense and the situation is dangerous. Feng Qianxue felt something was wrong and apologized hastily. Don't be angry, I'm just giving you advice. If you think my request is too much, then 40% to 60% of the money is fine. I'll take 40% and you take 60%. It seems like you haven't been unlucky enough today. Yi Jinting pinched her chin and stroked her lips with his thumb, as if thinking about how to eat this prey. 37? Feng Qianxue said hurriedly, it can't be 28. Get out of the car. Yi Jinting suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road. Duck, don't be angry. Get out. Yi Jinting shouted coldly, and a chill swept over him. Feng Qianxue was frightened and hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt. Yi Jinting lost all his patience and kicked her out of the car. Chapter 27 City-wide search for the baby. Feng Qianxue lay on the ground like a frog, her palms and knees burning with pain. Behind him, the Aston Martin sped away, stirring up a gust of cold wind. Feng Qianxue was shivering from the cold. She got up from the ground in a miserable state and found herself on an empty viaduct. The phone is out of battery. She wanted to cry but had no tears, and was almost on the verge of collapse. Why are all men so perverted? The boss I met during the day was like this, and the ducks I met at night were also like this. None of the vehicles coming and going on the viaduct slowed down. After an hour of being blown by the cold wind, Feng Qianxue finally encountered a taxi. She immediately spread her arms and rushed over to stop the car. That night, Feng Qianxue, who had a bad cold, slept very soundly and didn't even hear the alarm clock. In the morning, it was Zhuma who woke her up. She dragged her heavy body up to wash, feeling uncomfortable all over. When Zhu's mother learned that she had a cold, she quickly made ginger tea for her. Chen went to the medicine box to find cold medicine and poured hot water. Mommy, you must take your medicine after breakfast. Be good, Debeo. Feng Qianxue covered her nose with a tissue. Mommy got up a little late today, so we don't have enough time. I'll ask Grandma to take you to the school bus later. Don't worry, Mommy. I will take good care of the second and third babies. Chen looks like a little adult, and his handsome face is full of responsibility. Mommy, don't go to work. Take some time off to see a doctor. Yaya felt very distressed and stretched out her chubby little hands to wipe Feng Qianxue's nose. Mommy will be fine after taking some medicine, don't worry. Feng Qianxue had a sore throat and kept drinking water. Sanbao, pour some water for you. Yaya saw that she had finished drinking the water, so she took the empty cup and poured her some water. Mommy, this is the cold medicine I prepared for you. Take it to the company. Chen packed the cold medicine in small boxes and put them in Feng Qianxue's bag. Thank you, Debao Sambo. Feng Qianxue was very pleased that the babies were only 3 years old, but they were already very sensible. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Long Long was missing and asked hurriedly, "Where's Erbo?" Erbo is there watching over little Sibo as he poops. Yaya pointed towards the balcony with her chubby little hand. Long Long stood on a small stool, staring at the little Sibo in the cage, holding a small wooden stick in his hand, and no one knew what he was going to do. In the cage, little Sibo stood motionless, his eyes rolling around, his long and thin neck stretched out, trying hard to poop. He got up twice in the middle of the night yesterday to see if little Sibo had pooped, and he checked again this morning. Mother Zhu said with a smile, he probably wanted to wait for little Sibo to poop out the gold. I kind of believe Erbo now. Chen frowned, looking serious, maybe his story is true. Long Long, come and have breakfast. Zhu Ma called out. Long Long ran over, shaking his short legs. Mommy, little Sibo has pooped. Is there any gold? Yaya asked hurriedly. No, I used a small stick to pry it open and see. Long Long was full of hope, maybe it will come out next time. Then, he said to Zhu Ma seriously, Mother-in-law, please help me check at home today to see if Xiao Sibo has pulled out any gold. Okay, Grandma will help you. If you pull out gold, I will definitely keep it for you. Zhu Ma said with a smile, okay, have breakfast quickly. After breakfast, Zhu Ma went to send the 3 babies off, and Feng Qianxue hurriedly took a taxi to the company. In the car, she kept sneezing and having a runny nose, and she looked very bad. Thinking of the suffering she had endured yesterday, she gritted her teeth in anger and cursed Yi Jinting and that duck in her heart, wishing they would never be impotent. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yi Jinting sneezed twice. Feng Qianxue's face flashed through his mind. Damn, was he infected by that dead woman? Boss Yi. Yi Hui reported, the results of Yi Jun's investigation are out. Speak. Yi Jinting's eyes were still on the document. Black Panther handed the chip to a baby at the Shanda shopping mall. Yi Hui frowned and said, from the surveillance video, the baby looks no more than 3 or 4 years old. Search the whole city for that baby. Yes. Chapter 28 Meeting Si Haoshuan again. Feng Qianxue came to the company and found that everyone looked at her differently. Her colleagues, who were once enthusiastic, all avoided her today. She felt uneasy. Was it because He Wenji's affair had been exposed? What misunderstandings did everyone have about her? Just as she was thinking about it, Yang Rui, director of the administrative department, informed her that she was transferred to a new department and asked her to report to the human resources department. Feng Qianxue asked in surprise why, and Yang Rui turned and left. Feng Qianxue was puzzled and wanted to ask other colleagues about the situation, but everyone avoided her. Feng Qianxue had no choice but to go to the human resources department. After receiving the transfer notice and seeing the new position on it, she was stunned. Security guard. Security guard? Are you sure? Yesterday, He Wenji attempted to rape her, but was severely beaten up by Yi Jinting and then transferred to work as a security guard in a parking lot. She thought it would not have any impact on her, after all, she was the victim. But now, the sudden blow left her completely stunned. What kind of logic is this, to punish both the victim and the perpetrator? It's so unfair. Feng Qianxue was very excited and claimed that she would go to the president to find out the truth. The new manager of the Human Resources Department said contemptuously, "You have made a big mistake. Now I am only transferring you to another position without reducing your salary. This is already very lenient. What did I do wrong? Stop talking nonsense, do it if you want to, otherwise get out." You. Feng Qianxue was speechless. Well, the company belongs to that devil, he can do whatever he wants. Can she reason with him? Cannot. Feng Qianxue was furious and took the security uniform and reported to the security department. A group of tall security guards surrounded her, the new female security guard, and joked, "Hey, the sun is rising from the west. We have always had male security guards at Shengtian, but today we have a female security guard. Still so beautiful. Why did such a beautiful fairy get banished to the mortal world? The devil has been offended." Feng Qianxue was very depressed. She was now almost certain that she must have offended the night devil invisibly. Otherwise, why did he punish her again and again? Okay, let's get to work. The security captain scolded the group of young security guards who were there to join in the fun, and said to Feng Qianxue, "Your uniform is a bit too big, so just make do with it for today. The Human Resources Department is already ordering new work clothes for you, and they will arrive next week." "Thank you." Feng Qianxue couldn't help but sneeze. "Have you caught a cold?" The security captain was very friendly. "Today is your first day at work. You are not familiar with your position. Just follow David to patrol the parking lot. There is less work there." "Thank you." Feng Qianxue was very grateful. "Let's go." David handed the security hat to Feng Qianxue and took her to the parking lot. Feng Qianxue was wearing a baggy security uniform, looking like a child who had stolen adult clothes, which was very out of place. Without a belt, the pants will sag. As soon as the two arrived at the parking lot, a white Bentley drove up. David quickly pulled Feng Qianxue forward to greet them. Feng Qianxue asked in a low voice, "Why do security guards have to do these things? Isn't there a guard at the parking lot?" The security guard is responsible for guarding the parking lot door. Feng Qianxue was speechless, but she could only follow David. David walked forward and opened the door of the white Bentley. A pair of long legs stepped out of the car and a handsome face came into view. Feng Qianxue couldn't help but shudder all over. "It's him. Thanks. Si Haoxuan is as gentle and elegant as he was 4 years ago. His tall and slender figure looks imposing against the backdrop of the white suit." Feng Qianxue turned around in a hurry, fearing that Si Haoxuan would recognize her. "Make way." The Si family's bodyguard pushed Feng Qianxue away and escorted Si Haoxuan towards the elevator. Feng Qianxue lowered the brim of her hat, hid behind a pillar, and secretly glanced at Si Haoxuan. Chapter 29 How hateful it is. He still wore silver-rimmed glasses, and there was always a gentle smile on his lips, making people feel like spring breeze. But he is obviously thinner than before. I don't know how he has been living these years. The past came to my mind, and those pure and beautiful emotions emerged in my mind. Feng Qianxue couldn't help but feel a sore nose and red eyes. That was the man she loved the most. She gave him all her girlish feelings. He once said that he would not marry anyone but her. He also protected her at all costs and gave her the most beautiful warmth in the world. Unfortunately, now, things have changed. As if sensing something, Si Haoxuan turned around and looked over. Feng Qianxue immediately hid behind a pillar, her heart beating rapidly. Did he see it? Did you see it? There are footsteps approaching behind me. Feng Qianxue was very nervous. She didn't want him to see her in such a miserable state. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Feng Qianxue's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. When the footsteps were right behind her head, she got anxious and ran away. "Hey, why are you running?" David called from behind. Feng Qianxue stopped and looked back. It turned out to be David. Si Haoxuan had already entered the elevator. The elevator number showed the 66th floor, which was the president's meeting room. Feng Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt a little lost. He didn't recognize her. "It seems that I have completely forgotten about her. This is what it's like to meet a big shot for the first time. I was even more nervous than you were at first, but I slowly got used to it." David thought Feng Qianxue was so nervous because she had never seen the world. "Thank you." Feng Qianxue was very grateful that the colleagues in the security department were quite friendly. "Let's go patrol over there." David took Feng Qianxue on patrol and explained to her the precautions of the work. As the two were chatting, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove down. "It's the president's car." David immediately went over and shouted to Feng Qianxue, "Hurry up and follow." When Feng Qianxue thought about how she ended up like this, all because of that devil, her heart was burning with rage, and she wished she could tear that devil to pieces. However, now that she had met him, she really wanted to find out how she had offended him. Otherwise, the days ahead will probably be even more difficult. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue followed. "Good morning, President." David opened the car door and greeted respectfully. "It's already 10:30. Feng Qianxue cursed in her heart. Yi Jinting stepped down from the car with his slender legs. His black suit made him look mysterious and domineering. Add to that his handsome and charming yet chilling face. It's so hateful no matter how you look at it. It seems that you are not suitable to be a security guard. Yi Jinting saw Feng Qianxue's eyes full of resentment and said sarcastically, "Perhaps cleaner is more suitable for you?" Feng Qianxue was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Good morning, Mr. Yi. You've come to the company in person, it's really hard, Mr. Yi, have you had breakfast? Do you want me to buy it for you?" "Okay." Yi Jinting curled his lips into a smile and winked at Yi Hui. Yi Hui immediately stepped forward and said to Feng Qianxue, "Fried buns from Suyunji, beef bone porridge from Yulan Pavilion, pearl dishes from Quilfang, hand-ground coffee from Ginza. Let's keep it simple today, that's all." Feng Qianxue opened her eyes wide and was stunned. "Thanks for your hard work." Yi Jinting glanced at her with a half-smile, then turned and left. Several bodyguards followed closely behind. "Deliver to the conference room on the 66th floor within half an hour." After Yi Hui finished giving the instructions, he quickly caught up with Yi Jinting. Feng Qianxue was dumbfounded. She had only said something polite, but this night devil actually asked her to buy breakfast and made such a demanding request. Chapter 30 Meeting Si Haoshuan again. Those are famous high-end restaurants in Haicheng, and reservations have to be made half a month in advance. How is it possible to get these things within half an hour? He was clearly making trouble for her on purpose. By the way, Yi Hui turned around and added, "If breakfast is not delivered within half an hour, prepare to be transferred to the cleaning department tomorrow." Feng Qianxue really wanted to clench her fist and yell, "I quit." Her mouth moved, but the words were stuck in her throat. At this moment, Yi Jinting walked into the elevator, turned around gracefully, and an evil smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Feng Qianxue had just said a word when the elevator door closed. She closed her eyes tightly, gritted her teeth, and cursed herself in her heart for being useless. Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng." David's call interrupted Feng Qianxue's thoughts. "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Feng Qianxue said with a sad face, "I shouldn't have been so mean. Why did I say I was going to buy breakfast for Night Devil for no reason?" "Night Devil? You mean Night Boss?" David suddenly became nervous. "Don't let anyone else hear it, or you're done for. Don't call me that again. What should I do now?" Feng Qianxue wanted to cry but had no tears. "It's almost impossible for me to buy those things within half an hour. I've never heard of those things." David looked at her sympathetically. "I've never been to such a high-end place. We usually eat at the restaurant on the 7th floor." "There's a restaurant on the 7th floor?" Feng Qianxue was surprised. "I used to eat at the staff restaurant on the 21st floor. The 7th floor is a Chinese restaurant, and the 21st floor is a Western restaurant. You gentle clerical workers like to go to the 21st floor, and we rough guys like to go to the 7th floor. I know what to do." Feng Qianxue quickly ran to the elevator. There was only half an hour left, so she had to hurry. Feng Qianxue went directly to the restaurant on the 7th floor and asked the chef to help prepare fried dumplings, beef bone porridge, and pearl side dishes. Then I went to the 21st floor and asked for coffee. Anyway, she bought everything according to the recipe Yi Hui told her, and the ingredients were almost the same. She just didn't believe that Yi Mague could taste different flavors. 21 minutes have been spent now, and only 9 minutes are left. Feng Qianxue carried these things and ran straight to the elevator, but when she pressed the elevator button, she found that the security guard's work badge could not be used for the 66th floor. She remembered that she went to the 68th floor to clean the swimming pool yesterday, and it was Yang Rui, the director of the administrative department, who swiped her card for her. What now? There was plenty of time originally, but now it has been wasted like this. Feng Qianxue originally wanted to ask Yang Rui for help, but when she thought about how he was avoiding her, she was afraid it would be useless to go. She tried pressing other buttons and found that this card could go to the 48th floor. She quickly swiped to the 48th floor, then climbed the stairs carrying breakfast. There are 18 floors from the 48th to the 66th floor. Feng Qianxue, who had a cold, climbed so hard that her legs were shaking and sweating profusely, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered, climbing to the 66th floor at the last minute. When she walked out of the stairs, her legs went weak and she almost fell down at the door of the meeting room. At the critical moment, a pair of white hands supported her from behind. "Thanks." Feng Qianxue turned back breathlessly and saw a familiar face. Her heart trembled and she was completely stunned. Si Haoxuan's handsome face froze when he saw Feng Qianxue, and his originally elegant smile became stiff. "Mr. Si." The bodyguard behind him reminded softly. Si Haoxuan finally came to his senses, hurriedly let go of his hand, and took half a step back. This action hurt Feng Qianxue a lot. Her heart was in turmoil and she almost cried. Feeling Si Haoxuan looking at her, she was so nervous that she was at a loss. She tightly held the takeaway bag with one hand, and frantically wiped the sweat off her face with the other hand and tidied up her messy hair. Chapter 31 I quit. "Boss Si, we should go now. We have a meeting at 1 o'clock. The bodyguard beside him reminded again. Si Haoxuan glanced at Feng Qianxue, walked around her and left. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Feng Qianxue stood there, listening to Si Haoxuan's footsteps as he left. Her heart was like glass that had been hit, shattered into pieces. Doesn't he recognize her? Or don't want to know her? Perhaps she was just a shadow and a stain in his heart. He didn't want to mention her, nor did he want to have any contact with her again. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue felt as if her heart was broken by a knife. "You're late." Yi Jinting's voice came from behind, like a warning from the devil. Feng Qianxue walked into the meeting room in a daze, carrying a takeaway box. "Is this the breakfast you bought?" Yi Hui took the breakfast from her hand and placed it on the conference table one by one. Fried buns, beef bone porridge, pearl vegetables, coffee. It was indeed the food he mentioned. "But this thing is not right. Where did you buy it?" Yi Hui asked. "The company restaurant." Feng Qianxue had no expression on her face, her thoughts were still immersed in Si Haoxuan. She had imagined countless times the scene of her and Si Haoxuan meeting again, but she never expected the situation to be like this. Si Haoxuan saw her at her most miserable state, and probably despised her in his heart? The action of taking a half step back and the strange look in his eyes were as if he had never known her. How can this be possible? Yi Hui sternly rebuked, "I've told you long ago that what Yi wants is the fried buns from Suyunji, the beef bone porridge from Yulan Pavilion, the pearl dishes from Quilfang, and the hand-ground noodles from Ginza. We are all the same people, with the same mouths. Why can't he eat if we can?" Feng Qianxue didn't want to endure it anymore, and vented the resentment in her heart without any concealment. If Yi Jinting hadn't asked her to buy breakfast and bring it up, she would never have met Si Haoxuan at this time. Yi Jinting, who was sitting on the swivel leather chair, raised his eyes from the documents and stared at Feng Qianxue dangerously. "How dare you?" Yi Hui said in a low voice, "How dare you speak to Mr. Yi like this?" Feng Qianxue didn't want to pay attention to him and turned away. "You will be transferred to the cleaning department tomorrow," Yi Hui announced from behind. Feng Qianxue paused, turned around and walked back, took off her work badge and slammed it on the table. "I quit." This time, she finally said it out, without having to muster up courage or hesitate. Yi Hui was stunned. "What did you say?" Yi Jinting narrowed his eyes and looked at her deeply. "I'm telling you. I quit." Feng Qianxue raised her head, looked him straight in the eye, and shouted excitedly, "I won't serve a moody and unpredictable boss like you anymore." Yi Jinting was not angry at all. Instead, his lips curled up slightly and he looked at her with interest. Yi Hui and several other bodyguards were stunned. This is the first time someone dares to speak to Yi Jinting like this. Is this woman crazy? I suggest you go see a psychiatrist and get treatment as soon as possible. Feng Qianxue glared at him angrily, then walked out with her head held high. At that moment, she felt so cool. As soon as she walked out of the conference room, Feng Qianxue received a call from Zhuma. "Miss, something big has happened." "What's wrong?" Feng Qianxue asked hurriedly. The kindergarten teacher called and said that Debao and Erbo had a fight with someone and smashed the car window. The other party asked us to pay 80,000 yuan. What? 80,000? Feng Qianxue's heart skipped a beat. Is the other party trying to blackmail me? I'll be there right away. Yeah, I'm on my way over and we'll meet up at the school. After hanging up the phone, Feng Qianxue immediately returned to the security department to change her clothes, and then hurried to Little Apple Kindergarten. She called Sanbao's teacher, who told her to go directly to the principal's office. Feng Qianxue realized the seriousness of the matter and hurried to the principal's office. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a haughty voice. These two kids not only beat up my Mufeng, but also smashed my car window. This matter cannot be let go like this. Chapter 32 Meeting by Lu again. Mrs. C, don't be angry, we will definitely give you an explanation. Explain? How to explain? The other party's parents haven't come yet, and I don't know how they educate their children. Do they just give birth to the child but don't raise him? Feng Qianxue frowned and immediately pushed the door open. Chunchen and Longlong were punished by standing facing the wall with their hands behind their backs. A woman in noble clothes was sitting on the sofa with her back to Feng Qianxue, her legs crossed. Two bodyguards in suits stood beside her, looking very superior. Sitting on the sofa next to her was a little boy, wearing an exquisite little suit, with his hair combed back, his lips pouted, his chin raised, and his face full of arrogance. Feng Qianxue vaguely felt that she had seen this little boy somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where for a moment. Sanbao Mom, you are finally here. When teacher Zhang from the sunflower class saw Feng Qianxue, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw and hurriedly introduced her to the principal. Principal Huang, this is the mother of Feng Qianchen, Feng Qianlong, and Feng Qianyue. Mommy! Chunchen and Longlong shouted in unison, their identical little faces full of grievance. Parent, you are finally here. Principal Huang frowned and said in a bad tone, your child violated school rules, beat up classmates, and smashed the windows of someone's Bentley. What do you think we should do? Principal, please don't worry. I'll understand the situation first. Feng Qianxue walked over quickly, wanting to ask her two sons about the situation first. What else do you know? It's just that those two uneducated wild kids in your family beat up my Mufeng. The woman sitting on the chair shouted arrogantly. Please watch your words. Who do you think you are? The woman turned her head angrily and was stunned when she saw Feng Qianxue. It's you? The woman's beautiful and delicate face was full of astonishment, her eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Feng Qianxue was also shocked. She never expected that this arrogant woman was actually Bai Lu. The cousin Bai Lu who had followed her around and fawned on her since she was little. The Bai Lu who seemed to be as close as a brother, but turned a blind eye and cut off contact with Feng Qianxue when she was down and out. I didn't expect to meet you here. Bai Lu quickly came back to her senses, her expression restored to her previous arrogance, and she sneered and asked, are these two children really your sons? If they hadn't grown up together and were not too familiar with each other, would Feng Qianxue really doubt whether the woman in front of her was Bai Lu? The timid Bai Lu of the past has really changed her face now. What? You don't dare to admit it? Bai Lu sneered sarcastically. What is there to hide? Your scandals were known to everyone. Your reputation has long been ruined. Even if you gave birth to 2, oh no, 3 bastards, it's not a rare thing. Bai Lu. Feng Qianxue interrupted her and shouted, if you dare to talk to me like this in front of the child again, I will tear your mouth apart. You. Bai Lu was so angry that her face turned blue, but when she saw Feng Qianxue's fierce look, she still shut her mouth. Yes, they are my children. Feng Qianxue returned to the topic and turned to look at the arrogant boy. Is this your and Si Haoshuan's son? Of course. Bai Lu raised her eyebrows, looking very proud. Hao Xian and I got married a month after you left. Now, I am Mrs. C. Really? Congratulations. Looking at Bai Lu's hypocritical face, Feng Qianxue recalled many past events. When Si Haoshuan's mother announced the cancellation of the engagement at the engagement ceremony, Si Haoshuan was completely stunned, and Feng Qianxue left angrily. Then Bai Lu took Feng Qianxue to Yisei, where she said she could forget her troubles. At that time, Feng Qianxue was angry with Si Haoshuan. Bai Lu told her that Si Haoshuan was on his way. At this time, she should find a man to piss him off and make him feel a sense of crisis, so that he would fight against his family. So Feng Qianxue yelled that she wanted to find a duck, and Bai Lu arranged one for her. Chapter 33 Whose fault is it? The past events were still vivid in her mind. At this moment, Feng Qianxue seemed to understand something. What a good trick to sow discord and replace them. But the matter is done. Now, what else can Feng Qianxue say except hating herself for being so simple-minded? Even if someone sets a trap to lure her, she would have to be stupid enough to jump into it. Thank you. Bai Lu smiled and said, although we are relatives, we still have to settle accounts. Your child beat up my son and broke the window of my car. Tell me, how do you want compensation? So your two families are relatives. Teacher Zhang quickly took the opportunity to smooth things over. Since you are all relatives, why don't you negotiate privately? Negotiation in private? Bai Lu interrupted Teacher Zhang and shouted angrily, my son is of noble status. If something happened in your kindergarten, do you think you can escape responsibility? No, that's not what I meant. I've called my husband and he'll be here soon. Bai Lu arrogantly put pressure on Principal Huang. Principal Huang, if I am not satisfied with the way you handle this matter today, you can forget about opening this kindergarten. Ah? Teacher Zhang's face changed with fright. You're too talkative. Principal Huang quickly scolded Teacher Zhang, and then said to Bai Lu in a flattering manner, Mrs. C, don't be angry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Then, she said to Feng Qianxue in a serious and cold manner. Mother, your child is really outrageous. Please apologize to Master C and Madam C immediately with your child, and make appropriate compensation. Principal Huang, I haven't investigated the matter thoroughly yet, and you've jumped to this conclusion. Isn't that inappropriate? Feng Qianxue said neither humbly nor arrogantly. You. Principal Huang was speechless. I think we should first understand the situation clearly. Feng Qianxue walked over to ask Chen and Longlong, Debao and Erbo, what's going on? It was him. Chen pointed at Si Mufeng and said angrily, he was the one who painted Sanbao's hair and made Sanbao cry. I warned him not to do that, but he scolded me. Nonsense, my son never does such a thing. Bai Lu immediately defended her son. Please let the child finish speaking. Feng Qianxue observed Si Mufeng and found that there was still some residual paint on the child's hands. And when he heard Chen's words, he didn't refute, but just looked arrogant and said, what can you do to me? Yes, that's right. Longlong clenched his fists, his chubby face flushed red from anger. I asked him to apologize to Debao and Sanbao, but he refused and threw the crystal ball on the desk at me. Luckily, I dodged quickly and it didn't hit me, but the crystal ball flew out of the classroom window and hit the window of the car parked downstairs. So, you didn't hit anyone, and he broke the car window himself, right? Feng Qianxue hugged the two children lovingly. Yes, that's right. Chen and Longlong nodded together. Several classmates in the class saw it, and they can testify. Chen's thoughts were very clear. Have you told the teacher what happened? Feng Qianxue asked again. I did. Chen looked at Teacher Zhang aggrievedly, I said it several times, and the classmates also testified for us. Teacher Zhang knew it. Feng Qianxue turned her head and looked at Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang looked ashamed and wanted to speak, but when she met Principal Huang's sharp gaze, she timidly lowered her head. Just because they say so, is it true? Bai Lu sneered, it's obviously the two of them who bullied my son together. I believe in my children. They never lie and never fight casually. Feng Qianxue looked at Si Mufeng, besides, your young master is dressed neatly and his hair is not messy. He doesn't look like he was beaten. Chapter 34 Best Dog Licking. Do we have to beat him severely? Bai Lu shouted angrily. Since both sides have their own opinions, let's check the surveillance video. Feng Qianxue stood up. There are all-round surveillance cameras in the classroom. If we check it out, won't we know the truth? This. Principal Huang was a little embarrassed. Principal Huang. Feng Qianxue got angry when she saw the principal's attitude. You haven't even watched the surveillance video. How can you conclude that my son beat someone and smashed a car? If there is no evidence, why should I make my son stand in the corner as punishment? Is it because the other party is of noble status? Is this kindergarten open for the rich and powerful? Parent, what are you talking about? Principal Huang said coldly, if you think our kindergarten is not good, you can just drop out. That's right. Bai Lu said sarcastically, for the sake of our relationship, if your child drops out of school, I won't bother to pursue the matter. Just think of the 80,000 yuan compensation as charity. Compensation? What compensation? Feng Qianxue retorted. It was your son who broke the car window, why should you ask us to compensate? Your son put paint on my daughter's hair, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you want me to drop out of school? I think you should be the one to drop out. Which eye of yours saw my son smearing paint on your daughter's hair? Bai Lu stood up quickly. Why don't you ask your son? Feng Qianxue stared at Si Mufeng. Si Mufeng originally held his head high with a proud look on his face, but when he saw Feng Qianxue's sharp eyes, he became a little timid. Mu Feng, tell her you didn't do it. Bai Lu hugged her son and said angrily, Don't worry, mommy is here, no one can wrongly accuse you. Mommy, Si Mufeng hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. At this time, the office door opened and Juma led Xiao Yaya in. Mommy! When Xiao Yaya saw Feng Qianxue, she ran over and threw herself into her mother's arms. Her big purple grape-like eyes were filled with tears, and her cute voice made people feel distressed. Mommy, Si Mufeng painted my hair. My mother-in-law took me to wash it for a long time but it still didn't get clean. Should I cut my hair? As soon as she finished speaking, tears welled up in her eyes. I don't want to cut my hair, I want to keep it long. Feng Qianxue hurriedly hugged Yaya and comforted her, Don't be afraid, Yaya, mommy will help you wash it when we get home, it will definitely be washed off. Yeah. Yaya held her mouth and sobbed aggrievedly. Her chubby pink face was full of tears, which made people feel distressed. Feng Qianxue, don't cry. Si Mufeng quickly slid down from the sofa and walked towards her. I was just joking with you, I didn't really want to bully you. Mu Feng. Bai Lu immediately covered her son's mouth to stop him from speaking. Ha! Feng Qianxue sneered and turned to look at Principal Huang. Did you hear that? Principal Huang's face turned blue and purple, looking very ugly, and he didn't know how to respond. Teacher Zhang said cautiously, I asked other students, and it was indeed Mu Feng who first put paint on Yaya's hair. But Mu Feng didn't do it on purpose, he just wanted to play with Yaya, but Yaya ignored him, so he used this method to attract her attention. Shut up! Principal Huang interrupted her and scolded, Mr. C is the director of our school, and his son is our VIP. If we anger him, our school will be closed down. It's good that you know. Bai Lu said coldly, anyway, only one of our two families can stay. Either she or I or she. It's up to you. Mrs. C, of course I hope you can stay. Principal Huang immediately expressed his opinion, Mrs. Feng, I'm sorry, I will refund the tuition to you, and you can find another kindergarten for your child. Principal Huang. No. Before Feng Qianxue could finish her words, Si Mufeng suddenly pulled Bai Lu's hand away, rushed to Principal Huang anxiously and said, We can't let Feng Qianxue go. Mu Feng. If Feng Qianxue leaves, I won't go to school. Si Mufeng shouted at Bai Lu excitedly. Chapter 35 Children must be protected. Mu Feng, why are you so disobedient? Bai Lu said anxiously, There are so many children in the kindergarten, and there are other pretty girls. It's not necessary to have her. I don't care. I just have to have her. After Si Mufeng yelled this, he ran out. Mu Feng, Bai Lu and the bodyguards hurriedly chased after him. Principal Huang, Teacher Zhang, and Feng Qianxue's family were left stunned. Principal Huang said to Feng Qianxue awkwardly, Mother Feng, how about you take the child back to rest first, and I'll call you after I've discussed it with the C family? Okay, but please, Principal Huang, please pull out the surveillance video for me to save. Feng Qianxue smiled slightly, otherwise, if the surveillance video is lost in the future, it will be hard to tell right from wrong. Mother Feng, why are you doing this? Since young Master C has said that he will not let Feng Qianxue drop out of school, then this matter can be discussed. Principal Huang. Feng Qianxue interrupted Principal Huang and said solemnly. Please understand that from what the C family kid said just now, he was the one who bullied others and damaged the car. My child did not make any mistakes, but was criticized, humiliated, slandered by you and the other parents, and was forced to drop out of school. Now it's not a question of whether the other party wants to pursue the matter, but whether I want to pursue the matter. If you refuse to hand over the surveillance video, then I will have to call the police and have them retrieve it. You. Principal Huang panicked all of a sudden. She thought that everyone would be afraid of the power of the C family like her and choose to swallow their anger. She never expected that Feng Qianxue was someone who was not easy to mess with. Mother Feng, calm down. Teacher Zhang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. We can discuss it. Let's try to be harmonious. Right. Harmony is the most precious thing. Harmony is the most precious thing. Principal Huang immediately put on a smile. It's just a conflict between children. It's just a small matter. We can handle it internally. Why call the police? Feng Qianxue sneered, it was originally a small matter. If the other parent had been reasonable and the school had handled it fairly, it wouldn't have turned into this. Bai Lu was rude and aggressive to my children, and you indiscriminately accused my children and punished them. When the truth was laid before us, you chose to succumb to power and forced us to drop out of school. Since you can't handle it fairly, I have to take other measures to give my child justice. What exactly do you want? Principal Huang asked impatiently. It's very simple. Feng Qianxue said word by word. First, pull out the surveillance video to prove my child's innocence. Second, please ask Mrs. C and the young master of the C family to apologize to my child. Third, please ask you and teacher Zhang to publicly apologize to my child and publish an apology notice throughout the school. Teacher Zhang and I can apologize to you, but it is impossible to ask Mrs. C and the young master of the C family to apologize. Principal Huang said meaningfully. Your family is going to live in Haicheng too. It's not a good thing to offend the C family. Mr. C can ban you with just one word, making it difficult for you to find a job and your children unable to go to school. What will you do then? If you can't even protect your own child, then you don't deserve to be a mother. Feng Qianxue became even more angry after hearing this. Since you said so, then call the police. I want to see if the C family is covering up everything. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. Mother phone, I advise you to be cautious. Principal Huang became anxious and reached out to grab Feng Qianxue's cell phone. What are you doing? Stop. An angry shout was suddenly heard, and at the same time, a pair of white hands pushed Principal Huang away and held Feng Qianxue in their arms. Chapter 36 Her Guardian. Feng Qianxue looked back and saw that it was Si Haoxuan. He held her tightly in his arms, like a guardian angel. Those affectionate eyes were full of heartache. At this moment, Feng Qianxue's heart was in turmoil, as if everything had returned to the way it was before. Mr. C. Principal Huang opened his eyes wide in shock, thinking he had seen it wrong. Your hand. Seeing the scars on Feng Qianxue's hands, Si Haoxuan frowned and shouted at Principal Huang, who gave you the courage to touch her? Principal Huang shuddered with fear and was completely stunned. Mr. C, Mrs. C, and young Master C just went out. Teacher Zhang gave her a weak reminder. She thought Si Haoxuan had mistaken Feng Qianxue for Bai Lu. Hearing this, Feng Qianxue came to her senses instantly. Yes, now that Si Haoxuan is married to Bai Lu and has a child, she should no longer harbor any illusions. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue immediately pushed Si Haoxuan away and moved half a step to the side. I know. I'll let them go back first. Si Haoxuan returned to his usual gentle and elegant image, looking down at the two children in front of Feng Qianxue, with complicated thoughts surging in his eyes. Chen Chen and Long Long had already rushed over to protect their mother when Feng Qianxue and Principal Huang were confronting each other just now, but Si Haoxuan got there first. At this moment, they were guarding in front of Feng Qianxue, clenching their fists, and staring at Si Haoxuan warily like little lions. Mommy! In the corner, Yeye, who was held in Juma's arms, was looking at this place with tearful eyes, looking anxiously. They are your children? Si Haoxuan looked at Feng Qianxue deeply. Yes. Feng Qianxue didn't dare to look him in the eye. Would he hate her? Hate her for her absurdity back then. Si Haoxuan appeared calm on the surface, but his hands behind his back clenched involuntarily. After a few seconds of silence, he said to Principal Huang, Principal Huang, I have watched the surveillance video, and it is indeed my child who is wrong. Yes, yes. Principal Huang could no longer understand the situation. She could only nod her head no matter what Si Haoxuan said. Si Haoxuan squatted down and asked Yeye gently, Little friend, did Si Mufeng put paint on your hair? Yes. Yeye pouted and said angrily, he was the one who bullied me first, so my two brothers went to warn him, but my brothers didn't beat him. He lost his temper and threw the crystal ball out of the window. Yes, I know. Si Haoxuan sincerely apologized to the three children. On behalf of my son Si Mufeng, I apologize to the three children and your mothers. Seeing this situation, Principal Huang was completely stunned and Teacher Zhang was also very surprised. Mother Zhu, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that young Master Si had not changed. Feng Qianxue looked at him deeply. He was still as elegant and gentlemanly as before. Mommy. Chunchen pulled Feng Qianshua's collar and asked in a low voice, "Should we forgive Si Mufeng's father?" Feng Qianshua was about to speak when Si Haoshuan said, "When I get home tonight, I will punish Si Mufeng severely and talk to his mother to have her come to the school to apologize to you personally." Principal Huan was completely dumbfounded, her head was buzzing. She was wondering if Feng Qianshua had a more powerful background, or if these three children were Si Haoshuan's illegitimate children. Also, Si Haoshuan turned his head and looked at Principal Huang. "I have already called your school board. Principal Huang is really not suitable for managing the school. You should find another job." Mr. C. Principal Huang. Si Haoshuan interrupted her, "I heard what you said to Miss Feng just now. Yes, I can ruin a person's future with just one sentence, but that person will not be Miss Feng, but you. You'd better apologize to them sincerely and leave quietly, and I can still give you a chance to live." Si Haoshuan warned. Chapter 37. Who is the father of the child? Yes. Principal Huang realized the situation, bowed and apologized to Feng Qianshua and the three children. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been so blind as to offend you. You still don't know where you went wrong." Feng Qianshua hated this principal. "Mr. C handled it fairly because he has a good character, not because I have any unknown background. Your fault is not that you are blind, but that as a teacher, you do not possess the basic qualities of integrity and kindness." "Yes, you are right." Principal Huang lowered his head and dared not say more. Feng Qianshua turned her eyes away and didn't want to say another word. She simply couldn't listen to someone like him. "Get out!" Si Haoshuan growled. "Please show some mercy, Mr. C." Principal Huang said this weakly and left with his head down. Teacher Zhang, whose face had turned pale with fear, spoke incoherently, "Mr. C, I. You will be suspended from work for a month and receive retraining. You can return to the job when you have good qualities." Si Haoshuan said. Thank you. Teacher Zhang knew that his punishment was already light, so he hurriedly thanked them and then bowed to the three children to apologize. "Chen, Long, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well." Teacher Zhang. The three children watched Teacher Zhang leave. Everyone had left, and the Si family's bodyguards were guarding the door. "Auntie Zhu, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you?" Si Haoshuan greeted warmly. Very good. Shumai nodded repeatedly. "It's rare that Master Si still remembers me." "I remember. I always remember." When Si Haoshuan said this, his eyes were looking at Feng Qianshua. He wanted her to know that he always remembered her and everything about her. Feng Qianshua lowered her head, not daring to look at him. "Big baby, second baby, third baby, go back to the classroom with grandma to get your school bags. Mother Zhu called the three children. Mommy will discuss the new teacher with uncle and will come to us soon." "Mommy." The three children all looked at Feng Qianshua. "Listen to grandma, go ahead." Feng Qianshua hugged the three children. "Get your school bags and wait for mommy at the school gate. Mommy will be here soon." "Yeah." The children nodded obediently. Mother Zhu left with her three children. It was not until the footsteps outside faded away that Si Haoshuan asked, "Who is the father of the child?" Feng Qianshua frowned, feeling as if a huge rock was pressing down on her heart. She knew that he would definitely ask this question. But how should she answer? The duck from that year? What would he think of her? Although they were destined not to be together anymore, she still hoped to leave a good impression in his heart. "Don't worry." Si Haoshuan's voice sounded very calm. "It's been so many years since the incident. Besides, I was the one who betrayed you first. I have no right to ask anything. I just want to know. The child's father is an ordinary person." Feng Qianshua said evasively, "We separated a long time ago." "Did you meet after leaving Haicheng?" Si Haoshuan asked. "I heard that you have been living in the countryside these years." "Yes, that's when we met." Feng Qianshua simply made up a lie. When a person is desperate and collapsed, he always longs for someone to protect him. "Okay." Si Haoshuan's eyes dimmed, not wanting to hear the details anymore. "So, you are raising the child alone now? How could it be just one person? I still have Mother Zhu." Feng Qianshua looked up at him and sneered. "I should congratulate you. I've been away for less than a month and you've already married a beautiful wife, and now you have a son this big." Si Haoshuan lowered his head, not daring to look into her eyes. He didn't know how to explain this matter, nor could he explain it. Chapter 38 The Child's Genes. Seeing him like this, Feng Qianxue felt even more upset. She really wanted to know why. Why did he marry Bai Lu right after they broke up? Based on her understanding of Si Haoshuan, he is not the impulsive and reckless person. There must be some inside story behind this. Maybe Bai Lu had already laid the groundwork. But now everything is a foregone conclusion. Bai Lu is already Mrs. C, and they have a child, so what's the point of asking further questions? Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue changed the subject and said, "You don't have to ask your wife to come to school to apologize. I don't want to have any more conflicts. Also, if possible, transfer your son to another school. You will see each other less often and there will be no intersection. I'll try my best to arrange it." Si Haoshuan nodded. "Do you have any other requests? How dare I ask anything of you?" Feng Qianxue sneered self-deprecatingly. "Now I am just a poor man, and you are the high and mighty Mr. C. Schwa. Don't call me that." Feng Qianxue interrupted him and said coldly, "Calling me that is too intimate. There is no relationship between us anymore. We should keep our distance from now on." "You still hate me?" Si Haoshuan frowned and looked at her. "I know that my family was wrong at the beginning, but I have tried my best to save the situation. Why can't you give me some time? Why did you do such a ridiculous thing?" When he talked about this, he became a little emotional, and his eyes gradually turned red, which showed how big of a blow it was to him. "Yes, I was wrong." Feng Qianxue regretted it very much. "If I was wrong, I was wrong, so don't mention it again. Anyway, let's leave it at that." After saying that, she turned and left. "Shuer." Si Haoshuan held her hand and handed her a check. "Go do some small business and don't work anymore." "Ha!" Feng Qianxue held the check and sneered sarcastically. 30 million is really a lot. It seems that our memories are worth something. Schwa. Although the money is good, I don't want this kind of charity. Feng Qianxue stuffed the check back into his suit pocket. "We were both wrong in the past. No one should hate each other. From now on, we will go our separate ways. Even if we meet by chance, we will pretend not to know each other." "Are you blaming me for not recognizing you in Xingtian today?" Si Haoshuan frowned. The situation at that time. "No, I don't blame you, and I have no right to blame you." Feng Qianxue smiled bitterly. "I understand that we are different now, and we have to pay attention to the impact. Then you accept my help." "I don't need it." "Can you not be so stubborn?" Si Haoshuan said anxiously. "You used to be so noble, how could you do such a menial job? Besides, how much money can you make from that job? Can you support 3 children? However much money I earn is the value of my labor." Feng Qianxue shouted angrily, "Even if one day I really become so poor that I have no food to eat, I will work as a prostitute in a nightclub and will not ask your eldest Master C for help. I don't need your care. Give it to your wife when you get home." Feng Qianxue shook off his hand and left resolutely. Si Haoshuan looked at her back, his eyes full of frustration. When they reached the door, Feng Qianxue suddenly remembered something and turned back to say to him, "By the way, if possible, please help me keep the child's secret. I don't want outsiders to know about the child's existence for the time being." "Okay, I know what to do." Si Haoshuan understood what she was thinking. "I will remind Bai Lu not to talk nonsense outside. It seems you know her well." Feng Qianxue smiled coldly and left quickly. Si Haoshuan looked at her back with a dim look in his eyes. Si Yuan, the personal attendant, walked in and sighed. "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, Miss Feng actually gave birth to 3 children. Sigh, life is so unpredictable." Si Haoshuan raised his head with a cold look. Si Yuan lowered his head in panic and dared not say anything more. "Go check who the father of the child is." Si Haoshuan always felt that the 3 children had good genes, and their father should not be an ordinary country boy. Chapter 39 An Unpredictable Life. On the way home, Feng Qianxue praised Chenchen and Longlong, Dabao and Erbao. "You did the right thing today. You protected your sister and stayed rational. Mom is proud of you." "Mommy, Sanbao is our sister, it's our duty to protect her." Chenchen patted his chest, full of manly responsibility. "If Dabao hadn't stopped me today, I would have beaten up Si Mufeng." Longlong clenched his fists, his face full of anger. "Si Mufeng always bullies Ye. I warned him many times, but he didn't listen. He usually acts like a bully in school. The principal and teachers protect him, and his classmates are afraid of him. He thinks whatever he does is right. Chen Chen said indignantly. So we have to protect ourselves, not bully others, and not be bullied by others, understand? Feng Qianxue taught earnestly. Got it, mommy. Chen Chen and Long Long nodded at the same time. Sanbao, you have to learn to protect yourself. Feng Qianxue hugged Ye and said gently, now you have two brothers to protect you, but what if they are not with you? I understand. Xiao Ye pouted and frowned, looking fierce. I will be more fierce in the future and won't let anyone put paint on my hair. Yeah, it's not just about applying paint. Shuma said with a smile, anything that bullies you is not allowed, you must refuse decisively. Yes, Ye understands. Xiao Ye nodded seriously. Sanbao is so good. Feng Qianxue touched Ye's hair and deliberately made the atmosphere more relaxed. Today our family went through a struggle together, and because of our unity, the matter has been resolved perfectly. How about we go out for a nice meal to celebrate? Great! The three little babies cheered happily, long live mommy. Mother Zhu felt very pleased looking at the children's bright smiling faces. Feng Qianxue is a spoiled child. Her father's education for her is to make her an upright and kind person, with a sound personality, and grow up healthily and happily. She also passed this education on to her children, and no matter what happened, she would protect them well. The family of 5 went out to eat the children's favorite pizza and fried chicken. The 3 little ones ate so much that their bellies were bulging and they returned home burping. Feng Qianxue and Zhuma took care of the children, bathing them and putting them to bed, and they didn't finish until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Feng Qianxue took a shower, dried her hair, and prepared to go to bed. Mother Zhu brought her some cold medicine and warm water, and kindly reminded her, don't just remember to take care of the children, take care of yourself too. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Feng Qianxue quickly took the cold medicine. Thank you, Aunt Zhu. Miss, did Master C tell you why he would marry your cousin? Aunt Zhu couldn't help but ask. No. Feng Qianxue shook her head. Why don't you ask? Mother Zhu said anxiously, I always feel that my cousin is different from before. No, it should be that her true colors have been revealed. I always thought she was fake. It's in the past. Feng Qianxue smiled bitterly, no matter what, she is now the young lady of the C family, and she gave birth to a son for Si Haoshuan. They are a family. Hearing this, Zhuma's face darkened, she lowered her head and sighed deeply, what a pity, Master C, and you are a perfect match. It's all God's will. Feng Qianxue blurted out the words, and after she finished speaking, she couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't like hearing people say this before, and always felt that it was an excuse for cowardly and incompetent people to make for themselves. And now, she said so herself. Maybe it's because life has tempered my courage and I've begun to accept the unpredictable nature of life. Chapter 40 Perverted Boss. No matter what, you have 3 lovely children now. This is a gift from God. Shuma comforted her, if you can meet a good man in the future, your life will be perfect. There are not so many in this world. Before Feng Qianxue finished her words, she received a text message on her phone, which was 5,000 yuan transferred from the debt-paying duck. What a good man! Feng Qianxue exclaimed with a smile. Ah? Have you encountered it? Zhuma asked hurriedly. Mother Zhu, go to bed early. I'm going back to my room. Feng Qianxue said hello to Zhuma, then slipped back to her room with her phone to send a message to the debt-paying duck. Open today? Did you take a one-night stand? Not bad, you know to take the initiative to transfer money. Feng Qianxue smiled happily, keep up the good work, it's been several days, and you've only transferred money to me twice. This amount is not even enough to buy milk. Feng Qianxue almost said not enough to buy milk powder, but quickly changed it to not enough to eat. You have to work hard yourself. Don't mention it. I just fired that perverted boss today. He is so perverted. He deliberately made trouble for me. I don't know how I offended him. Feng Qianxue was furious when she thought of Yi Mogui. He had made her suffer a lot today. Her legs were still sore from climbing the stairs. But maybe because she had sweated, her cold had gotten much better. So you're counting on me to support you from now on? Of course not. Your performance is so poor and you make so little money. How can it be enough for me? I will look for a job tomorrow. Don't worry. It's not easy to find a job nowadays. Yes. Feng Qianxue recalled that she had sent out more than 30 resumes and interviewed with 17 companies, but only Sheng Tian accepted her, and that was because he Wenjia gave the green light personally. She couldn't help but worry, can she really find a job? Alas, I don't know if I can go back to Sheng Tian now. I haven't submitted my resignation letter yet, and maybe the Human Resources Department hasn't filed it yet. You can try. But I scolded my boss when I left, he definitely won't let me go back. Feng Qianxue held her chin in her hand and looked worried. She regretted so much now that she shouldn't have quit her job on impulse today. Although being a security guard has no future and is very tiring, at least the salary hasn't been reduced. Besides, is there any company out there that is better than Sheng Tian Group? Scolding the boss is a serious crime, and death is not a pity. What do you know? Do you know how perverted that boss is? Are you a pervert? Feng Qianxue was speechless when asked by the debt-paying duck. When it comes to being a boss, she seems to be quite perverted. She forced him to serve 3 rich women who weighed 700 kilograms in total, and asked him to find a few more rich women to support and share the money with them. He even only bought 1 bottle of kidney treasure. Harsh and vicious, these behaviors are even worse than those of the night devil. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue suddenly felt that the night devil wasn't that bad after all. However, once a woman has spoken, she can't take it back. Since she has said I quit, she will not look back. She just didn't believe that there was no place for her, Feng Qianxue, in such a huge Haicheng. But the fact is, in such a huge city like Haicheng, there is really no place for Feng Qianxue. Early the next morning, Feng Qianxue sent her resume to all the companies in Haicheng, but after waiting for 3 consecutive days, she did not receive a single interview notice. She became anxious and called every household to ask. As a result, the other party either said that they did not receive it, or that they did not need anyone, or that she was not qualified enough. Finally, she began to settle for second best and applied for jobs in some shopping malls and stores, but still no one wanted her. Even the position of restaurant waitress refused to hire her. It's like an appointment. Chapter 41 Dedicated Duck. Feng Qianxue was extremely anxious. Her family had to make a living and she had to spend money every day when she opened her eyes. Now she only has the little money she plundered from the debt-paying duck, which will soon be spent. If she can't find a job, she won't survive until next month. What to do? What to do? That night, Feng Qianxue sent a text message to debt-payer duck, why didn't you transfer money to me in the past 3 days? Is there no business in the past 3 days? Now that debt-paying duck is her only source of income, she has to hurry up. If you don't have a whole night package, a one-time deal is fine. If that doesn't work, you can accompany me with drinks, dancing, or anything else. Anyway, you have to make money. Are you crazy because of poverty? The debt-paying duck took a long time to reply. Yes, I am crazy because of poverty. If I lose my job and can't find a job, I'll soon have no money to eat. If I delay any longer, I won't have money to pay the rent and will be evicted by the landlord. It's okay for me, but what about my family? I have old people to take care of and young children to take care of. Small? Feng Qianxue was about to withdraw her retort, but the debt-paying duck had obviously seen it, so she could only change her words and say, there are 4 little pets at home. So where do you get the guts to fire your boss? I was angry at the time. It would be foolish to cut off your own retreat. I know I was wrong. Even though he's a pervert, at least he gave me something to eat. I regret it now. If God gives me another chance, I am willing to take back those words. As long as I can return to work at Sheng Tian, I am willing to do anything. Are you really willing to do anything? Well, next time, no matter how that devil tortures and humiliates me, I will submit and accept the punishment obediently, as long as I can keep that job. When Feng Qianxue said this, she was holding the bill that Zhu Ma had just given her. Today I bought a box of milk powder for my 3 babies, and also the invoices for the follow-up visits of the 4 little ones, a total of 4,380. She looked at the little remaining balance with tears in her eyes, having forgotten about her moral principles and dignity. That's right. The debt-paying duck replied. I should have the same awareness as you. Think about it, I am your boss and I am not very nice to you, but you just accept it. Even though you kicked me out of the car, you didn't go on strike. In comparison, the debt-paying duck is much more dedicated than her. Feng Qianxue was frowning when her cell phone suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar landline number. She answered the call with doubt. Hello. Hello, is this Feng Qianxue? I am Manager Chen from Shengtian Security Department. Hello, hello. Your new uniform is ready. Remember to come to work on time tomorrow. Ah. Feng Qianxue almost told him that she fired her boss, but she stopped herself in time and asked tentatively. I was sick that day, and there was an emergency at home, so I left early without asking for leave. Didn't my boss fire me? It's an emergency. I understand. Shengtian is a very humane company. We won't fire you for such a small matter. But remember to follow the rules next time. What didn't the boss say? You mean Mr. Yi? He's so busy, how can he care about such a small matter? Don't worry, just come to work tomorrow. Okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Feng Qianxue was overjoyed and hurriedly sent a message to Det-paying duck. The manager of Shengtian's security department just called me and asked me to go to work tomorrow. Ah, that's great. I don't have to be unemployed. Congratulations. You are really my lucky star. Not only do you make money for me, but you also bring me good luck. How do you thank me? Thank you? This time I'll just take it as a way to make up for the last time you kicked me out of the car. I'll make up for it. Feng Qianxue was still a little angry when she thought about the day he kicked her out of the car. You actually dared to kick the boss out of the car and leave him on the viaduct. Your crime is heinous and unforgivable. Chapter 42 The domineering duck falls in love with me. You're acting so arrogant right after you got your job back? The debt-paying duck replied with murderous intent. Feng Qianxue should know when to stop while she is ahead. She must not lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Shengtian's monthly salary is only 8,000 yuan. If Yazi works hard, he can transfer 5,000 yuan to her in one night. Although she needs to have the aura of a boss, she cannot be too arrogant. If she makes him angry and runs away, it will be a loss. Even though there is a contract, we can't really go to court, right? We should still coax the god of wealth. No, it should be the god of wealth duck. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue hurriedly coaxed him. I'm just kidding you. I'll go see you in 2 days and bring you some supplements, but you can't kick me out of the car again. Do you know how miserable I was that night? Are you scared? Well, be good if you're afraid. Feng Qianxue was speechless. Has this guy read too many romance novels? A duck actually learns to be domineering. Is he going to stage another The Bossy Duck Falls in Love with Me? Etc. Fall in love? Feng Qianxue suddenly remembered the last time in the night, when she sold him to those 3 rich women, and he grabbed her clothes and said, if you dare to leave, you'll die. He serves the rich woman every day, so he should be used to it and handle it like a duck in water. Why was he reluctant that day? In the car that day, she asked him about his sponsorship and discussed dividing the money, but he got so angry that he kicked her out of the car. At the time, she thought that he was disgusted because of the division of the spoils, but now thinking about it, I'm afraid he was furious because he was attracted to her and was jealous. Otherwise, why would he report his performance to her obediently and transfer money to her honestly? Even though they signed the agreement, she couldn't really threaten him openly because of something like that. After all, this agreement can only be implemented if he is willing. The more Feng Qianxue thought about it, the more worried she became. It was all over. Being loved by a duck was terrible. It seems that I have to distinguish between public and private affairs and keep a distance from him in the future. At the same time, she also needs to work hard in Shengtian, become a regular employee as soon as possible, and strive for development opportunities. Even if she loses the financial support of the debt-paying duck in the future, she will be able to support the family on her own. The most urgent task is that she should win the recognition of Night Devil, so that she can survive safely in Shengtian. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue took a deep breath and secretly made up her mind that when she arrived at the company tomorrow, no matter how the Night Devil made things difficult for her, she would endure it. Perhaps because she kept reminding herself in her heart, Feng Qianxue had a very bloody dream at night. In the dream, the Night Devil knelt on one knee holding 999 roses and said to her affectionately, Qianxue, marry me. Everyone in the company was cheering for Feng Qianxue, and her former colleagues were cheering on the side, promise him, promise him. Feng Qianxue was so excited that she was about to agree when the masked debt-paying duck rushed in with 3 babies, crying miserably, wife, don't abandon me. She looked back and saw a desolate scene. The debt-paying duck has 3 milk bottles hanging on his chest, a backpack of milk powder on his back, and a bunch of dolls, milk pots, and diapers hanging on his body. He looks like a miserable dad. Debeo, Erbao, and Sanbao cried with snot hanging from their noses and tears in their eyes, "Mommy, mommy." Behind him, the night devil who had been affectionate just now suddenly changed his expression, pinched Feng Qianshue's neck, and shouted angrily, "Feng Qianshue, you have a husband and children, but you still come to deceive my feelings? I want to kill you." Feng Qianshue suddenly woke up from her dream, opened her eyes, and gasped in fear. Fortunately, it was just a dream. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and picked up her cell phone to check it. At 6:10 in the morning, debt-paying duck transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Thinking about how he worked hard to serve a greasy rich woman with excess fat all over her body last night, he should honestly give her half of the money he earned with great difficulty. She couldn't help feeling guilty and felt like a bit of a villain. Chapter 43 The Rat Who Shades of the Light. The next morning, Feng Qianshue hurried to the company. Fortunately, she was not late today. Manager Chen personally brought her new uniform and encouraged her to work hard. Feng Qianshue changed into a well-fitting uniform and put on a hat, and she immediately looked heroic and charming in uniform. A group of young security guards stared with their eyes wide open, especially David, whose face turned red. "Let's go patrol the parking lot with David today. Go down quickly, the president's car will be here soon," Manager Chen instructed. "Yes." Feng Qianshue followed David to the parking lot, carrying an exquisite bag. "What is this?" David asked curiously. "You'll find out in a moment." Feng Qianshue stared at the entrance to the parking lot, saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and hurried over. "Good morning, President." David opened the car door. "Good morning, President." Feng Qianshue raised the bag in her hand and said with a smile, "Breakfast is ready for you." Yi Jinting raised his eyebrows and looked at Feng Qianshue with interest. The pan-fried buns from Siyunji, the beef bone porridge from Yulan Pavilion, the pearl dishes from Quilfang, the hand-ground coffee from Ginza, they are all genuine and authentic. Feng Qianshue said with a smile. "Boss, my subordinates didn't do a good job last time, but now they have changed their ways. I called those restaurants last night to make reservations. I went to pick up the food early this morning and brought it to the office. Don't worry, it's absolutely authentic this time. There's also the restaurant's menu here." As she spoke, Feng Qianshue searched for the receipt in her bag. "You know how to adapt to the changing times." Yi Jinting raised the corners of his lips. He. Feng Qianshue said with a playful smile, "I was ignorant before, I hope you, Mr. Yi, will not take it to heart. I will definitely change in the future. Please give me a chance. It depends on your performance." Yi Jinting took the breakfast and handed it to David. "Reward you." "Ah." David took it in a daze. Feng Qianshue's face froze, and before she could react, Yi Jinting had already turned and left. Yi Hui whispered, "Mr. Ye's breakfast is different every day. Last time it was Thursday's menu, and today is Friday, he's having a Western breakfast. That. I've asked someone to prepare it. No need to bother you. Just work hard." Yi Hui left these words and quickly caught up with Yi Jinting. Feng Qianshue looked at Yi Jinting's back and cursed, "If you pretend to be awesome, you will be struck by lightning." At this moment, Yi Jinting just walked into the elevator and turned around to look over. Feng Qianshue immediately showed a brilliant smile and waved to him respectfully, "Boss Yi, take care. I wish you a good mood today." That attitude is as earnest as it can be. Like changing face. Yi Jinting lowered his eyes, and when the elevator door closed, a slight curve appeared on the corners of his lips. Yi Hui observed his expression and felt relieved. Today was going to be a good day. "Xiaofeng, the president gave me this breakfast. How about we share it?" David asked cautiously. "Okay, let's go." Feng Qianshue didn't want to waste anything, so she spent 388 on just these few things. "I spent so much time trying to please the night devil, but that guy just gave it away. How ungrateful. Never mind, it won't be a waste if I eat it together with David." The two had breakfast at the lounge. David said excitedly, "I have never eaten such an expensive breakfast. It is so beautiful and exquisite. I can't bear to eat it. Eat it while it's hot, don't waste it." Feng Qianshue picked up a fried bun for him. The two of them were happily eating breakfast, not noticing that there was a pair of eyes staring at them not far away. He Wenjia, who had been demoted to a parking lot guard, was like a rat that feared the light. He hid in a dark corner, looking at Feng Qianxue grimly, with a creepy cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 44 Love Rivals Confrontation. It was all because of this woman that he was punished by Yi Jinting and demoted from a glorious human resources manager to a security guard here. When his colleagues saw him, they all looked at him with contempt. His former close subordinates and friends avoided him. His former rivals took the opportunity to humiliate him and trample on his self-esteem. All this is thanks to Feng Qianxue. It's delicious. Feng Qianxue finished the last mouthful of beef bone porridge and licked her lips with satisfaction. No wonder Night Devil specifically asked for food from these restaurants. He really knows how to eat. David reminded hurriedly, last time you left your job without permission and were absent from work for 3 days. The HR department was going to fire you, but it was Mr. Yi who kept you. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, you even gave him a nickname. This is not good. Ah. Feng Qianxue was a little surprised. You said, Night Devil. No, it was the president who kept me here? Yes. David narrated the incident seriously. You never came back after you left that day, and Manager Chen couldn't get through to you on the phone. The next day I had no choice but to report the situation to the Human Resources Department, who immediately said that I had to be fired for leaving my post without permission. Manager Chen asked me to go to the Human Resources Department to get the registration form. As soon as I arrived at the Human Resources Department, I met Mr. Hui, the president's personal attendant. President Hui has personally notified the HR manager to temporarily retain your position and treat it as a leave. Well. Feng Qianxue was very shocked. Could it be that the Night Devil really kept her in his place? Don't give the president nicknames anymore, or he'll fire you in a rage, and where will you find a job? I have been to several companies, and Shang Tiana's salary and benefits are the best, and there are also development prospects. David spoke rapidly, looking very serious. Feng Qianxue had only one question in her mind: why did the Night Devil want to keep me? Did he want to keep me as a plaything and continue to torture me? It must be like this. What a pervert. But it doesn't matter. Since he is still thinking about me, it means I am still useful. Just as I was thinking about it, a car alarm suddenly sounded in the distance. Feng Qianxue was startled, but David was relatively calm. Maybe one of the CEOs accidentally hit another car when parking, causing the alarm. I'll go over and take a look. Wait for me. Feng Qianxue quickly packed up the tableware. Take your time to pack. I'll go over first. David was very dutiful and ran quickly towards the direction of the sound. Feng Qianxue packed up the dishes and prepared to throw them into the trash can when she suddenly felt a chill coming from behind her. She turned back subconsciously, but before she could react, the pile of cartons behind her suddenly fell down and hit her. Shuer. With a scream, a white figure rushed over like an arrow and held her in his arms. I felt the chest as strong as a mountain, and the familiar sense of security and warmth came. Feng Qianxue opened her eyes and saw Si Haoxuan's handsome face. Her heart almost melted. Shuer, are you okay? Si Haoxuan's eyes were full of tenderness. Even though his frown was filled with pain, he still did not forget to care about Feng Qianxue. Haoxuan. Feng Qianxue came to her senses and found that Si Haoxuan was hit by a box in order to protect her. There was a scar on his forehead and blood was slowly oozing out. His left arm seemed to be injured as well and he could not lift it. She was very anxious. You are injured, is it broken? Fine. Boss C. Several bodyguards rushed over. Call a doctor quickly. No need. Si Haoxuan stopped him immediately. This is Shang Tian, not our C group, don't disturb Mr. Yi. But you. Mr. Knight. Si Yuan exclaimed. Feng Qianxue looked up and saw Yi Jinting standing in the middle of the corridor not far away, with a cold face and a half-smile looking at them. That gaze was as cold as ice. Chapter 45 Love Rivals Confrontation 2. Feng Qianxue felt a chill and became inexplicably nervous. Si Haoxuan let go of Feng Qianxue and moved half a step to the side, keeping a certain distance from her. Seems to be avoiding suspicion. Mr. C, are you okay? Yi Jinting walked over slowly. Behind him, Yi Hui had already ordered the bodyguards to investigate the cause of the accident. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. Si Haoxuan's forehead was covered with sweat, but he still smiled gracefully. Boss C is a hero who saves a beautiful girl. I admire you. Yi Jinping raised the corners of his lips. Although I am not a beauty, as a security guard, I, as the boss, want to thank you on her behalf. Feng Qianxue frowned. Why did this sentence sound weird? You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Si Haoshuan glanced at Feng Qianxue and said to Yi Jinping, I was just about to go up to find you. What are you doing? I have something to do. I need to go out for a while. Although Yi Jinping was polite, he was very arrogant. Mr. Si, you have made a wasted trip. Si Haoshuan froze for a moment, then said with a smile, It's okay, I'll come again when Mr. Yi is free. Yeah. Yi Jinping responded lightly and turned to get in the car. Si Haoshuan stayed where he was, feeling very embarrassed. Si Yuan whispered, Didn't Mr. Yi make an appointment with you? Don't pay attention to him, he is just like that. Feng Qianxue felt uncomfortable seeing Si Haoshuan being ignored. Let's go to the hospital first. Boss Si. At this time, Yi Hui came over and said politely, Boss Yi has something urgent to do today, so he has to go out first. Can we make an appointment next time? Okay, I'll contact you later. Si Haoshuan smiled and nodded. Mr. Si, are you injured? I'll send someone to take you to the hospital. Yi Hui waved and called the bodyguard. It's okay, I'll handle it myself. Si Haoshuan was very graceful. Go ahead and do your work. Mr. Yi is still waiting for you. That. Boss Hui. Feng Qianxue took the opportunity to ask Yi Hui, Boss Si was injured because he was trying to save me. I want to send him to the hospital. Is that okay? Well, Yi Hui looked back at Yi Jinping in the car and nodded, okay? Thank you. Feng Qianxue immediately supported Si Haoshuan. This time, Si Haoshuan did not refuse. What happened? David rushed over and was confused when he saw the situation. Just now a box fell down and almost hit me. It was President Si who saved me. Feng Qianxue said simply, President Hui asked me to take President Si to the hospital. David, please report this to Manager Chen for me. Oh, okay. David nodded repeatedly. Be careful not to touch your arm. Feng Qianxue protected Si Haoshuan and got into the car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom just drove by. Si Haoshuan looked up and saw Yi Jinping staring at Feng Qianxue in the car with a cold gaze. Si Yuan, you drive, and the others sit in the car behind. Si Haoshuan ordered. Yes. The white Bentley drove out of the parking lot, and Si Yuan couldn't help but reminisce with Feng Qianxue, Miss Feng, it's been many years since we last met. Do you still remember me? How could I not remember? Feng Qianxue laughed and blurted out, when Haoshuan and I were dating, you always followed me and he always called you a light bulb. Ha 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 ha, Si Yuan laughed. I thought you had forgotten everything. Si Haoshuan's voice was as gentle as before, and he looked at Feng Qianxue affectionately. Feng Qianxue's heart trembled, she lowered her head and said, It's all in the past. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Si Yuan coughed dryly a few times, drove seriously, and dared not say anything more. You know Mr. Yi. Si Haoshuan was so smart that he could tell from just a few glances that Yi Jinping had special feelings for Feng Qianxue. He's my boss, how could I not know him? Feng Qianxue didn't think about those. Are you here to discuss business with him? With Si's current status, you shouldn't need to ask for help, right? Even if you're doing business, it's a fair deal, you don't have to look at his face. Chapter 46 A woman who can be fucked by anyone. It seems that you don't understand Mr. Yi's strength. Si Haoshuan looked at her deeply, you and him only have a working relationship? What else? Feng Qianxue frowned. Si Haoshuan was silent for a moment, then said meaningfully, he is a very dangerous person, you'd better stay away from him. How could such an arrogant person like him get close to a small person like me? Feng Qianxue disagreed, you think too much. That's good. Si Haoshuan seemed relieved. Didn't I tell you not to go to work? Why are you working as a security guard again? Don't worry about these things. Feng Qianxue stated her position, if it weren't for you saving me today, I wouldn't have come out with you alone. Okay, let's not talk about this. Si Haoshuan changed the subject. My son hasn't been to school these past few days. He was very resistant to the transfer. Although he's still young, he has a bad temper. He even went on a hunger strike in protest. Ah. Feng Qianxue was a little surprised, don't hurt the child. Let him be. If he can't stand the hunger, he will naturally know to eat. Si Haoxuan sighed. Over the years, I have been busy with work and have little time to accompany him. My family members all spoiled him, and he developed such a bad habit of being domineering today. I must take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. You have to teach your children slowly. You can't teach them all in one go. Feng Qianxue felt a little sorry for him. Don't be too hasty about the transfer. Just handle it gently. If it really doesn't work, it's okay not to transfer. But he said that as long as he is not asked to transfer schools, he is willing to do anything. Si Haoxuan said quickly, I know what you are worried about. I have already told Bai Lu not to go to school in the future, so that there will be no conflict with you anymore. Well, that's no problem. In fact, Feng Qianxue mainly didn't want to have a conflict with Bai Lu, and there was nothing else to worry about. How could a 3-year-old child have any bad intentions? You are still as considerate as before. Si Haoxuan looked at her gently. We're here. Feng Qianxue changed the subject. Is this your family's private hospital? Yes, Mr. Si usually sees the doctor here. Si Yuan drove the car to the door, and the security guard came over to greet him immediately. Hello, Mr. Si. Feng Qianxue got out of the car and then helped the injured Si Haoxuan down. Be careful with your arms. Husband. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Feng Qianxue subconsciously looked back and met Bai Lu's astonished eyes. She quickly withdrew her hand from supporting Si Haoxuan. Feng Qianxue, it's you again. Bai Lu rushed over and pointed at Feng Qianxue and cursed, You slut, you know Haoxuan is already married, but you still shamelessly pester him. Do you have any shame? Bai Lu, you misunderstood. Feng Qianxue frowned and explained, he was injured in our company, so. What's the misunderstanding? Bai Lu was very excited. I knew that you were up to no good when you came back. You did it on purpose. You deliberately arranged for your child to go to the same kindergarten as my son. Now you are trying to seduce my husband. How can you be so cheap? You always steal other people's things. Bai Lu, shut up. Si Haoxuan shouted angrily, how can you behave in public? Husband, you're still yelling at me? Bai Lu was so excited that she was shaking all over. Have you forgotten how she treated you back then? She went to call prostitutes at night on the day of your engagement, making you lose face. Now she has given birth to 3 bastards with other men. She is a woman who can be slept with by anyone. Shut up. Si Haoxuan slapped him. Bai Lu froze up, covering her face, looking at him in disbelief. You hit me? You hit me for this woman who can be slept with by anyone? Chapter 47 Father and son meet. Feng Qianxue was also stunned. She never expected that Si Haoxuan, who was always gentle and polite, would actually hit someone. Si Yuan, send the young lady back. Si Haoxuan ordered with a cold face. Yes. Si Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, young madam, calm down. If you have anything to say, go back and talk about it. There are so many people watching us. Passers-by all stopped to watch, and some even took secret photos. This kind of drama about the ethics of wealthy families is the favorite of the spectators, and it also makes headlines when it is broadcast online. Why should I leave? I'm not the one who's embarrassed. Bai Lu was so excited that she was shaking all over. Si Haoxuan, why are you still defending her? Who is your wife? Have you had enough of making trouble? Si Haoxuan interrupted her and scolded Si Yuan, why are you still standing there? Help her get in the car. Yes. Madam, let's go back first. I'm not leaving. Why should I leave? Bai Lu refused to give in and waved her purse to hit Feng Qianxue. You bitch want to steal my husband, I won't let you succeed. Si Haoxuan protected Feng Qianxue behind him. Bai Lu became even angrier when she saw this, and went around him to beat Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue really didn't want to get entangled with her, so she turned and left. Bitch, don't go. Bai Lu wanted to chase Feng Qianxue and fight her, but accidentally hit Si Haoxuan's injured arm. Si Haoxuan groaned, his face turned pale in pain, and beads of sweat kept dripping down his face. Hubby, what happened to you? Bai Lu realized that Si Haoxuan was injured and asked anxiously, You are injured? How did this happen? Mr. Si's arm was injured by a heavy object. Let's go check it out first. Si Yuan said. Bai Lu hurriedly helped Si Haoxuan into the hospital. Feng Qianxue saw this scene in the taxi, and she felt mixed emotions. She didn't understand the meaning of marriage before, but now she seems to understand that marriage is, no matter how hard the fight is in the previous second, you will still walk side by side in the next second. Just like Si Haoxuan and Bai Lu, their relationship is inseparable. She should stay away from. Feng Qianxue was thinking about Si Haoxuan and arrived at the company unknowingly. When she got off the bus, she realized she had forgotten to bring her cell phone. Fortunately, I had cash in my pocket, enough to pay for the taxi fare. The cell phone must have fallen at the duty desk in the underground parking lot. Feng Qianxue went to the security department to find David. David handed her the phone and said, "You are too confused. You don't even bring your phone with you when you go out. If anything happens, you won't be able to contact anyone." "Thank you, I was worried I might have lost it." Feng Qianxue took the phone and found that it was out of battery, so she immediately charged it. Little did I know that I had missed out on a big thing because of this. Little Apple Kindergarten, Principal's office. Chen looked at the mysterious men in suits and leather shoes in front of him without any fear. Instead, he raised his chin and said with a cold and arrogant look, "Kidnapping a child is illegal." "Ha!" Yi Hui couldn't help laughing, and turned to Yi Jinting behind the screen and said, "Washi, this little guy really looks like you. Get down to business." Yi Jinting lowered his eyes and sipped his tea elegantly. "Yes." Yi Hui squatted in front of Chen and said gently, "Little friend, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. Otherwise, your teacher and principal would not bring you to see us, right?" Chen glanced at the trembling new principal and new teacher standing beside him, raised his eyebrows, and said coldly, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "It's like this." Yi Hui thought that he should communicate with the child in a simple and easy to understand way, so he held back his voice and asked gently, "Last Sunday, did your parents take you to the Shanda shopping mall? What do you want to say?" Chen frowned, his handsome face full of impatience. "I'm not a 1 or 2-year-old child, there's no need to talk to me in such a coaxing tone, it's so unpleasant." Yi Hui was stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching. The bodyguard next to him burst out laughing. This kid is so smart. Yi Jinting, who was behind the screen, finally raised his eyes and looked over. Chapter 48 Searching for Chips. He is small in stature, with a straight back and a delicate and handsome face. He looks inexplicably familiar. Those clear, bright eyes showed vigilance and alertness, and at this moment, they were also looking at him behind the screen. "Who is he?" Chen pointed at Yi Jinting behind the screen. "That's our boss." Yi Hui said in a different way, "Little friend, last Sunday, did you meet a man in black in the children's play area on the underground first floor of the Shanda shopping mall? Did he hand you a beautiful silver box? This is it." Yi Hui turned on his phone and was about to show Chen the photos. "No." Chen turned her face away and didn't even look at it. "No, take a look first." "I didn't see anything." Chen crossed his arms and said confidently, "I have a very good memory. I never saw any men in black that day, and no one handed me anything." "You are mistaken. Little boy, lying is wrong." Yi Hui's face turned serious. "The man in black is a thief. He stole our things. That thing is very important to us. If property is stolen, you should call the police." Chen raised his eyebrows, looking calm. "The man in black gave the item to you. If you return it to me, I will reward you. If you don't return it." "I said that's not the case." Chen interrupted him and asked, "If it's such an important thing, why would the man in black give it to a child? Your logic is totally inconsistent." Yi Hui was speechless after being confronted by him. He took a deep breath and opened the surveillance video on his phone. "Look, this is you, right?" Chen glanced at him coldly and was about to look away, but moved his gaze back again. After a closer look, his handsome face gradually froze. In the video, a man in black rushed out of the bathroom and bumped into the child in front of him. The child had his hands in his trouser pockets, walking leisurely, with a little green parrot on his shoulder. Could that be Long and Xiao Sibao? Although the movement was quick, Chen could still see that the man in black stuffed something into Long's pocket. "It may not be clear this way, I will slow down and show you." Yi Hui slowed down the video playback speed, and the camera was fixed on the hand of the man in black, who was putting a small silver black dot into the child's pocket. "No need to slow down, I can see clearly." Chen skillfully changed the playback speed and continued playing. Several men in suits chased out and the man in black quickly fled. The child stood there for a while, then took out a small box from his pocket, opened it, and took out a small golden chip from it. He was looking at the chip curiously when the little parrot on his shoulder suddenly ate the chip. He quickly patted the parrot to make it spit it out. Then, Yaya rushed over. It turns out that what Long Long said was true. Chen pinched his chin and muttered to himself. What? Yi Hui didn't hear what he said clearly, and asked, Little boy, the child in the video is you, right? Where is the golden chip now? It's not me. Chen was about to say that it was his brother, but changed his mind and asked cautiously, How do I know if you are bad people? Little boy, if you don't cooperate, I will have to find your parents. Yi Hui glanced at Yi Jinting behind the screen and knew that he didn't have much patience. I think you should contact the police. Chen was very organized. If a police officer shows formal documents, I will cooperate with you to find the chip. This kid is really mature at a young age. A bodyguard couldn't help but admire. Yi Hui stood up and asked Principal Lu next to him, Principal Lu, have you contacted the parents? Chapter 49. Are you a devil? I'm sorry, I called more than a dozen times, but the other party said their phones were turned off. I'm still trying to contact them. Principal Lu was very nervous. I was just transferred here this week, so I don't know much about the students' situation, but I will definitely cooperate with you to the best of my ability. Mr. Yi, can you show me the video? Teacher Chen asked cautiously. Yi Hui handed her the phone. Teacher Chen took it and took a closer look, and immediately concluded, this child is not Chen, but Long Long. Although they look exactly the same, their expressions are very different. Long Long? Yi Hui was stunned. Are they twins? They are triplets. Teacher Chen explained, Chen is the eldest, the second is Long Long, who looks exactly like him, and the third is a girl named Yaya. That Yaya should be the baby who ran into our car chasing the parrot last time. Yi Hui finally figured it out. I was wondering why both children have parrots. It turns out they are from the same family. Go and bring Long Long here quickly. Principal Lu hurriedly instructed Teacher Chen. Long Long is participating in the children's sports meeting. I'll go find him right away. Teacher Chen ran out in a hurry. Principal Lu squatted down and said to Chen patiently, Chen, you must believe Principal Lu. They are not bad people. If you know the whereabouts of the chip, tell them, okay? Chen was a little hesitant when he heard this. Since the men in black really gave the chip to Long Long, it meant that these people did not lie. Since they did not lie, they should not be bad people. Little friend. Yi Hui explained patiently. The technology of the new technology products our company is researching is all in that chip. Now the chip has been stolen by bad guys. If we don't get it back, the technology will be misused by others, which will not only cause losses to our company, but also bring adverse consequences to society. Okay. Chen finally chose to believe them. He tilted his head and said seriously, the chip was swallowed by Xiao Sibao, but Xiao Sibao hasn't pulled it out yet. I'll give it back to you when it pulls it out. What do you mean? Can you explain it more clearly? Yi Hui asked hurriedly, who is Xiao Sibao? You are so stupid, Xiao Sibao is our little parrot. You are so stupid, Xiao Sibao is our little parrot. Exactly the same words were said by Long Long to another man in black at this moment, in the corner of the playground. You mean, the chip was swallowed by your parrot? The man in black frowned. Yes. Long Long nodded and described it vividly. After swallowing the chip, it stopped eating, became a little depressed and kept pulling out its own hair. My mother-in-law, Debao and Sanbao and I took him to see a doctor. The doctor said he had indigestion and prescribed some medicine to help digestion, saying that he would be fine if he defecated. So now I'm watching it poop every day to see if it will poop out gold. Did you pull it out? The man in black asked hurriedly. Long Long took out a small box from his school bag and handed it to him. Look for yourself. The man in black took it and opened the box. It was beautifully wrapped in colorful gift paper. He was secretly delighted and eagerly tore open the wrapping paper. There was still one more layer, and he was sweating with anxiety. He continued to tear open all the packages, and when he opened them, he found a large pile of feces. This is the man in black stared at the feces in front of him, his mouth twitching. I was afraid that when I was not at home, it would poop out gold and my mother-in-law would think it was poop and throw it away, so I would wrap up its feces and bring it to school every morning, and then pry it open bit by bit to check. As Long Long spoke, he found a small wooden stick under the tree next to him, squatted on the ground, and began to examine the pile of feces. Go away, I'll do it. The man in black looked anxious, took a small wooden stick and poked it at the feces, breaking the stick in one move. Chapter 50 Yerbo and Sanbao were hijacked. The man in black was speechless. What a hassle. Long Long was still trying to find a small wooden stick. The man in black couldn't wait any longer and dug open the feces with his hands. There was nothing inside except a few undigested melon seed shells. The black-clothed man's face suddenly became dark, and he stared at Long Long with a murderous look. Are you kidding me? Alas, it seems that I didn't poop today. Long Long held up his chubby chin and sighed. Come back tomorrow. When I go to school tomorrow, I will bring Xiao Sibao's feces today. Remember to bring a pair of chopsticks, which are more useful than a stick. The man in black's entire face was twitching, like a patient with facial paralysis, and his hands were clenched into fists. If the little brat in front of him wasn't only 3 years old and weak, he really wanted to strangle him to death. What's wrong? Long Long looked at him innocently and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Are you choked by shit? The man in black took a deep breath, forcibly controlling his murderous aura that was about to burst out, and tried his best to appear amiable. Kid, where is the parrot? Take me to find it. Of course it's in my house. Long Long blurted out. After he finished speaking, he stared at the man in black in front of him. No, you are not the same person as last time. The man in black has such fierce eyes, like a bad guy. But he looked very similar to the man from last time, and was dressed exactly the same. As soon as he came, he brought up what happened last time and was able to accurately describe the details, so Long Long mistakenly thought it was him. Black Panther has been captured. I am his brother Black Tiger. The man in black grabbed Long Long and walked quickly towards the back door. Don't be afraid. As long as you return the chip to me, I won't hurt you. Let me go. Long Long kicked his legs and struggled hard. I can't take you home. Stop it, little brat. Hey Hu growled impatiently. He saw the Yi family's car and it seemed that they had found this place. We must find the chip before them, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Hey Hu hurriedly grabbed Long Long and ran towards the back door. Long Long. Suddenly, a childish voice was heard. Yaya saw Long Long being taken away by a man in black and followed him. Sanbao, hurry up, hurry up. Long Long waved at her, signaling her not to follow. Bad guy, where are you taking my brother? I'm going to tell the teacher. Yaya spread her legs, opened her arms, blocked their way, and looked very fierce. What a hassle. In order not to expose his whereabouts, Hey Hu had to turn back and kidnap you. He twisted them one by one with each hand, like twisting a chick. Let me go, the two little ones kept flapping their arms and shouting. In order to avoid being discovered, Hey Hu could only seal their mouths with tape, take them over the wall, and stuff the two into the car. After locking the car door, Hey Hu untied the tape on Long Long's mouth and threatened, as long as you lead me to find the parrot, I will let you two go. Otherwise, I will throw your sister into the sea to feed the sharks. Long Long gnashed his teeth in anger, but seeing Yaya's tearful face, he could only nod. Okay, I'll take you to find Xiao Sibao. Shengtian Group, Security Department. Feng Qianxue and David came back from patrol, and their cell phones finally turned on. When she opened it, she found dozens of missed calls, all from the kindergarten. She was shocked and called back quickly. Hello? Hello, is this Little Apple Kindergarten? I'm the mother of Feng Qianchen, Feng Qianlong, and Feng Qianyue. You called me a lot. What happened? Hello, parents, this is the case. Oh no. Oh no. Before Principal Lu finished speaking, Teacher Chen rushed in and said, Long Long and Yaya were kidnapped. Chapter 51 Seizing the Chip. What? Principal Lu was stunned. On the other end of the phone, Feng Qianxue was shocked when she heard this and asked hurriedly, what happened? What happened to my child? A tall man in black, wearing a mask and a cap, took them hostage and ran away from behind. The security guards have already chased him. Go chase him. Yi Jinting shouted coldly. Yes. Yi Hui hurriedly led his men to chase after him. Feng Qianxue's mind was in a mess. Her hand holding the phone was shaking. She shouted anxiously into the phone, hello, teacher, what happened? Parent, don't be anxious, just listen to me. Principal Lu hurriedly explained the situation to Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue's legs went weak after hearing this and she collapsed to the ground. The call was hung up at some point. Feng Qianxue covered her chest and kept reminding herself to stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Feng Qianxue rushed home and called Zhuma. But no one answered Zhuma's phone, and she wanted to call the police, but she didn't know who the other party was. Would calling the police anger the kidnappers and make them kill the hostage? Just as I was daydreaming, Zhuma called back, "Hello, miss. Mother Zhu, where are you?" "I'm at home, miss. I have good news for you. Little Sibao." On the phone, before Zhuma finished her words, there was a sudden loud bang. Then the call was disconnected. "Mother Zhu, Mother Zhu, Mother Zhu." Feng Qianxue was almost going crazy, and shouted to the taxi driver, "Master, please hurry up, hurry up." "You, what are you doing?" Mother Zhu pointed a broom at the man in black with shaking hands. "What did you do to our Erbao and Sanbao?" Heihu threw the tied-up Long Long and Yeye on the sofa. Little Long Long shook his head and made a woo-woo sound, reminding Zhuma to run away. Xiao Yeye was so scared that she kept crying, but her mouth was covered so she couldn't cry too loudly. "Where is the parrot?" Heihu approached Zhuma with a cold face and murderous intent. What? Zhuma said tremblingly as she stepped back, "What are you doing? Don't mess around. My family doesn't have much money. You're robbing the wrong place." She thought the man was here to rob her. "I ask you, where is the parrot?" Heihu asked sharply. Yes. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy." Before Zhuma could say anything, little Sibao on the balcony made a sound. Heihu immediately rushed to the balcony. "Erbao, Sanbao." Mother Zhu hurriedly threw away the broom and untied Long Long and Yeye. "Mother-in-law, please call the police." Long Long reminded Zhu's mother as soon as he removed the tape on his mouth. Oh. Mother Zhu immediately frantically reached for her cell phone. Just as she was about to make a call, she heard little Sibao scream from the balcony, "I help. Little four treasures." Yeye rushed over without a second thought. The fat boy waved a broom in his hand and shouted at the man in black in a fierce voice, "Let go of my little four treasures." Yeah. Long Long ran over, clenched his fists, frowned, and looked fierce, protecting Yeye. Heihu rolled his eyes and didn't take the two little brats seriously at all. He was about to leave with the parrot cage, but Yeye hit him on the leg with a broom. "Let go of my little Sibao, let it go." Heihu grabbed the broom and broke it easily, then made a fierce expression to scare Yeye. Wow, Yeye was so scared that she burst into tears. Her chubby little face turned red and her crystal clear eyes like purple grapes were filled with tears, which rolled down one by one. "You big bad guy, bullying my sister." Seeing his sister crying out of fear, Long Long swung the clothesline and hit Heihu. "You're quite strong, you little brat." Heihu was beaten back repeatedly, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Get out of my way, or I'll attack you." Chapter 52 Seizing the Chip 2. "Let go of my baby." Mother Zhu rushed over with a kitchen knife in her hand. Her chubby body shook the whole room as she ran. Heihu was about to take action when he suddenly discovered that the Yi family's car had arrived downstairs. He didn't care about anything else. He kicked Zhuma away, and threw Long Long and Yeye away. Then he was about to run away with the parrot cage, but was tripped by Long Long. He grabbed the wall in time and did not fall, but the parrot cage in his hand fell to the ground. Under the force of gravity, the cage door opened and Xiao Sibao flew out in a hurry. "Hey!" The black tiger stretched out his hand to grab it, but only pulled off a feather. "You guys are in the way." The black tiger was furious and ready to start a killing spree when he suddenly saw a small silver box in the cage, which was the box that contained the chip. There is also a pink ribbon tied with a bow on the box. Heihu picked up the box and shook it. Sure enough, there was something inside. He was overjoyed, it was easy to get it. "No, you can't take that away." Mother Zhu wanted to rush over and grab it. "Get away, this thing originally belonged to me." Heihu took out a dagger and pointed it at her. Mother Zhu was so frightened that she trembled and dared not get close. At this time, another group of people broke in from outside. Heihu immediately took the box and jumped off the balcony. "Stop!" Yihui saw Heihu running away with the box containing the chips, and hurriedly took people to chase him. "Wow!" Yeye cried while sitting on the balcony. Her pink face turned red and her tears kept falling like beads from a broken string. "Little Sibao, my little Sibao." "Yeye, look, Xiao Sibao has flown back." Long Long pointed to the roof not far away. Little Seabao flew back with his wings fluttering, landed on Yaya's shoulder, and rubbed her tearful face with his green little head. Sanbao, Sanbao. Yaya immediately held the little Seabao in her arms, stroked its head with her tear-stained little hands, and asked with a sob, "Why do so many people want to rob you? Are you the legendary divine bird?" Because Xiao Seabao swallowed a very important chip. Long Long frowned and explained seriously, "They came for the chip." Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, Mother Zhu. Feng Qianxue ran home in a hurry and saw that the door was broken and there was chaos everywhere. She thought something had happened to her family and her legs went weak with fear. "Mommy!" Long Long and Yaya ran over from the balcony and threw themselves into Feng Qianxue's arms. "Mommy, I was so scared just now. A bad guy kidnapped me and Erbao." Yaya used gestures to describe what had just happened. Long Long added anxiously, "Mommy, that person took the chip away." "What chip?" Feng Qianxue asked hurriedly. "It's what Xiao Seabao swallowed." Long Long explained to her, "Those people came for that thing. That's not important, as long as you are all okay." Feng Qianxue hugged the two children in her arms. "Where's Dabao?" "Dabao hasn't come back." Shuma panicked, "Oh no, could they have kidnapped Dabao?" "Ah." Long Long was so frightened that his face turned pale. He quickly reminded, "Why don't we call the police?" Yaya's big purple grape-like eyes suddenly overflowed with crystal-clear tears, and her little mouth turned upside down, and she was about to cry. "Yes, call the police. I'll call the police right away." Feng Qianxue hurriedly took out her cell phone to call the police. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her, "Mommy." "Dabao." Feng Qianxue turned around and saw Chen. She was so excited that she almost cried. "I'm glad you're back." Mommy was scared to death. "Dabao is fine." Chen, like a little adult, pulled his younger brother and sister to check. "Are you okay? Teacher Chen said you were kidnapped." "I was scared to death. I wanted to go with the bodyguards of Xingtian Group to rescue you, but they refused to take me. It was Teacher Chen who sent me back." "What? Someone from Shangtian Group?" "Chen, how do you know someone from Shangtian Group? What happened?" Chapter 53. The whole family is a devil. Feng Qianxue hurriedly pulled Chen aside to ask about the situation. "Today, a few mysterious people came to me and asked me about the chip. I was stunned at the time. Later, after watching the surveillance video, I realized that they mistook me for Long Long." Chen told everyone what had happened in detail. Feng Qianxue felt incredible. She didn't expect that the chip Long Long mentioned was real, and it was the chip stolen from Shangtian Group. Wow, it turns out that chip records the secrets of new technology. No wonder they are all fighting for it. Long Long felt that he had done something remarkable, and immediately smiled happily. "I have protected the chip for so long, so I have made a contribution." "What are you talking about? You are inviting a wolf into the house." Chen frowned and criticized harshly, "You don't even know the man in black, so you shouldn't accept his things." Fortunately, there was no danger today. "What would you do if something happened to you and Yaya?" "I didn't react at all at the time, and he stuffed the thing into my pocket." Long Long pouted, very dissatisfied, "And I already said that Xiao Seabao swallowed the chip, but you didn't believe me." "Mommy is wrong. I didn't think it was so serious." Feng Qianxue apologized to Long Long. If Mommy had paid more attention to it earlier, none of this would have happened today. Anyway, the chip has been snatched away by the bad guys, and people from Shangtian Group are tracking them. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. Chen tilted his head and analyzed rationally. That may not be the case. Shuma said suddenly. Ah? Why? Feng Qianxue looked at her in confusion. Mother Zhu walked to the door and looked around to make sure that no one was outside. She immediately closed the damaged door and came back, whispering in a suppressed voice, "The box contains, not a chip." Ah? The whole family looked at her and asked in surprise, "It's not a chip? What is it?" Yes, Mother Zhu looked at the little baby in Yaya's arms. Little Seabao buried his furry little head under his wings, looking ashamed. "Boss Yi, the chip was stolen by Black Tiger, and we are pursuing him with all our might." While Yi Hui led his men to chase He Hu, he called Yi Jinting to report. Useless. Yi Jinting shouted angrily, "If you can't find the chip, don't come back." Yes. Yi Hui waved his hand and said to the bodyguards passionately, "Even if we die tonight, we must take the chip back. Recover the chip at all costs." The Yi family's gold medal bodyguard pursues desperately and sets a tight net. Black Tiger was on the run, encountering many dangers along the way, and narrowly escaped death several times. However, no matter how difficult it was, He-Hu gritted his teeth and persisted. He had a firm belief in his heart that he must hand over the chip to his employer. Once successful, he will receive a reward of $100 million, and he and his brothers will never have to worry about their lives. At 2:30 in the morning, Yi-Hui led his men to encircle Black Tiger on the coast of Nanju. Countless dazzling lights were focused on Black Tiger, and at the same time, dozens of guns were aimed at him. As long as he dares to resist, he will be beaten into a hornet's nest. Yi-Hui shouted angrily, "He-Hu, hand over the chip and I will let you live." Faced with numerous crises, He-Hu decided to take a gamble, swallow the chip and jump into the sea. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, he took out the silver box containing the chip from his arms, eagerly ripped off the pink bow, opened the box, and prepared to take out the chip. However, when he saw what was in the box, he was stunned. In an instant, his expression changed from bewilderment to shock, to astonishment, and finally his entire face twitched like a paralyzed face, his lips trembled, and his eyes became wet. The fat face of Long Long, the clever little boy, appeared in my mind. He-Hu was filled with hatred, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Devils, the whole family is devils." Chapter 54 Evil Thoughts. Bang! With a gunshot, He-Hu's arm was hit and the small silver box in his hand fell into the sea. He screamed in pain, and before he could come to his senses, a group of bodyguards in black jumped into the sea without hesitation to salvage the chip. He-Hu was stunned for a moment, then an evil grin appeared on his face. "Yijinting, you want the chip, right? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, just take your time to find it." How ridiculous. Yi-Hui was so angry that his face turned blue. "He-Hu, you would rather throw the chip into the sea than give it to me. You are dead. Send divers to retrieve the chip." "Yes." The family of 5 opened their eyes wide, surrounded the little baby with curiosity, and looked at him carefully. "Grandma, are you saying that Xiao Sibo laid an egg?" Long Long opened his big, lively eyes and stared at Xiao Sibao's but curiously. "How could it lay an egg? It's a parrot, not a chicken. It's not just chickens that lay eggs." Chen, wearing glasses, looked up information on his computer. "All birds lay eggs. But don't they need a male and a female to lay eggs?" "I only have one parrot, Xiao Sibao." Long Long felt incredible. She is a single parrot, how can she lay eggs? Could it be that Xiao Sibo has found a boyfriend without telling us? Yaya held up Xiao Sibao's little head and questioned it fiercely. "Xiao Sibao, tell me the truth, have you found a boyfriend without telling us?" Boyfriend. Xiao Sibao repeated the word. "I remember now, the resident in the building opposite also has a parrot, and Xiao Sibao often flies over to play with it." Mother Zhu suddenly realized. "Auntie Zhu, when did you discover that little Sibao laid eggs?" Feng Qianxue asked. "It's like this." Mother Zhu recounted what happened. "This afternoon I went to clean the cage for little Sibao and found that it had laid an egg. I was also surprised at the time. I saw on TV that if you don't put the eggs away, it will eat its own eggs, so I took the eggs out, wiped them clean and put them away. Later, I thought of giving you a surprise, so I put the egg in a beautiful little box and tied a pink ribbon with a bow, but I didn't expect that the bad guy would steal it as a chip. That box is where the chip was previously stored." Long Long raised his chubby little hand and said excitedly, "I put it on the table in my room before. When I saw it in the cage today, I thought it was a chip. This was a coincidence, and it was a blessing in disguise." Feng Qianxue patted her chest and said, "If that person hadn't mistakenly thought that there was a chip in the box and wanted to grab it and leave quickly, I'm afraid he would have attacked you. So, we should thank Grandma and little Sibao." Yaya caressed little Sibao's little head lovingly. "Auntie Zhu, did little Sibao pull out the chip?" Feng Qianxue asked the key question. "No." Mother Zhu frowned and shook her head. "I've been watching it every day, but it hasn't pulled out a chip. That's bad." Feng Qianxue's face turned serious. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Yaya tilted her head and asked curiously. "Don't you understand yet?" Chen turned serious, shook his finger, and said seriously. "That bad guy thought there was a chip in the box, and then the people from Shengtian Group thought he had stolen the chip, so they chased him out. But afterwards, they will definitely find out that there was no chip in the box, so they'll come looking for us again?" Long Long and Yaya shouted in unison. The next second, Yaya hurriedly dived into Feng Qianshua's arms, pulling her mother's clothes to cover her face, her chubby little body trembling with fear. Chapter 55 The Legendary Chip. Mother Zhu rushed over and used tables and chairs to block the door, fearing that someone would break in again. Chen Chen immediately rushed into the kitchen, took out 2 kitchen knives and handed them to Zhu Ma. Mother Zhu held a kitchen knife in one hand and stood guard at the door like a door god. Long Long ran to the balcony to find a broom, a mop, a clothesline, and anything that could be used as a self-defense weapon and distributed it to his family. Then he took out a nunchaku and waved it a few times like his idol Bruce Lee, looking very impressive. The whole family was fully armed and ready for battle. But for a long time, there was no movement outside. Yaya pursed her lips, shaking with fear, her big purple grape-like eyes filled with tears. Don't be afraid, mommy will protect you. Feng Qianxue held Yaya in disgust with Zhu Ma, how about we call the police? I agree. Mother Zhu hurried to find her cell phone. The most urgent task now is to get Xiao Sibao to pull the chip out first. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and analyzed like a little detective, otherwise, when the police come, they will take Xiao Sibao away first, and maybe even cut open Xiao Sibao's stomach to look for. When Yaya heard these words, her mouth pursed and she started to cry. No, don't let them take Xiao Sibao away, don't cut open Xiao Sibao's stomach. Don't be afraid, Sanbao. Brother will protect you and Xiao Sibao. Long Long quickly stretched out his little hand to wipe Yaya's tears. Chen Chen is right, we should let Xiao Sibao pull out the chip first. Feng Qianxue said with a sad face, but it's been so many days, and Xiao Sibao hasn't pulled it out yet. What should we do now? How about trying this? Mother Zhu ran into the room and took out a small green bottle. What is this? Everyone looked over. I often suffer from constipation, so the doctor prescribed this for me. Zhu Ma was a little embarrassed. It works really well, and I see results as soon as I take it. Then why are you hesitating? Hurry up. The dosage must be smaller, otherwise Xiao Sibao won't be able to handle it. 1/10. Half an hour later, the whole family watched the little baby defecate. Little Sibao first drooped his little head listlessly, cried a few times in grievance, and then walked back and forth in the cage. Xiao Yaya frowned, her pink face full of worry. Will Xiao Sibao's stomach be unable to handle it? He seems to be in great pain. I felt very uncomfortable before I had diarrhea. Long Long touched his belly and looked at Xiao Sibao with sympathy. Xiao Sibao, just bear with it, it will be fine after you poop, otherwise those bad guys will cut open your belly. Stop talking. Yaya screamed and interrupted Long Long. She was timid and was scared when she heard this. Okay, I won't tell you. As soon as Long Long finished speaking, Chen Chen screamed, it's pulled, look. The family immediately focused their attention on Xiao Sibao, staring at its butt, waiting for the result. God bless our little Sibao and help him pull out the chip quickly. Amid Yaya's prayers, Xiao Sibao finally lived up to everyone's expectations and pooped out a lot of diluted bird droppings. This time, there is no need to pick it up with a small wooden stick, and you can see the sparkling golden chips at a glance. The whole family cheered and high-fived each other, as happy as if they had won the lottery. Mother Zhu immediately took out the chip, cleaned it, and gave it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen put the chip back into a small black box and handed it to Feng Qianxue solemnly. Mommy, you can call the police now. Feng Qianxue took the small box and was about to call 110 when there was a sudden knock on the door. The whole family was terrified. Mother Zhu immediately rushed over with a kitchen knife and stood guard at the door. Chen Chen and Long Long each held a weapon and stood guard behind the door. Yaya hid behind Feng Qianxue, pulling at her clothes, and trembling with fear. Don't be afraid. Feng Qianxue comforted the child, then took a deep breath and asked bravely, Who is it? Chapter 56 I lose if I can get it. There was no sound outside, and the children were even more frightened. Mother Zhu's hands were shaking as she held the kitchen knife. Feng Qianxue took a fruit knife, moved closer carefully, and looked out through the broken gap. At the same time, there was an eye outside looking in with the same posture as hers. The two looked at each other and both screamed loudly in fear. The children were frightened and screamed. Call the police quickly. Feng Qianxue hurriedly looked for her cell phone to call the police. Wait a minute, it looks like the security guard, Master Wang. Mother Zhu took a careful look through the gap and confirmed that it was the security guard Master Wang, so she quickly opened the door. Ms. Zhu, are you home? Master Wang was calling someone on the intercom, but when he saw Mrs. Zhu, he stopped. I was so scared. I thought something happened at your house. Something happened. Just now. Just now a thief broke in and stole something, but our family worked together to drive him away. Feng Qianxue interrupted Zhu Ma in time. She didn't want anyone to know about the chip so as not to cause more trouble. Ah? Have you called the police? Master Wang asked nervously. Let me check if anything is missing before deciding whether to call the police. Feng Qianxue smiled and changed the subject. Master Wang, can your property management repair the door? I think we need to replace this door with a new one. Master Wang checked the broken door and said, we have a new door over there, 4,800 yuan, including the lock. 4,008? Feng Qianxue felt a headache instantly when she heard that it would cost so much money. Would you like to change it? Master Wang asked. I'll give you a 10% discount. 80% off. Zhu Ma bargained with him, we are neighbors, please take care of me. When Master Wang saw the kitchen knife in her hand, he shuddered with fear. Okay, 20% off is 20% off. Hurry up, get someone to change it now, otherwise we won't be able to sleep tonight. Mother Zhu urged. Okay. Master Wang used the intercom to notify his colleagues to come and change the door. Zhu Ma was supervising nearby. Feng Qianxue cooked a simple dinner for the 3 babies, and then took care of them until they washed, dressed, and went to bed. After finishing her work, Feng Qianxue sat on the sofa with her mobile phone in her hand, thinking whether she should call the police. If she calls the police, they will have to make the matter clear, and then the night devil will know that the baby who got the chip by accident is her child. At that time, would he mistakenly think that she deliberately instigated the child to steal the chip? I'm afraid she will not only lose her job, but may also be charged with theft. The night devil is moody and unpredictable. If she were to be convicted, she would have no way of defending herself. Moreover, once the matter is exposed, the identities of the 3 babies will also be revealed. Will the duck come to her to ask for the babies? Thinking of these questions, Feng Qianxue backed off and exited the dialing interface. But then I thought, if I don't call the police, what will happen if that man in black comes back again? Although there was no danger today, the family can't stand such a torment. It's finally installed. I made over 4,000 just by changing the door. This is really easy money. I should have bargained with them more. Mother Zhu closed the door, turned on the TV and turned down the volume. It was her habit to watch TV while cleaning. The evening news was playing on TV. The latest news is that at 2:30 in the morning, a shooting occurred on the south coast. The person involved in the case is a thief who was suspected of stealing the latest technological chips developed by Shengshi Group. He has now been arrested by the police. Before being caught, the criminal threw the chip into the sea. Now Shengshi Group is working with the police to salvage the chip. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Ma hurried over with a broom. Feng Qianxue also opened her eyes wide, turned up the volume, and stared at the TV carefully. On the screen, a man in black was arrested by the police and escorted into a car. Before the car door closed, the man in black showed an evil grin and said darkly, "Take your time to fish it out. If you can fish it out, I lose." Chapter 57 Unnoticed. Hearing this, Feng Qianxue looked down at the chip in her hand, bewildered. The chip is clearly with me, how could it be? The eggs that the bad guy threw into the sea were Xiao Xibao's eggs. They were fishing for parrot eggs in the sea. Zhu Ma excitedly concluded, "Miss, am I right?" "That's right." Feng Qianxue saw on TV that the police in Shengshi Group had sent in a diving team on a submarine to try their best to salvage the chip, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. If they knew that the real chip was still in her house, and that what they had gone to so much trouble to salvage was just a parrot egg, would they be furious? The image of Night Devil exploding with anger appeared in Feng Qianxue's mind, and she couldn't help but shudder. "Miss, what should we do now? Should we call the police?" Mrs. Zhu asked anxiously. "Let me sort it out." Feng Qianxue patted her flustered heart, calmed herself down, and sorted out her thoughts. First of all, judging from the current situation, the criminal should have known that what he stole was not the chip, otherwise he would not have said that. Secondly, since Shengshi Group has gone to so much trouble to salvage it and even called the police, it means they are sure that the chip was what fell into the sea. In other words, they don't know that the real chip is in my house. Although the criminal knows the truth, he has been arrested. He will not tell it out of revenge against Shengshi Group. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue's originally flustered mood suddenly calmed down, and her frown relaxed. She officially announced to Zhu Ma. I've decided not to call the police. Ah? Why? Zhu Ma asked, puzzled. Because I'm working at Shengshi Group now. Feng Qianxue explained simply, if I call the police, I might be misunderstood and lose my job, or even face more serious consequences. I see. Zhu Ma said half understandingly, Miss, no matter what you do, I support you. Although I won't call the police, I must return this chip. Feng Qianxue tightly grasped the small black box and secretly made up her mind, tomorrow at work, I will hand the chip to the president without anyone noticing. This way, all problems will be solved. That's a good idea, miss, you are so smart. Mother Zhu, I have to go to the company early tomorrow. Please tell the babies to keep this secret and never tell anyone. Clear. Feng Qianxue didn't go to bed until 4 in the morning. The next morning, she rushed to work with a pair of panda eyes. Along the way, she nervously held her pockets, fearing that she would lose the small black box containing the priceless treasure. So many criminals went to great lengths to steal that chip, and Shengshi Group spent so much manpower, material resources, and financial resources to salvage it from the sea. This chip must be worth a lot of money. When she arrived at the company, Feng Qianxue first went to the security department to change into her uniform, put the chip inside her clothes, and then followed David to the parking lot to work. Strangely enough, the Night Devil's Rolls-Royce had not arrived until noon when the shift was changed. Feng Qianxue kept staring at the entrance, looking around, but he didn't come. She was very anxious. If he didn't come, how could she give the chip to him? Xiaofeng, what's wrong with you today? You seem absent-minded. David thought she was weird. Isn't the president coming today? Feng Qianxue asked doubtfully, it's already 12 o'clock and the car hasn't arrived yet. That's the president. He can come when he wants to and not come when he doesn't want to. How dare you, a security guard, control the president's work? David was speechless. How dare I care about him? I was just asking casually. Before Feng Qianxue could finish her words, a Rolls-Royce drove down and she hurried over to greet it. Chapter 58 68th floor President's office. Good morning, nightclub. Feng Qianxue personally opened the car door for Yi Zhenting today, an act she had sneered at in the past. Yi Zhenting got out of the car, glanced at her, and walked straight to the elevator. Yi Hui and the bodyguards followed closely behind. Nightclub. Feng Qianxue was about to catch up when she found Yi Zhenting wearing a Bluetooth headset and talking on the phone. Interrogate He Hu carefully. Maybe what he threw into the sea was not the chip, but just the box. He might have hidden the chip somewhere else. Hearing this, Feng Qianxue's heart trembled. Oh my god, the Night Devil actually guessed it. It turns out that he is not an easy person to deal with. The chip must be returned to him as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Feng Qianxue was daydreaming when Yi Zhenting entered the elevator. She touched the chip in her pocket, thinking about how to find an excuse to go to the 68th floor and return the chip to Yi Zhenting without anyone noticing. He didn't let her deliver breakfast today, nor did he let her clean the swimming pool on the rooftop, so she had no chance to go up at all. Can it be sent by mail, or together with documents delivered by other departments? However, the chip is so important, how could she dare to be careless? It would be troublesome if you lose it. Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng. David's voice interrupted Feng Qianxue's thoughts. It's time to change shifts, let's go eat. Oh. Feng Qianxue absent-mindedly followed David to the restaurant, and suddenly remembered that Yi Zhenting went to the 27th floor to dine last time. Maybe he would go there today too? She immediately had an idea and took David to the restaurant on the 27th floor. Two people in security uniforms suddenly appeared among a group of brightly dressed civilian staff, looking out of place. David felt uncomfortable. Feng Qianxue looked around, searching for Yi Zhenting everywhere. When Feng Qianxue's former colleagues in the administration department saw her, they all avoided her and no one greeted her. Feng Qianxue was very disappointed. She didn't understand why they treated her like this. Qianxue. A voice suddenly came. Feng Qianxue looked up and saw Shen Yun, a colleague from the administration department, coming over with a plate of food. Can I sit down? Of course, please take a seat. Feng Qianxue quickly moved inside. Shen Yun sat down next to Feng Qianxue and handed her a box of yogurt. I got one for you. Thank you. Feng Qianxue was very touched. You're welcome. You were very nice to me when you were in the administration department. Shen Yun said with a smile. Qianxue, how are you now? Are you used to working in the security department? It's fine. My colleagues take good care of me. Feng Qianxue introduced David to her. This is David. We are on duty together every day. Hello, David, my name is Shen Yun. Hello, Shen Yun. Shen Yun and David greeted each other. Then, Shen Yun lowered his voice and said to Feng Qianxue, do you know? Manager, he has been transferred to the parking lot as a security guard. I know. Feng Qianxue nodded. She had been on duty in the parking lot these days and had not run into He Wenjie. She hoped that she would never meet that man in her life. Do you know why? Shen Yun asked curiously. I am not sure. Feng Qianxue didn't want to mention that matter, she felt it was not glorious. Oh. Shen Yun did not ask any further questions. I was just curious, so I asked a few more questions. Don't mind. Fine. Feng Qianxue turned her head and looked at the door. It was already 12:30, and the night devil had not come yet. He probably wouldn't come today. Qianxue, I have to go first. There is a very important board meeting this afternoon, and I have to deliver the documents to the 68th floor. Shen Yun stood up with the dinner plate. Can I go with you? Feng Qianxue asked hastily, and then added, I'm worried that you'll be too tired to move the files by yourself, so I want to help you carry them. Okay, let's go. Chapter 59 Aggravated Crime. In the elevator, Shen Yun reminded Feng Qianxue, when we get to the 68th floor, don't run around, okay? Got it. Feng Qianxue nodded, but in her heart she was thinking about how to find an excuse to sneak into Yi Jinting's office later. Qianxue. Shen Yun suddenly asked again, does Manager He's transfer have anything to do with you? Feng Qianxue was stunned for a moment before she reacted and answered evasively, I'm just an intern. I don't have any rights in the company. In other words, it has nothing to do with you? Shen Yun looked at her deeply. Yeah, what's wrong? Feng Qianxue was very confused. Why did Ayun care so much about He Wenjie's affairs? Nothing. Shen Yun smiled slightly, my colleagues all said that Manager He was transferred because of you, because right after he was transferred, you were transferred to the security department. So, what do you care about? Feng Qianxue asked back. Shen Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course I care about you. I'm afraid you will be affected. After all, it's too hard for a girl to be a security guard. Oh. Feng Qianxue felt that Shen Yun was acting strange and was about to ask about the situation when the elevator opened. Feng Qianxue hurriedly carried the file box and walked out. Shen Yun followed beside her and led the way, this way. The two put the documents in the conference room and someone from the president's office came to check them. Shen Yun handed over to them, and Feng Qianxue took the opportunity to slip away. Shen Yun glanced at her back, then immediately looked away, pretending he saw nothing. It's lunchtime now, and there are not many employees on this floor. Feng Qianxue quickly found the president's office and was about to knock on the door to go in when a voice suddenly shouted angrily, get out. Feng Qianxue was startled and leaned over to listen. Boss Yi, please give me a chance. Please, as long as you let me stay in Xingtian, I will do anything. This is He Wenjie's voice. Feng Qianxue was stunned. Why was he here? Manager He, last time you attempted to rape a female employee, the president simply transferred you to the parking lot as a security guard, which was very merciful. But not only did you not learn your lesson, you also planned to murder someone in the parking lot. Now you have the nerve to ask the president to let you go? This is Yi Hui's voice. No, I didn't, you misunderstood. Do you think that if you destroy the surveillance camera at the duty station, no one will know about your crime? The cars in the parking lot are equipped with 24-hour driving recorders. The surveillance video on any car will record your crime. I wanted to take revenge on Feng Qianxue. That bitch hurt me like this, and I can't swallow this anger. But I never thought of hurting other people, and I didn't want to cause trouble for Mr. Yi. Finally admitted it. Yi Hui sneered. Brother Hui. Yi Hui, are you dead? Let this kind of person pollute my place? Yi Jinting shouted. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Hui responded hastily, He Wenjie, the police are on their way. Go in and reform yourself, and be a decent person when you come out. You notified the police? He Wenjie was stunned. I knelt down and begged you, why didn't you let me go? You are a criminal, yet you dare to sneak into the 68th floor. This is an even greater crime. Hearing this, Feng Qianxue remembered the day when the cargo box fell on the parking lot. If Si Haoxuan hadn't rushed over in time to protect her, she would probably still be lying in the hospital. At the time she thought it was an accident, but now when she thinks about it, those cargo boxes were neatly arranged. How could they suddenly fall down? It turns out that it was He Wenjie who did this. However, He Wenjie never expected that he would meet Yi Jinting again. Moreover, Yi Jinting's bodyguards soon found out the truth and wanted to kick him out of Shengtian. So He Wenjie tried to get to the 68th floor to plead with Yi Jinting, but he didn't expect Yi Jinting to not give him a chance this time. Chapter 60 The Breath of Death. There were sounds of pulling and entanglement, and footsteps coming from inside the door. Yi Hui dragged He Wenjie out roughly. He Wenjie was still begging humbly, "Boss Yi, please let me go. As long as you are willing to give me a way out, I will be your most loyal dog." The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Feng Qianxue fled in a hurry. At this time, Ayun came towards her. "Qianxue, why are you here?" Feng Qianxue didn't have time to answer and pulled Ayun away. But the door to the CEO's office behind him was already open. "Why are you here?" Yi Hui's surprised voice came. Feng Qianxue looked back and saw He Wenjie kneeling on the ground, being pulled by Yi Hui by the collar. He was wearing a security guard's uniform, his hair was messy, and he looked very embarrassed. "Feng Qianxue." He Wenjie glared at her with gritted teeth. "You've hurt me like this, and you still come to laugh at me? Manager He?" Yun was shocked when he saw He Wenjie, and then asked Yi Hui, "Boss Hui, what are you doing? Why are you treating Manager He like this? It's none of your business, get out of the way." Yi Hui didn't want to say more and dragged He Wenjie away. "Feng Qianxue, I will kill you." He Wenjie suddenly broke free from Yi Hui, took out a dagger, and pounced on Feng Qianxue like a madman. Feng Qianxue dodged subconsciously, but a hand from behind suddenly pushed her. She fell to the ground and was held down by He Wenjie, who stabbed her shoulder with a dagger. Feng Qianxue screamed loudly, and blood gushed out. Yi Hui was about to step forward to subdue He Wenjie, but He Wenjie immediately held Feng Qianxue hostage and threatened him, "Don't come over here, if you come one step closer, I will kill her immediately." "He Wenjie, calm down." Yi Hui held his hand, trying to calm him down. "You only committed a minor crime, don't make a big mistake and ruin your future." Yes, Manager He, calm down." Xin Yun also followed suit. "What crime have I committed?" He Wenjie was very excited. "This woman is available to anyone, so what's wrong with me playing with her? What's more, before I could even succeed, you beat me up and transferred me to be a security guard, where I suffered all kinds of humiliation. I wanted to take revenge on her, so I pushed over the boxes of materials in the parking lot, but before I could hit her, you wanted to send me to the police station. Why on earth? Why do you do this to me?" "Because you deserve it." A domineering voice suddenly came, and the powerful aura immediately suppressed He Wenjie's arrogance. Yi Jinting walked out against the light, like a god. He Wenjie's arrogance just now was gone, and he begged humbly, "Boss Yi, please don't hand me over to the police. As long as you let me go, I will disappear immediately and never show up again. Boss Yi, just agree to it." Xin Yun said immediately, "Qianxue has been injured so badly, she will die if she continues like this." Yi Jinting narrowed his eyes and looked at Feng Qianxue coldly. Feng Qianxue was shaking with pain all over, her face was pale, but she bit her lower lip tightly and said nothing. The wound on her shoulder was still bleeding, soaking her black security uniform. Now He Wenjie was holding a knife to her neck, leaving a bloody mark on her originally smooth and white neck. "Ha, I know that the reason you treat me like this is because you are interested in this woman." He Wenjie sneered, "It doesn't matter, I haven't touched her yet, as long as you let me go, she is yours." Hearing this, Feng Qianxue looked up at Yi Jinting. "No way. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me?" Yi Jinting finally spoke, his tone as cold as ice, "No one can threaten me." Everyone was stunned, they had never expected him to say that. "Do you want her to die?" He Wenjie was furious and used more force with the knife in his hand, and blood immediately flowed from Feng Qianxue's neck. She looked up, not daring to move, but she could already feel the breath of death. Chapter 61 His Home. "It's you who's going to die." Yi Jinting was lonely, cold and arrogant, as if he was a god who controlled life and death. "You, what did you say?" Although Yi Jinting did nothing, He Wenjie was already panicking, and his hand holding the knife was shaking. That night Jinting narrowed his eyes, murderous intent flashing across his face. Before Yi Wenjie could react, a hand suddenly came from behind and snatched the knife from his hand at lightning speed. He tried to resist, but his wrists were immediately grabbed. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and then a shrill scream resounded through the sky. "How dare you threaten Mr. Yi?" Yi Hui shouted angrily and dragged Yi Wenjie away, just like dragging away a dying wild dog. Feng Qianshui's eyes went dark and she fell down softly. A pair of strong arms supported her in time. Through her blurred vision, she saw Yi Jinting's handsome face. "Call a doctor." "Yes." Feng Qianshui didn't remember how long she had slept. She woke up in a daze and found herself lying on a comfortable bed. The room was decorated in cold colors, giving it a solemn and dignified feeling. The chandelier on the ceiling is engraved with a golden S logo, which is Yi Jinting's logo. Could it be that she is in his room? Feng Qianshui propped up her weak body and sat up, only to find that her clothes had been changed and she was wearing a white nightgown with nothing underneath. There was a bang in her head and it exploded all of a sudden. "Oops, where's the chip? Has Yi Jinting discovered it? Are you awake?" A gentle voice came, interrupting Feng Qianshui's thoughts. Feng Qianshui looked up and saw a female doctor pushing a medical cart in. She took her temperature and checked her wound. Fortunately, there is no inflammation, but the wound is very deep. "We can't be careless. We have to continue to observe." "You are?" Feng Qianshui looked at her blankly. "I am the Yi family's personal doctor. My name is Lei Yu." The female doctor looked at her with a smile. "The Yi King asked me to take care of you. During this period of time, I will be responsible for your injuries." Feng Qianshui was stunned. It had been a long time since she felt such a respectful attitude. In a trance, she thought she had returned to the past and became the noble and wealthy socialite again. At that time, the Feng family also had a private doctor, and when she was sick, there would be someone to take care of her. However, when Feng Qianshui saw the neatly folded security uniforms on the medical cart, her wandering thoughts were immediately brought back. "I'm just a security guard." Feng Qianshui wanted to get out of bed, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck. She gasped in pain and then she realized that her neck was wrapped tightly and she was wearing a neck guard. "My left shoulder is also wrapped tightly and I can't move at all." "Don't move." Lei Yu hurriedly helped her lie down. "Although your neck artery is not injured, the wound is very deep. You must protect it carefully." "My clothes?" Feng Qianshui reached out for the security uniform. "I asked someone to clean it for you." Lei Yu placed the clothes next to her pillow, along with a transparent document bag. "Your cell phone and the things in your pocket are all here. Have you dropped anything?" Feng Qianshui saw the small black box at a glance. She quickly took the bag and held it tightly in her hand, and asked nervously, "Did you open my things?" "Of course not." Lei Yu smiled, "You are an honored guest, how could we invade your privacy?" Then, Yi-mo. "Mr. Yi, is there any?" Feng Qianshui was very worried. If Yi Jinting saw the chip, he would definitely misunderstand that she was in cahoots with those chip-stealing criminals, and then she would be finished. "The Night King brought you back and left." Lei Yu's tone became even more odd when he mentioned Yi Jinting. He said he would come over at night. "Oh." Feng Qianshui breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside, and the servants' respectful greetings were heard. "Yi Wan, you're back." Chapter 62 Can't Leave. The door opened, and a cold wind blew in with a strong aura. The tall and straight figure was projected on the bed by the backlight, with an aggressiveness like a wild beast. Feng Qianshui's heart beat faster and she looked at him timidly like a frightened kitten. "Night King." Lei Yu greeted respectfully. Yi Jinting made a gesture and Lei Yu retreated silently. The door closed, and Yi Jinting slowly walked towards Feng Qianshui. Feng Qianshui was even more nervous. She hugged her pillow and asked stutteringly, "What are you going to do? Are you afraid of me?" Yi Jinting stopped and turned around to sit on the sofa by the window. "Nonsense, who isn't afraid of you?" Although she thought so in her heart, Feng Qianshui pretended to be calm on the surface. "Why did you bring me here?" "You were injured in the company, so I have to take responsibility for you." Yi Jinting looked cold and spoke indifferently, but his eyes lingered on her. "How is it? You're not going to die, are you?" "Nonsense." Feng Qianshui blurted out, and then immediately became timid. how can I sit here and talk to you after I die? She emphasized the word you, which represented a kind of flattery and submission to fate. Hiwanja has been detained by the police. Yi Jinting poured himself half a glass of red wine and gently shook the glass. You performed bravely this time. The company decided to reward you. What do you want? Money. Feng Qianxue said without hesitation, just give me the bonus. Is money all you have on your mind? Yi Jinting's eyes were full of contempt. I have parents and pets to take care of, so my salary is not enough to support me. Feng Qianxue said pitifully, besides, this should be considered a work-related injury, right? I don't have to pay for the medical expenses, right? Will my salary be deducted? Yi Jinting was too lazy to continue talking to her, so he got up and left. Take care, Mr. Yi, thank you for your hard work, and thank you for visiting me. Feng Qianxue took the spirit of flattery to the extreme and warmly saw Yi Jinting off. She breathed a sigh of relief only after the door was closed. Judging from Yi Jinting's reaction, he probably hadn't discovered the chip yet. She couldn't give it to him now, otherwise, he would definitely know that it was her who put it there. In order to avoid any further trouble, she had to leave here as soon as possible. But did they really not touch the little black box? Feng Qianxue hid in the bed and opened the small black box to check. Fortunately, the chip was still inside. But my phone is out of battery. Feng Qianxue installed the chip and hid it under her pillow, then shouted outside, is anyone there? Lei Yu pushed the door open and came in, Miss Feng, what can I do for you? I want to go home, could you please call a car for me? Feng Qianxue asked. Miss Feng, the Night King ordered that you cannot leave until your injuries stabilize. Lei Yu said respectfully, if you have anything to ask, you can ask me to do it. My family is still waiting for me. If I don't go back so late, they will be worried. It's already 9:30 in the evening and Feng Qianxue's phone is turned off again. I guess Shuma and the 3 babies are so anxious that they are about to call the police. How about you make a phone call first? Lei Yu suggested, your injuries are serious. If you go back like this, there will be no one to take care of you at home, right? Feng Qianxue thought about it and it made sense. She couldn't take care of herself now. Mother Zhu was already exhausted from taking care of 3 babies every day. How could she have the energy to take care of her? Besides, the babies will be scared when they see her like this. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue had no choice but to stay for a while, letting Lei Yu find a charger to charge her phone, and then call Zhuma. Hey, Aunt Zhu. Miss, where have you been? I called you but your phone was always turned off. I was scared to death. My phone is out of battery. I just turned it on. Aunt Zhu, I have something to do. I'll be back in a few days. Feng Qianxue would not lie, but she was afraid that Zhuma would worry. What happened? Mother Zhu felt something was wrong. Don't worry, tell me. The babies are not around. I was injured and I'm recovering. What's going on? Is it serious? It's not serious. Feng Qianxue said hurriedly, it's just a minor injury. I need to observe it for a few days. Which hospital are you in? I'll come find you. My boss arranged a private hospital for me. I won't be home these few days, so I'm sorry to trouble you. Don't worry, I will take good care of the babies. Take good care of yourself and call me if you have any problems. Thank you, Mother Zhu. Chapter 63 My boss has a crush on me. After hanging up the phone, Feng Qianxue lay on the bed alone, feeling very bored, so she sent a text message to the debt-paying duck. Why haven't you reported your performance in the past few days? If I didn't ask you, wouldn't you take the initiative? Why are you so unprofessional? In front of the Night Devil, he is submissive and fawning, but here at the debt-paying duck he can show off his power as a boss and feel a sense of pleasure in venting. No business. The debt-paying duck replied in a text message. You haven't received any business in all these days? Didn't you go to Yisei? What do you do every day? The other party did not reply. Feng Qianxue called him directly. After a while, the call was connected. What? Have you been accompanying that rich woman who supports you these days? Feng Qianxue asked directly. In the next room, Yi Jinting was shaking his wineglass while soaking in the bathtub. His wheat-colored skin exuded a seductive aura under the light, and his strong and wild figure carried a mysterious wildness. I'm accompanying a brainless stupid woman. Yi Jinting replied indifferently. What do you mean by a brainless, stupid woman? She is your breadwinner. Feng Qianxue said, putting on airs and teaching her a lesson. You need to get your mind right and serve your boss well, otherwise how can you have a future? Being a gigolo is expected to have a bright future? Yi Jinting wiped the water off his face. What's that sound? Feng Qianxue heard the sound of rippling water. Are you swimming? Taking a bath. Yi Jinting took a sip of ice wine. Why are you talking to me on the phone while taking a bath? Feng Qianxue's mind unconsciously flashed with the scene of him taking a bath, his sexy and wild body, his impeccable lines, and his healthy wheat-colored skin. Just like delicious food, it exudes an enticing aroma. Want to see it? Yi Jinting teased her deliberately. Rogue. Feng Qianxue blushed and her heart started beating fast. Last time at night, I don't know which female hooligan hugged me and kissed me, and even touched me. Yi Jinting couldn't help feeling a little agitated when he recalled the ambiguous situation before. I just wanted to provoke those 3 rich women. Feng Qianxue explained hurriedly, you should use these little tricks on your clients, not on your boss. I won't pay you. It doesn't matter, it can be used to pay off the debt. No, don't even think about hitting on me. Feng Qianxue interrupted him immediately, a boss won't develop feelings for his subordinates, understand? What about your boss? Yi Jinting deliberately asked her. My boss is quite good. He is tall, handsome and rich, but a little perverted. He always bullies me for no reason. But he has been more obedient recently. Maybe he is intimidated by my majestic temperament. Yi Jinting rolled his eyes and thought, it seems that he has to continue bullying you. Speaking of which, my boss is really a strange person. He is usually cold and ruthless and never looks at me straight in the eye. But when I was injured today, he actually brought me home for treatment and even arranged a professional private doctor for me. Your boss is so good to you, you should thank him. Thanks for nothing, I am now a lamb to be slaughtered. Think about it, if an employee is injured in the company, shouldn't the boss have someone send her to the hospital? Why bring her home? This is weird. Maybe he is special to you? That's the problem. Feng Qianxue was a little excited. I always run into him inexplicably in the company, in the restaurant, swimming pool, elevator, parking lot. Is this all a coincidence? I heard from other colleagues that they had been in the company for half a year and had never met the boss once. Why was it that I could see him so often? I thought he was deliberately creating opportunities for me to run into him by chance. Why does he do this? Yi Jinting asked curiously. It's obvious that he has a crush on me. Chapter 64 is he him? Yi Jinting was speechless. It's over. Feng Qianxue suddenly became nervous. Since he covets my beauty, then isn't it dangerous for me to be here? Will he break into my room in the middle of the night? It's possible. Yi Jinting deliberately scared her. Yeah, come and save me. Feng Qianxue said pitifully, except you, I have no one else to turn to. You talk as if your boss wants to eat you. Yi Jinting said coldly, even if he really likes you, it's your blessing. You should be grateful. Damn it, who do you belong to? Feng Qianxue growled angrily. Okay, take good care of your injuries. Yi Jinting hung up the phone, thinking about the idiot woman in the next room. An evil curve appeared on his lips. He planned to tease her again. He stood up, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and walked out barefoot. Feng Qianxue was lying on the bed, thinking about something, when the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Jinting's tall figure was projected onto the bed by the light, with a strong sense of aggressiveness. His hair was still dripping with water, and the white bathrobe wrapped around his body could not hide his sexy and wild chest, and the seductive charm emanating from his body. Feng Qianxue stared at him blankly, swallowed instinctively, then hurriedly turned her eyes away and asked nervously, why didn't you knock on the door? This is my home. Yi Jinting walked towards her slowly, his masculine scent gradually approaching, with an irresistible aura. Feng Qianxue's heartbeat quickened, her whole body tensed up, and she didn't dare look at him. Are you okay? Yi Jinting didn't say anything. He walked straight to the bed and leaned over. Hey, you. Feng Qianxue was trembling nervously, her face flushed. What are you going to do? Yi Jinting narrowed his eyes, looked at her deeply, and his body gradually pressed down. His tall body was like a ferocious beast, with a burning breath that seemed to melt her. Feng Qianxue wanted to avoid him, but the pain from the wound caused her body to become stiff and she couldn't move at all. Now she has really become a lamb to be slaughtered. Yi Jinting's handsome face approached her little by little, his deep eyes as deep as the sea sized her up with interest. Are you afraid of me? You, don't mess around. Feng Qianshue's voice was trembling. Although you are the boss, I am not a casual person. Feng Qianshue paused before she finished her words. Yi Jinting's cold thin lips suddenly came closer. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment, and her whole body was like a taut string, frozen there, motionless. There are only a few words in my mind. It's over, it's over, it's over. Yi Jinting's lips brushed across her cheek like a feather, brushing her earlobe, and his hand reached out. Feng Qianshue subconsciously closed her eyes and her chest tensed. Yi Jinting smiled, took a book from beside her pillow, and then stood up and left. Feng Qianshue felt a sense of emptiness around her. She slowly opened her eyes and felt inexplicably lost in her heart. It turns out that he didn't come to kiss her, but to get the book. Bastard, he was obviously trying to scare her on purpose. Feng Qianshue glared at him angrily, but when she saw his tall back, she couldn't help but be stunned. This back view looks so familiar. So familiar. Her mind flashed back to that night 4 years ago. At that time, the man was wrapped in a bath towel and changing clothes with his back to her. Now, although he was not wrapped in a towel but in a bathrobe, the similar scene and atmosphere made people feel a strong sense of familiarity. Could it be that he really is? No, it's impossible. How could it be him? Feng Qianshue stared at Yi Jinting's lower back. Wouldn't she be able to find the answer if she just untied his bathrobe and looked at the tattoo on his lower back? Chapter 65 Wealth and Power. While I was still daydreaming, Yi Jinting had already walked out of the room. Feng Qianshue wanted to sit up and call him, but the maid waiting at the door had already closed it. Feng Qianshue fell helplessly on the bed, and said to herself in her heart that she must take good care of her injuries, and everything will be easy once she is healed. Yi Jinting returned to the room, thinking about Feng Qianshue, who was trembling with fear just now, and a seductive smile appeared on his lips. That woman, silly and cute. Feng Qianshue didn't sleep well that night, not because of the pain, but because her mind couldn't stop working. Sometimes I thought about the chip, and sometimes I thought about Yi Jinting's back. Although these two things are unrelated, they both affect her mood. She was extremely distressed and just wanted to resolve the issue as soon as possible. The next morning, Feng Qianshue was awakened by the ringing of the phone. It was the babies calling. She answered the phone, said a few simple words to comfort them, and then found an excuse to hang up. She didn't want anyone to know about the babies. After all, Feng's business had grown so big that it had made many enemies. Once the news got out, her former rivals might deliberately make things difficult for her and her family. Lei Yu brought the medical assistant in to change Feng Qianshue's dressing. When he opened the door, Yi Jinting happened to pass by. A well-tailored black suit highlights his domineering and mysterious temperament, and his tall and slender body looks even more aloof in the morning sun. He was walking and talking on the phone, and when he passed the door, he glanced into the room casually. Just then, he met Feng Qianshue's eyes. He was calm and confident, but she was a little nervous. In the end, he turned his eyes away and left in a hurry. And her eyes followed his back, trying to figure out if he was the one. Although the back view was really similar, she could not connect him with the duck who served the rich woman every day. Miss Feng, I'm going to change your dressing now. It may be a little painful, so please bear with it. Lei Yu reminded gently. Well, come on. Feng Qianshue didn't take it seriously at first, but when Lei Yu untied the gauze around her neck, she immediately screamed in pain, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Yi Jinting, who was walking on the spiral staircase, heard the voice, stopped, turned back and whispered, "Tell her to be gentle." Yes, Night King. The maid waiting at the door hurried in to report. Lei Yu and Feng Qianshue both heard Yi Jinting's voice. Lei Yu apologized repeatedly, "I'm sorry, Miss Feng, did I hurt you?" Fine. Feng Qianshue felt a warm current surge in her heart, which once again confirmed her conclusion yesterday: the boss had a crush on her. Feng Qianshue has always had a beautiful wish, which is to be able to live a life of idleness and wait for death, gaining something without working for it. She thought that she could only realize this wish when she was old and her 3 children grew up, but she didn't expect it to come true now. There are 2 maids, 2 nurses, and a doctor serving me. I just need to open my mouth for food and stretch out my hand for clothes. I am so happy. Moreover, the servants of the Yi family are well trained and very good at observing people's words and expressions. Feng Qianshue just looked at the French window and sighed, "The sunshine is so nice." The servant immediately helped her into a wheelchair and pushed her to the garden to bask in the sun. Only after walking out of the room did Feng Qianxue truly realize the luxury of this villa. Although the design is simple, it is extremely exquisite and ingenious. The whole villa is dominated by white tones. Every piece of furniture and decoration is a limited edition designed by a famous designer. The oil paintings hanging on the wall and the floor-standing vase in the corner are also priceless. Feng Qianxue's father was once the richest man in Haicheng. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she was used to seeing good things in big scenes. But Yi Jinting's home was 100 times more luxurious than anything she had ever seen. When she walked out of the villa and saw the gardens and lawns that were comparable to royal gardens, she was even more amazed at Yi Jinting's financial resources. She suddenly remembered what Si Haoshuan said, "It seems that you don't understand Mr. Ye's strength." Chapter 66 Ant's Provocation. Feng Qianxue searched for Yi Jinting's information on her mobile phone, and indeed found some things she had never known. It turns out that Shengshi Group is just one of Yi Jinting's businesses, and it only holds a very small share. This is what can be found. I don't know how many more there are that cannot be found. No wonder, the Si family, now the richest family in Haicheng, wants to curry favor with Yi Jinting. Just as she was thinking, Feng Qianxue's phone suddenly rang. It was Mother Zhu calling. She quickly answered the call. "Mother Zhu. Miss, there are guests at home." Xu Ma's voice was nervous. Guests? Feng Qianxue was confused. How could there be any guests in her house? "Let me talk to Qianxue." A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Qianxue, this is your aunt." Aunt? Feng Qianxue's heart sank suddenly. How could her aunt Bai Qiuyu, Bai Lu's mother, find her home? "Qianxue, I just heard about your return from Lulu, and I came to visit you and the children right away with some gifts. Your second uncle has always been thinking about you." "Aunt." Feng Qianxue interrupted her and said politely, "I'm not home now, what can I do for you?" Since she was a child, Feng Qianxue has never liked this aunt. She is the only one who is profit-seeking and fawning on the powerful. My cousin Feng Xiwan married into the Bai family in his early years and had basically no contact with the Feng family. Later, the Feng family became the richest, and Feng Xiwan came to curry favor with them. His father Feng Qianyan kept him in the company out of brotherly love. Feng Xiwan's family had always been warm and enthusiastic towards Feng Qianyan and his daughter, but later the Feng family fell into poverty, and Feng Xiwan's family did not come to Feng Qianyan's funeral, and then they simply disappeared and lost contact. Feng Qianxue heard that Feng Xiwan had started his own company, named it Baifeng Group, and it was doing very well. There are rumors that he benefited from the Si family, and some people say that Feng Xiwan had made a lot of money from the Feng family before, and used these savings to start his own business. No matter what, Feng Qianxue doesn't want to have any contact with their family anymore. "I didn't expect Bai Qiuyu to come to my door. I just came to see you and the children." Bai Qiuyu said with a half smile, "Your second uncle has set up a family dinner and invited you and the children to eat at home. It just so happens that your children are classmates with our Mu Feng, so we can play together." "No need." Feng Qianxue was about to refuse. "Why are you being so polite? We are all family." Bai Qiuyu interrupted Feng Qianxue and said with a smile, "Those uncles of the Feng family also cared about you in the past. They are all shareholders of Baifeng Group now, and you know them all." Feng Qianxue didn't want to listen at all, so she suppressed her disgust and waited for her to finish her words. "By the way, the media reporters have also been keeping an eye on your whereabouts." Finally, Bai Qiuyu said the key point. "Although the Feng family has fallen on hard times, you, the daughter of a wealthy family in the past, have also been a hot topic in the news. I think they should be very curious about who the father of those 3 children is, right? What on earth do you want to do?" Feng Qianxue gritted her teeth and shouted. TSK, you kid." Bai Qiuyu said with a sad smile, "Auntie just came to invite you and your child to have a simple meal at home. Why are you angry? Is it wrong for us to care about you? I will arrive on time and at the place." Feng Qianxue knew that she couldn't refuse, otherwise, Bai Qiuyu would definitely report the matter of the child to the media, exaggerate it, and make a big fuss about it. Cyber violence is so terrible now. When the time comes, not only will the children not be able to go to kindergarten, but even their normal life will be affected. The address is the former Feng family's. Bai Qiuyu boasted with a sneer, "You may not know this, but that villa is my home now. We have been living there for the past 4 years. Chapter 67 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Really? That's great. Feng Qianxue suppressed her emotions and said, "Congratulations, Auntie. Ha ha, thank you. Bai Qiuyu laughed happily. Don't be late at 6 o'clock tonight. Lulu, my son-in-law, and my grandson will also be there. Oh, by the way, you also know my son-in-law, he's... I know, it's Si Haoshuan. Feng Qianxue deliberately made herself appear calm and nonchalant. I will be there on time. That's good. Bai Qiuyu pretended to be polite. Do you want me to send a car to pick you up? No need, I can go by myself. Feng Qianxue said coldly, Aunt, please go home early. My house is simple, so I won't keep you here. Don't worry, I'll leave right away. Bai Qiuyu said meaningfully, as long as you listen to me, I won't disturb your family. After hanging up the phone, Feng Qianxue's face looked very bad. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of her, she thought of her own home. Her father started from scratch. When Feng Qianxue could remember, he and his daughter lived in a small house of more than 60 square meters. Her father was busy day and night, and it was Zhu's mother who took care of her all year round. As she grew up, their house became bigger and bigger. When she was 16, her father became the richest man in Haicheng, and they moved to a villa halfway up the mountain in the south of the city. That was the home her father built for her. He said he wanted her to be a happy little princess, forever free from worries. Although she has been without a mother since childhood, she lives a happy life. She was really protected too well by her father, so when the crisis came, she was completely unaware and didn't even have time to react. If she didn't have the child, she probably wouldn't have survived until today. Although she was foolish and did something ridiculous and gave birth to those 3 children, she is also responsible for her mistakes. She did her best to raise her children and provide them with a healthy living environment. Now, she just wants to raise her child well and not dwell on the past. However, there are always people who come to her house to make trouble for her. Is it because she is alone and helpless now that they think she is easy to bully? Miss Feng, are you okay? Lei Yu looked at her and asked with concern, did you encounter any problems? It's okay. Feng Qianxue was a little absent-minded. I have to go out at 6 o'clock tonight. Can you please prescribe some painkillers for me? Painkillers are useless. Lei Yu looked at her with a smile. Let me go with you, so you don't have to worry no matter what happens. Is it too much trouble for you? Feng Qianxue was a little surprised. Dr. Lei Yu was too nice to her. The Night King asked me to take care of you, not only for treatment, but also for other things. Lei Yu squatted down to feed her medicine. After you take the medicine, I will have someone dress you up. We will leave at 5 o'clock. The stylist changed Feng Qianxue into a comfortable yet elegant outfit and put a white scarf around her neck to cover the scars. Her naturally curly long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore light makeup. Although her outfit looks plain and elegant, it cannot conceal Feng Qianxue's innate noble temperament and the spiritual energy in her bones. Looking at herself in the mirror, Feng Qianxue felt a little strange. In the past 4 years, she never put on makeup, didn't take care of her skin, and rarely looked in the mirror. Her mind was filled with making money to support her family. She had almost forgotten what she looked like. It turns out to be so beautiful. Let's go. Lei Yu pushed Feng Qianxue into the car. Wait a minute. Feng Qianxue was shocked when she saw the car in front of her. Rolls-Royce Phantom, is this Mr. Ye's car? This Phantom was scratched before and sent for repair. It just came back yesterday. I asked the Night King and he said you can use it at will. Lei Yu said respectfully. Chapter 68 Prominent Status. Feng Qianxue stared at the car in a daze, remembering the first day she came back from the countryside, when the taxi she and her babies were riding in hit a Rolls-Royce Phantom near the train station. At that time, she saw a man in the car with a serious injury on his back, and blood had stained the wolf head tattoo on his lower back. She recognized him immediately as the man from 4 years ago. But before we could confirm, the car drove away. Her thoughts were all on the man, and she forgot to remember the license plate number, but she clearly remembered that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was limited to 35 units worldwide, and it was said that there were only 3 units available in the Chinese market. So, could it be that Yi Jinting is really that person? Miss Feng, what's wrong with you? Lei Yu called softly. No, it's okay. Feng Qianxue came back to her senses and deliberately changed the subject. I'm a little flattered to see such a nice car. You're welcome. The Night King said you can use it at will. Lei Yu said with a smile, come on, let's get in the car. After getting in the car, Feng Qianxue was still trying hard to recall what happened that day, but she couldn't remember the license plate number. She deliberately tested Lei Yu. By the way, Dr. Lei, was Mr. Yi injured a while ago? Since he is the Yi family's personal doctor, Lei Yu must know if Yi Jinting is injured. No. Lei Yu replied, as the only heir of the Yi family, the Night King carries the fate of the entire family on his shoulders. His safety is the top priority of the family. He is always protected by 18 gold medal bodyguards, so he will not be easily injured. Oh. Feng Qianxue nodded, feeling very puzzled. No one was injured? Could it be that the person was not him? Come to think of it, the last time I saw him at the company, he was swimming in the infinity pool on the rooftop. If he really is that person, the injury on his back should not have healed yet. He has to be careful even when getting in the water, so how can he swim? Could it be that she really made a mistake? Why are you asking this suddenly? Lei Yu asked back. I just saw that he was in a bad mood a while ago, and I wondered if it was caused by his injury, hee. Feng Qianxue found an excuse to get away with it. Ha, the Night King has a pretty good temper. Lei Yu smiled slightly, with a complicated light flashing in his eyes. Feng Qianxue didn't ask any more questions. She just looked out the window quietly, thinking about how to deal with the Bai family later. After about 40 minutes drive, we finally arrived at the former Feng family, now the Bai family. The car drove into the villa, and Feng Qianxue saw a group of familiar figures from afar. Sure enough, almost all of those people who used to follow her father for a living are here now. Feng Xiwan and Bai Qiuyu were dressed gorgeously and greeted them at the door with smiles on their faces. Each of those people brought generous gifts and greeted respectfully and earnestly. The scene before my eyes is so familiar. Isn't this the Feng family a few years ago? At that time, Feng Qianyang was still full of vigor and vitality, and the crowds at his door were also so busy, and there were still such a group of people coming to visit with gifts. Probably even the words from the Windy City are pretty much the same as before. It's just that Feng Xiwan's family was also among the crowd of gift givers at that time, and now, they have become the owners of this villa. Beep. A car horn sounded behind me. Feng Qianxue looked up at the rearview mirror and saw a white Bentley parked behind the Rolls-Royce. It was the Si family's car. Why are you pressing the wrong buttons? Si Haoshuan scolded the driver in the car. I'm sorry, Mr. Si. The driver lowered his head. Why are you angry? Bai Lu said displeasedly, this is my own home, no one can stand in my way. Why does that phantom in front look like a nightclub's car? Si Haoshuan opened the car window and observed carefully, could it be that your parents hired a nightclub? Which nightclub? Bai Lu leaned out to look, are you talking about the Yi Jinting from Shengtian Group? Si Yuan, go and take a look. Si Haoshuan ordered. Yes. Si Yuan got out of the car to check and immediately gestured to him. It's really Mr. Ye's car. Si Haoshuan immediately ordered, stop the car quickly. Yes. The driver stopped the car. Si Haoshuan hurriedly got out of the car to greet him. Bai Lu came down from the other side, wearing high heels, and trotted a few steps to catch up. Chapter 69 Hongmen Banquet. Dr. Lei, once the car stops, you guys can go first. I can go in alone. Feng Qianxue knew that Bai Qiuyu had deliberately set up a Hongmen banquet tonight and invited these people just to humiliate her. She didn't want Lei Yu and the others to see such a scene. She didn't want them to know about her past or the existence of the baby. Ms. Feng, how can you do this alone? It's okay if I say so. Feng Qianxue insisted, just send me to the door. All right. The car stopped, Lei Yu and the medical staff got out first, then walked around and prepared to open the door. At this time, Si Haoshuan came over hurriedly and greeted politely, welcome, Mr. Knight. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the young lady of the Si family, my name is Bai. Before Bai Lu could finish her words, the car door opened from the inside, and Feng Qianxue's pure and beautiful face appeared before her eyes. Bai Lu was stunned for a moment. Feng Qianxue? Swear? Why is it you? Si Haoshuan was also very shocked. My aunt invited me here. Feng Qianxue responded calmly and raised her hand. Two medical staff immediately helped her out of the car. On the other side, Lei Yu had taken down the wheelchair and Feng Qianxue sat on it. How come you are riding in such a nice car? Bai Lu sneered sarcastically, rented, right? And you even rented a few servants to pretend to be nice. Lei Yu glanced at her and said nothing. Si Yuan hurriedly reminded in a low voice, young madam, this is the Yi family's car. I have seen the bodyguard driving it. He is one of Mr. Ye's personal bodyguards. How is it possible? Bai Lu expressed her doubt. Why would the Yi family's car bring Feng Qianxue here? She is nothing now. Mrs. C. Lei Yu finally couldn't help but speak. Miss Feng is our nightclub's VIP guest. Dr. Lei. Feng Qianxue interrupted Lei Yu. Thank you for sending me here. You can go back first. We'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. Lei Yu knew that Feng Qianxue probably didn't want to cause any trouble, so he didn't say much and got into the car with the driver and medical staff. Feng Qianxue, you are amazing. You managed to get close to a CEO so quickly. Bai Lu sneered contemptuously. You may not have any other skills, but you are good at finding men. Shut up. Si Haoshuan shouted angrily. Why are you yelling at me? Bai Lu was so angry that her face turned red. Did I say something wrong? Yi Zong is not something you can talk about casually. Si Haoshuan frowned and warned, do you want to kill the Si family? Seeing how serious he was, Bai Lu had heard that Yi Jinting was not someone to be trifled with, so she had no choice but to shut up. I'm injured and it's not very convenient for me to move around. Feng Qianxue explained, because it's a work-related injury, my boss asked a private doctor to send me here, that's all. She didn't want to do anything using Yi Jinting's name. After all, they had no relationship. If it is revealed later, it will probably be even more embarrassing. She is just an ordinary person who wants to live an ordinary life on her own and has never thought about relying on anyone. Besides, Yi Jinting is not someone you can just cling to. Provoking him will bring more harm than good. I see. Bai Lu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this explanation. I really thought you were so capable, but it turns out you just want to use other people's light to shine on yourself. How vain. Can you please say less? Si Haoshuan was very annoyed with her. Why do you always blame me? Bai Lu stomped her feet in anger. Oh, isn't this Qianxue? Bai Qiuyu greeted her warmly and hypocritically. After so many years, you are still so beautiful. Why are you sitting in a wheelchair? What happened? She's injured, push her in first. Si Haoshuan made a gesture. Si Yuan immediately pushed Feng Qianxue in. Bai Lu pulled her mother aside and rebuked her unhappily. Mom, why did you invite her over for no reason? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Silly child, I am just trying to vent my anger on your behalf. Chapter 70 Hongmen Banquet 2. Silly child, I want to vent my anger for you. Bai Qiuyu pulled Bai Lu and whispered, you finally married into the Si family and gave birth to a son for Haoshuan. How can I let others destroy this hard-earned happiness? Mom, you mean? Tonight, I will make Feng Qianxue realize the reality and give up. Bai Qiuyu sneered, just wait and see. I know that Mom loves me the most. Bai Lu hugged Bai Qiuyu and kissed her. Mom, you don't know, ever since Feng Qianxue came back, Haoshuan has been so cold to me, I'm worried about it. Don't show up in this matter, otherwise it will affect your relationship with Haoshuan. Bai Qiuyu patted her hands and reminded her, be a considerate young lady, and let Mom do the rest. Yeah. Bai Lu nodded repeatedly, I understand. Let's go in first. Where's Mu Feng? Fell asleep in the car. Si Yuan pushed Feng Qianxue into the villa, and all eyes in the room were on her. Those uncles and aunts recognized Feng Qianxue at a glance. They looked at her in different ways, each with their own thoughts. Some even whispered. Why is she here? She did something so ridiculous back then that pissed off her father to death. How dare she show up now? If it were me, I would have stayed away from her long ago. Shug, stop talking. Why can't I say it? She can do it, but I can't? Qianxue. Feng Xiwan came over enthusiastically, finally I see you. I've been looking for you all these years. Are you doing well? His voice sounded so sincere, just like a relative caring about a younger generation. Very good, thank you, uncle. Feng Qianxue looked at him with a smile, really wanting to see clearly into people's hearts. During those years, Feng Xiwan worked beside her father and gave people the impression of being honest and loyal. However, due to his indecisive character and lack of independent thinking, he was always led by his wife. Therefore, he couldn't do anything big and could only follow Feng Qianyang as a follower, but he did his best. But Feng Qianxue didn't understand why after her father's accident, her family hid away and avoided him, not even attending the funeral? They also cut off contact afterwards. What happened to you? Why are you sitting in a wheelchair? Feng Xiwan asked with concern, are you injured? Yeah. Feng Qianxue nodded. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. If I had known you were injured, I should have gone to pick you up. Feng Xiwan looked guilty. Where do you live now? Why don't you move back home? Your aunt and I can take care of you in the future. Yes. Bai Qiuyu's resonant voice came. I have asked the servants to clean up the guest room. Qianxue, you and the children can move back any time. Your second uncle and I will help you move. Child, what child? Feng Xiwan obviously didn't know anything about children. The people around also widened their eyes in surprise and talked about it. Oh, look at my memory. Bai Qiuyu slapped his head and said in annoyance, Lao Feng, I forgot to tell you that Qianxue now has 3. Aunt. Mother. Feng Qianxue and Si Haoxuan spoke at the same time, interrupting Bai Qiuyu's words. The two of them looked at each other at the same time, with complicated expressions. Haoxuan. Bai Lu immediately walked over and took Si Haoxuan's arm, leaning on him intimately. Mu Feng has fallen asleep, carry him upstairs. Si Haoxuan glanced at Feng Qianxue and said to Bai Qiuyu, Mom, please come with me. It's just right. I have something to talk to you about. Let your father go with you, let him go. Bai Qiuyu quickly winked at Feng Xiwan. Feng Xiwan obeyed his wife very much and quickly stepped forward to pull Si Haoxuan. Haoxuan, I'll go with you. Although Si Haoxuan felt helpless, he had no choice but to leave first. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Bai Qiuyu began to greet them. We are all family, hurry up and take a seat. Lulu, don't just stand there like an idiot, push your sister to take a seat. Oh. Chapter 71 A Wild Child Without a Mother. Bai Qiuyu arranged the position for Feng Qianxue to be between her and Bai Lu. The mother and daughter accompanied her on both sides, seemingly enthusiastic, but in fact they wanted to leave her nowhere to escape. After taking their seats, an aunt named Huang looked at Feng Qianxue with a smile. I haven't seen you for a few years. You have matured a lot. She looked like a little girl before, but now she's grown up. Another aunt named Ma deliberately asked, Sister Qiuyu, what child are you talking about just now? Could it be that Qianxue is already married and has children? Yes, Qianxue already has 3 children. So, time flies and we grow old. Bai Qiuyu said with a smile, Qianxue, why didn't you bring your children here today? This time, Feng Qianxue did not interrupt Bai Qiuyu and let her finish her words. Feng Qianxue knew very well that the secret could no longer be kept from the moment Bai Lu ran into her and the child in the kindergarten. At least the news had already spread among the Bai and Feng families. Given Bai Qiuyu's personality, she must have said a lot of unpleasant things about her to these aunts and cousins behind her back. Bai Qiuyu invited them here tonight just to put on a good show, deliberately humiliating Feng Qianxue in front of Si Haoxuan and completely severing their relationship. Oh my god. Everyone at the table found it unbelievable. They didn't expect that after not seeing each other for 4 years, Feng Qianxue actually had 3 children. Several uncles frowned, their faces solemn, and their eyes looking at Feng Qianxue became more contemptuous. Aunt Huang asked excitedly, Qianxue, when did you get married? How come we didn't know? How old is the child? Auntie Ma asked, what does your husband do? Why didn't he come with you? Bai Qiuyu and Bai Lu looked at Feng Qianxue with a half smile. The mother and daughter were waiting to see how Feng Qianxue would tell everyone that she had found a duck in the night and gave birth to these 3 children. After a moment of silence, Feng Qianxue finally spoke, this is my private matter. It has nothing to do with you, right? Suddenly, everyone in the room was stunned, obviously not expecting her to respond like this. An uncle angrily said, what do you mean it has nothing to do with us? We are all your elders, shouldn't we ask about your situation? You are so secretive, are you having a child out of wedlock? Another uncle asked, who is the father of the child? Why don't you say anything? Others asked anxiously, could it be that you hooked up with a married man and gave birth to his illegitimate child? Ha, an aunt mocked, married men are considered good, but the worst thing is that they don't even know who the father of their child is. You have done such a ridiculous thing, which has really brought shame to the Feng family. One uncle was so angry that he slammed the table and left. Qianxue, you are so outrageous. Aunt Ma mocked, 4 years ago, you did such a shameless thing that your father jumped off the building and committed suicide. I thought you had restrained yourself, but now you are even worse. Yes, we elders really can't stand it anymore, ah. Aunt Huang sighed, if Mr. Feng knew what you are like now, I'm afraid he would die with regrets. He looked very well behaved when he was young, but how did he become like this when he grew up? It's such a sin. Several other aunts whispered. In the end, it's because I didn't have my mother to teach me that I'm so shameless. Look at Lulu, she's nothing like her. That's right, Lulu was a pure and innocent child. She fell in love, got married, and had children in an upright manner. She is nothing like her. Hearing these words, Bai Lu's face showed a smug smile. Oh, old Huang, please don't say that. Bai Qiuyu smiled modestly. I have been strict with my Lulu since she was a child. Xian Xue is a pitiful child. She has been without a mother since she was a child, so she went astray. We, as elders, should educate her more. Have you said enough? Feng Qianxue finally couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 72 Feng Qianxue goes crazy. If I remember correctly, there is no one here with the last name Feng, right? Feng Qianxue retorted calmly, what does the Feng family's reputation have to do with you? You. When my father was around and the Feng family was prosperous, you fawned over us like dogs. But when the Feng family fell into trouble, not a single person showed up. And now you're here pretending to be an elder and lecturing me? Feng Qianxue sneered sarcastically, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? How did you talk? The uncles were so angry that their faces turned red. One of the distant relatives, Ma Chang, was furious. He pointed at Feng Qianxue's nose and cursed, when your father was still alive, he would never talk to us like this. You are a motherless bastard. You are so uneducated. Hearing this, Feng Qianxue's emotions exploded all of a sudden, and she suddenly picked up the water cup in front of her and smashed it over. With a bang, the water cup brushed past Ma Chang's head and hit the crystal chandelier behind him. A pile of crystal beads fell and hit the dining table, making a loud ping-pong sound, which scared a group of women and made them scream. Bai Lu jumped up and hid behind Bai Qiuyu. Bai Qiuyu subconsciously covered his face with his hands, but his wrist was still scratched by the glass shards, and blood slowly seeped out. Ah! Bai Qiuyu screamed exaggeratedly. Feng Xiwan rushed down from upstairs. What's wrong? What's wrong? This evil woman, she dared to do such a shameless thing, dared to. Aunt Huang swallowed back her words because of Feng Qianxue's sharp eyes. How ridiculous. Ma Chang pointed at Feng Qianxue and shouted, how dare you take action? You were the first to speak rudely. Feng Qianxue glared at him coldly, I can tolerate you talking about me, but I can't tolerate you talking about my parents. You. All right. Feng Xiwan hastily tried to smooth things over. We are all family, calm down. Who is she from the same family? Ma Chang was furious. She is shameless and doesn't want people to say it. If people say it, she will go crazy here like a mad dog. Ma Chang, don't talk like that. Lao Feng, I can't eat this meal today. I will come to visit you and sister-in-law another day. Ma Chang left angrily with his wife. Another relative pulled Feng Xiwan aside and said, Old Feng, I know you are a loyal and kind person, but I still want to advise you to stay away from this evildoer and don't make yourself unhappy. Old White. We're leaving first, Mr. Feng, Madam, Lulu, we'll come visit you another day. Several other uncles, aunts and uncles also left in a hurry, not wanting to cause trouble. Hey, don't go, the food hasn't been served yet. Bai Qiuyu wanted to call them, but they left one after another. Forget it, let them be. Feng Xiwan held her back, go upstairs and bandage your wounds. Leave this to me. What do you want to bandage? Bai Qiuyu's expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at Feng Qianxue and shouted angrily, you ruined a good family dinner, you really don't know what's good for you. Didn't you invite me here, aunt? Feng Qianxue met her gaze and sneered, you carefully directed this great show, how could I let you down? What are you talking about? Bai Lu scolded, my mother invited you to dinner with good intentions, and not only did you mess up the dinner, but you also said this about her? Do you have any manners? You really mean well. Feng Qianxue picked up the tablecloth and carefully wiped the broken glass and blood off her hands. You specially invited so many extras to add to my scenes. Isn't it just to make Si Haoshuan laugh at me? Do you need to act out your joke for others to see? You were a joke the moment you were born. Bai Qiuyu scolded sarcastically, your mother ran away after giving birth to you, and your father raised you in such a pampered way, but unfortunately you ended up raising a shameless little bitch. Chapter 73 A Slap. That's enough, Qiuyu. Feng Xiwan said in a low voice, you can't say that about Qianxue. Why can't I say it? Bai Qiuyu was furious. Isn't what I said the truth? Why do you always defend her? You. Dad, don't worry about it, just go upstairs. Bai Lu pushed Feng Shiwan, let mom teach this little bitch a lesson. Who is the bitch? Who is shameless? Feng Qianxue asked back, what was the truth 4 years ago? Don't you know it? You, what nonsense are you talking about? What's the truth? Bai Lu panicked. It was obviously you who went to look for a duck in the middle of the night and even had a child with that duck. And you still want to slander me. Who dragged me to Yi Sei? Who said that I should pretend to find a man to provoke Hao Xian so that he would fight against my family for me? It was you, Bai Lu. You broke up Si Hao Xian and me, and then you married him. Do you dare to say that there is no conspiracy here? Shut up. Bai Qiuyu rushed forward and slapped Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue's head was tilted due to the blow, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She lowered her head, her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Good fight. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and cheered. Bai Qiuyu was still not satisfied and wanted to continue fighting. Qiuyu. Feng Shiwan hurriedly pulled her back. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just talk it out. How can you use force? Get out of here. Bai Qiuyu pushed Feng Shiwan away, pointed at Feng Qianxue and cursed. You are such a slut, you did such a shameless thing, and you still want to blame it on my Lulu? I'm telling you, I called you here today to make you face the reality. Lulu and Haoshuan are already married and have a child. If you dare to seduce Haoshuan, I'll make you pay. Bai Qiuyu. Feng Qianxue gritted her teeth and said word by word, you will pay the price for what you did today. How funny. You dare to threaten me. Bai Qiuyu still wanted to hit Feng Qianxue. Stop. An angry shout came. Haoshuan. Bai Lu couldn't help feeling guilty when she saw Si Haoshuan. Did he hear what Feng Qianxue said just now? Si Haoshuan looked at Feng Qianxue deeply, his eyes full of heartache, but he did not walk over. Instead, he ordered Si Yuan, send Qianxue home. Yes. Si Yuan pushed Feng Qianxue away. Feng Shiwan followed Si Yuan to see Feng Qianxue off. Only Bai Qiuyu, her daughter, and Si Haoshuan were left in the room. The atmosphere was tense. Bai Lu held Si Haoshuan's hand and said softly, Haoshuan, listen to me, what Feng Qianxue said is not true. Bai Lu. Bai Qiuyu scolded hurriedly. Bai Lu quickly shut up. Haoshuan, I didn't mean to embarrass Feng Qianxue on purpose. Bai Qiuyu explained, those uncles and aunts were concerned about her and asked about her situation, but she lost her temper and smashed things, injuring my hand. Bai Qiuyu raised her injured hand to show Si Haoshuan, as an elder, I just want to teach her a lesson. That's not how elders teach their juniors, is it? Si Haoshuan politely retorted, you've always been sensible and respectful when teaching Bai Lu, but every word you said to Feng Qianxue was like a knife stabbing her heart, which is too vicious. Haoshuan, what are you doing? Bai Lu was anxious, are you going to blame my mother for Feng Qianxue? I'm just reasoning with my mother-in-law. Si Haoshuan said politely, mother-in-law, do you think I'm right? You're right. Bai Qiuyu was such a smart person that he immediately changed his attitude. I was a little impatient just now, mainly because she smashed things, disrupted the dinner, and slandered Lulu, so I. Is it really slander? Si Haoshuan looked at Bai Lu deeply. What do you mean? Are you doubting me? Bai Lu trembled with excitement. I'm your wife and your son's mother. Why do you always believe others and not me? Chapter 74 Father's Death. Yes, Haoshuan, you can't treat Lulu like this. It was you who first. Forget it. Si Haoshuan interrupted Bai Qiuyu, this matter has passed. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. I don't want to pursue it. As you said, Bai Lu is now my wife and the mother of my son. I just want to live a good life without any messy thoughts. I hope you will not cause trouble for Feng Qianxue anymore. Is everything you did just for Feng Qianxue? Bai Lu asked excitedly. Lulu. Bai Qiuyu immediately pulled her back and said to Si Haoshuan with a smile. Haoshuan, you misunderstood. I never intended to cause trouble to Qianxue. I really wanted to invite her to my house for a gathering today. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's all my fault. I didn't arrange it well. Next time I have a chance, I will apologize to her in person. You two must not let this matter affect your relationship. Well, that's good. See how Xuan turned and went upstairs. Mom, what are you doing? Bai Lu was so angry, he obviously said he would not pursue the matter just for Feng Qianxue. So what? Bai Qiuyu said in a low voice, as long as he knows his limits and stops associating with Feng Qianxue, our goal will be achieved. The reason doesn't matter at all. Why? Bai Lu didn't understand. Are you my daughter? Why are you so stupid? Bai Qiuyu was speechless. Don't think love is too perfect. No man can be faithful to one woman for his whole life. He has a white moonlight in his heart, and you can't control it. The more you hold on, the more annoyed he will be, and your relationship will have more and more problems. But if you are a little more generous and gentle, he will feel guilty. It is this sense of guilt that is enough to keep you in the C family. Why should I feel guilty? I want him to love me. Bai Lu felt very aggrieved. If you want him to love you, you should be well behaved, gentle and obedient now, and keep your position as Mrs. C first. When Feng Qianxue's image is completely destroyed in his heart, he will look back and see how outstanding you are, and he will naturally love you. Si Yuan pushed Feng Qianxue out of the villa. In the distance, the Yi family's car slowly drove over. Feng Qianxue said to Si Yuan, please go in first. I want to talk to my second uncle. Okay. Si Yuan bowed his head to her and left. Feng Xiuan looked at Feng Qianxue guiltily. Qianxue, did it hurt? Your aunt has a bad temper, don't bother with her, I will criticize her later. Second uncle. Feng Qianxue looked up at him, how did my father die? Ah. Feng Xiuan's face froze for a moment, his eyes confused. Why are you asking this suddenly? Everyone knows that your father jumped off the building. Why did he jump off the building? Feng Qianxue questioned. Feng's business was doing well, why did it suddenly go bankrupt without any warning? You don't understand these business matters. Feng Xiuan looked flustered, I don't know much either. Then why didn't you attend my father's funeral? Why did you suddenly disappear at that time? Feng Qianxue continued to ask, there must be a reason, right? I don't know anything. Feng Xiuan said in a panic, don't ask, just live your life well. He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Feng Qianxue, this is given to you by your second uncle. The password is your father's birthday. This is my compensation to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran into the villa. Feng Qianxue looked at his back and became even more convinced that there was something fishy about her father's death. Could it be related to Feng Xiuan and Bai Qiuyu? But judging from Feng Xiuan's attitude, there shouldn't be any problem, and Bai Qiuyu doesn't have the ability to murder her father. What is going on? Chapter 75 This damn charm. Miss Feng. Lei Yu's voice interrupted Feng Qianxue's thoughts. When she came to her senses, Lei Yu and the medical staff had already walked up to her. What happened to your face? Lei Yu saw the deep slap marks on Feng Qianxue's face and frowned immediately. Who hit you? Miss Feng's hand is also injured. The medical staff exclaimed. Get in the car first. Lei Yu pushed Feng Qianxue's wheelchair. After getting in the car, Lei Yu swept away the glass shards on Feng Qianxue's body, treated her wounds, and then said softly, Miss Feng, the Night King has told us that if you have any instructions, we will do it for you. This sentence was very subtle and clear. As long as Feng Qianxue said a word, Lei Yu would come forward to deal with those who bullied her tonight. Feng Qianxue was a little surprised. She was just a small security guard at Shengtian. Why would Yi Jinting be so nice to her? Is it true that he has a crush on her? Miss Feng, you don't have to worry about the power of the C family. In front of the Night King, no one is a threat. Lei Yu added. Thank you. Feng Qianxue finally spoke, I'll handle it myself. She didn't want to rely on any irrelevant person. After all, debts must be repaid. All right. Lei Yu didn't say anything else, but just looked at the wound on Feng Qianxue's face with a serious expression. Really? When she reported to Yi Jinting everything that happened tonight, Yi Jinting's face was gloomier than ever before, and his eyes, as deep as the sea, flashed with a cold light. How do you do things? You are right beside her, how can you let Miss Feng be bullied? Yi Hui said in a low voice. It's my fault. Lei Yu lowered his head and dared not say more. Miss Feng didn't let them in, maybe there is a reason. Yi Hui guessed, maybe there is some secret that she doesn't want others to know? Do you want to check it out? Yi Hui asked cautiously. No need. Yi Zhenting put down the wineglass in his hand and ordered coldly, inform Si Haoxuan that he and his family will attend the charity party in 3 days. Yes. The next 2 days were calm and Feng Qianxue rested and recovered. Lei Yu is an excellent doctor. In just 3 days, Feng Qianxue's injuries have healed a lot. The babies would call her every morning, and she would always hide under the covers when talking to them, fearing that others would overhear. Mother Zhu was very worried about her, and the babies missed her too, so Feng Qianxue couldn't stay here any longer. That afternoon, Lei Yu took off the neck brace on her neck, and she insisted on going home. This time, Lei Yu did not stop her and sent a car to take Feng Qianxue back, and also brought her some medicine and high-quality supplements. Feng Qianxue didn't want them to run into the 3 children, so she stopped the car at the intersection and planned to walk home. Lei Yu handed her the gift and said respectfully, "Miss Feng, I'll pick you up here at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Ah? Why are you picking me up? Feng Qianxue was confused. The Night King invites you to attend the charity gala tomorrow night. Lei Yu looked at her with a smile. "I will prepare an evening dress and jewelry for you. You will need some time to dress up." Feng Qianxue was confused. No one had mentioned this to her. In the past 2 days, Yi Zhenting went out early and came back late, and she didn't even see his shadow. Why did he suddenly want to take her to the party? It's over, it's over. It seems that Yi Zhenting really likes her. This damn charm. Do you need me to help you carry your things up? Lei Yu asked with a smile when he saw that she was still in a daze. No, I can do it myself, you guys go. Feng Qianxue quickly declined, then quickly ran to the street with her things in her hand, thinking as she ran, what should I do? Provoking the night devil might not be a good thing. If he knew she had 3 children, would he think she was cheating on him? I'll want to strangle her to death when the time comes. She shuddered when she thought of that dream. No, I still need to explain it to him as soon as possible so that he can give up this idea. Chapter 76 The Old Witch Comes to the Door. As soon as Feng Qianxue walked into the house, Xiao Sibao flew over with his wings flapping. Mommy, mommy. Miss, you're back. Shuma immediately dropped the mop and ran over, pulling her, looking at her with tears in her eyes. My poor young lady, let me see, where are you hurt? They are all minor injuries, nothing serious, ah. Feng Qianxue wanted to hug Shuma, but she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder and her expression suddenly twisted. Mommy, it doesn't hurt. Little Sibao landed on Feng Qianxue's head and gently rubbed her hair with his green little head. Good boy, little Sibao. Feng Qianxue raised her right hand and touched its little head. Oh, come and sit down. Mother Zhu hurriedly helped Feng Qianxue sit on the sofa. Poor thing, it's been several days, why hasn't the injury healed yet? It's okay, the wound is healing. Beads of sweat oozed from Feng Qianxue's forehead. Auntie Zhu, these are the medicines and supplements given by the boss's doctor. You can put them away. I'll go into the house and change my clothes. Can you do it yourself? Let me help you change it. Mother Zhu was worried. No need, the school bus should be arriving at the community gate soon, you can go pick up the children. Feng Qianxue reminded. Oh, yes, look at my memory. I'll go downstairs after I put my things away. Mother Zhu helped Feng Qianxue back to the room, then went to pack up and took Xiao Sibao to pick up the child. Feng Qianxue struggled to change into a set of home clothes and was about to drink some water when the children rushed in. Mommy, mommy, mommy. Hey! Feng Qianxue just responded when the 3 little meatballs rushed over and threw themselves into her arms, knocking her so hard that it felt like her wounds were being torn apart. Feng Qianxue bit her lower lip and held back, not making any sound. Oh, my little ancestor, be gentle. Shuma hurriedly reminded, your mommy. It's all right. Feng Qianxue quickly winked at Shuma, signaling her not to tell the child about her injury. Mommy, why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell? Chen was very observant and with a frown he discovered that something was wrong with Feng Qianxue. Dabeo, mommy is fine. Feng Qianxue stroked Chen's hair gently. Mommy, are you sick? Long quickly brought a cup of water to Feng Qianxue. Because of his anxiety, the water spilled. He immediately caught it with his little hands, fearing that the water would drip onto his mother. Mommy, drink some water. Thank you, Erbao. Feng Qianxue was very touched. Mommy, Yaya will wipe your sweat. Yaya stood on tiptoe and used her sleeve to wipe the sweat off Feng Qianxue's forehead, her cute little face full of worry. Thank you, babies. Mommy is on a business trip these days. Are you guys being good? Good boy. The three babies answered in unison. Feng Qianxue felt relieved. No matter how much hardship and pressure she had to endure, as long as she saw her three children, she felt that life was worth it. Okay, babies, let mommy rest for a while and go out with grandma. Mother Zhu found an excuse to get the three children away. Grandma is going to make cola chicken wings for you today. Would you like to help? Okay. The three babies followed and walked out of the room. Feng Qianxue locked the door, looked down, and saw that the clothes she had just changed were soaked with sweat again. She had no choice but to go to the bathroom to wash herself and prepare to change her clothes. At this moment, there was a sudden rough knock on the door. Who is it? Shuma called out, and then went to open the door. It's you? Why are you here again? Why can't I come? It was Bai Qiuyu's voice. Feng Qianxue hurriedly put on her clothes, but because of her serious injuries, she had difficulty raising her hands and her movements were very slow. Mrs. Bai, please go out and don't make trouble here. Who are you? Are you worthy of talking to me? Bai Qiuyu shouted arrogantly, where is Feng Qianxue? Tell her to get out here. Mrs. Bai. Who are you? Why are you barging into my house and being so rude? Several babies ran out of the kitchen and saw Bai Qiuyu with a fierce look on his face, and questioned him angrily. Chapter 77 Life is precious, face is also precious. Oh, these are the bastards that Feng Qianxue gave birth to. Bai Qiuyu sneered sarcastically when he saw the three babies. They look quite decent. I wonder which wild man's children they are. You old witch are so rude. Long Long got angry when he heard it, picked up the broom and drove Bai Qiuyu away. Get out. Get out. Get out. Xiao Sibo was flying and circling in the room, shouting in the same tone as Long Long. Oh, the little thing is quite powerful. It actually dared to hit me with a broom. Bai Qiuyu dodged Long Long's broom while yelling and cursing, Feng Qianxue, you little bitch, get out here. You are so uneducated. Chen Chen frowned and scolded Bai Qiuyu, didn't your parents teach you to respect others? I know her, she's Si Mufeng's grandmother. Xiao Ye pointed at Bai Qiuyu, pouted her lips, and said angrily, get out now, or we'll call the police. Hello, is this the security department? Chen Chen called the security guard, a very evil old witch has come to our house. Please take her away. You three little bastards who have a mother but no father. Shut up. Feng Qianxue finally changed her clothes and came out, shouting, Bai Qiuyu, do you really think I'm easy to bully? You've come to my house to cause trouble time and time again, do you think I don't dare to do anything to you? As she spoke, Feng Qianxue reached for the fruit knife on the coffee table. Feng Qianxue, you finally came out. Bai Qiuyu panicked all of a sudden, but still said stubbornly, you little bitch, how dare you hide it from me and cheat your second uncle's money? Return the bank card to me now. Feng Qianxue paused. That day, Feng Xiwan stuffed a bank card into her hand, and before she could react, he left. It turned out that Bai Qiuyu came to her house to ask for her bank card because of this matter. Just understand, I didn't ask him for it, he forced it on me. Feng Qianxue said coldly, I don't care about your Bai family's money at all. Then give it back to me. Why are you pretending to be so noble? If you don't want it, I won't take it. Bai Qiuyu shouted arrogantly, and after he saw the knife in her hand, he took half a step back. I'll get it now. Feng Qianxue pointed a fruit knife at Bai Qiuyu, get out and wait. Get out. Mother Zhu pushed Bai Qiuyu out and closed the door. Mommy. The three babies immediately came over, who is this old witch? Why is she so mean? Her parents didn't teach her, and she didn't learn well, so she became bad. Feng Qianxue squatted down and said to the children, don't be angry with such a person, don't pay attention to what she says, and stay away from her when you see her in the future. Yeah, I got it. The three babies nodded obediently. Okay, go to the kitchen with mother-in-law. Feng Qianxue touched their little heads and winked at Zhu Ma, indicating that she should keep an eye on the three children. Mother Zhu nodded and escorted the children into the kitchen. Feng Qianxue found the bank card in the room, took it out and gave it to Bai Qiuyu. Take the card and get out of here. If you dare to harass my family again, don't blame me for being rude. Ha! Bai Qiuyu took the card and sneered sarcastically, you're not polite? What can you do if you're not polite? Look at the shabby house you live in. How dare you, a person who can't even afford to eat and wear clothes, speak so arrogantly? Do you think you're still the rich lady you used to be? Have you said enough? Feng Qianxue interrupted her. Yes, I am really nothing now. It is because I am nothing that I am willing to risk it all. Feng Qianxue suddenly took out a fruit knife, put it against Bai Qiuyu's chest, and moved closer little by little, gritted her teeth and sneered. But you are different. You are rich and powerful now. Your life is precious and your face is precious too. Chapter 78 Severing Relations. You, what are you going to do? Bai Qiuyu was so scared that he trembled all over and backed away repeatedly. Don't worry, I won't kill you here even if I want to. Feng Qianxue used a knife to push Bai Qiuyu against the wall, narrowed her eyes, and said coldly, I just want to tell you that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Don't make me angry. If you make me angry, I can do anything. As she spoke, she fiercely stabbed Bai Qiuyu with the fruit knife. Ah! Bai Qiuyu screamed in fright. However, the knife did not stab her, but hit the wooden door behind her. But Bai Qiuyu was still very frightened, and fled in panic with the bank card in hand. Feng Qianxue looked at her back, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and prepared to go into the house, but found Zhuma standing at the door, looking at her with tears in her eyes. Miss, I'm sorry for you. Mother Zhu felt heartbroken. Feng Qianxue was so delicate in the past. She had never lifted any heavy objects since she was a child. Now, for the safety of the children, she had to pick up a fruit knife to scare people. Mother Zhu, what's wrong with you? Feng Qianxue didn't care. She only knew that her life goal was to make Zhuma and the children live happily, and no one could destroy this beauty. Mommy, mommy. Little Sibao flew out with his wings flapping. It's time to eat, it's time to eat. Ha, little Sibao is hungry, let's go in. Feng Qianxue hugged Zhuma with her left arm and said jokingly, my Zhuma has become a child, crying at the slightest provocation. I feel sorry for you. Mother Zhu sniffed and wiped away her tears so that the children could not see. Mother-in-law, mommy, dinner is ready. The three children helped to serve the rice in dishes. The whole family had a happy meal. Feng Qianxue had just picked up the chopsticks when her mobile phone suddenly received a transfer of 80,000 yuan from the debt-paying duck. Feng Qianxue was overjoyed and immediately sent him a message. So much money? I received several big orders. The debt-paying duck replied. Wow, that's great. I thought you were just slacking off these days. Be a promising duck. Ha ha ha, you're aware and making progress. My business is good, are you happy? Of course, this way I can get more money, keep it up. I sent this message, but the other party did not reply. Mommy, eat chicken wings. Xiao Yeye used her chubby little hands to pick up a piece of chicken wing for Feng Qianxue. Thank you, Sambo. Feng Qianxue put down her phone and ate with the children. But in my mind I was thinking that Bai Qiuyu and Bai Lu were now spreading the news of their three babies everywhere, and they wanted to announce it to the whole world. I'm afraid it won't be long before the news spreads, and by then, the debt-paying duck will also know. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue became uneasy. She decided that after her injuries healed, she would make an appointment with the debt-repaying duck to completely sever the relationship and never contact him again. And as for Yi Jinting, we must find a way to return the chip to him as soon as possible and cut off ties with him. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. At 2:50, Lei Yu called on time. Miss Feng, we are waiting for you at the same place as yesterday. I'll be right down. Feng Qianxue said something to Zhuma and went downstairs in casual clothes. Lei Yu changed to an extended version of Rolls-Royce to pick up Feng Qianxue today. The whole street was alarmed, and passers-by were all staring at the car. Feng Qianxue covered her face with her hands, afraid of being recognized. Miss Feng, this way. Lei Yu opened the car door and respectfully welcomed Feng Qianxue into the car. Feng Qianxue got in the car and couldn't help asking, Dr. Lei, why did you drive this car to pick me up today? We have no choice but to follow the Night King's orders, Lei Yu explained with a smile. Okay. Feng Qianxue said nothing more, let's drive. The car started slowly and drove out. Across the street, three babies who got off a school bus stared at the stretched version of the Rolls-Royce with their big purple grape eyes without blinking. Ye's long eyelashes fluttered, and she suspected that she had seen it wrongly. Was that mommy who got on the car just now? It seems so. Long pinched his chin and nodded maturely. Mommy is still wearing the gray casual clothes she bought at a discount last time. And the little white shoes. Chen added, and then put on the posture of a big brother to educate. This is not important. Everyone has their own life. We must respect mommy's privacy. Aha! The kindergarten is having its annual celebration today, so we're dismissed early. I guess Grandma has forgotten about it. Let's go home by ourselves. Let's go home. Chapter 79. She is really beautiful. Lei Yu took Feng Qianxue to a private image design center called Princess Consort in the city center. The place was cleared today, and more than a dozen staff members and 3 internationally renowned designers were only serving Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue was frightened by the scene and pulled Lei Yu aside and said, "Don't be so exaggerated. Don't worry, I have arranged everything." Lei Yu helped Feng Qianxue to sit down in the inner hall, treated her wounds first, rebandaged them, and then asked the designer to design a look for her. Feng Qianxue had received similar treatment in the past. Her father signed a contract with a professional stylist for her. Whenever there was a grand banquet, Feng Qianxue would invite the designer to her home to dress her up. It is very difficult to hire a designer for this Princess Consort Chinese Princess Design Center. She can only hire one on her birthday every year, and she has to make an appointment 6 months in advance. And today, Yi Jinting booked the entire place for her and asked everyone to stay and serve her. This was enough to show that Yi Jinting's power was far more powerful than she had imagined. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue felt even more uneasy. Such a man was not easy to mess with. Once offended, she would be dead. Time slowly passed as Feng Qianxue was daydreaming. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and several stylists were still surrounding Feng Qianxue to put on makeup and style her, but she had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Several designers smiled at each other and thought Feng Qianxue was very cute. "Be gentle, Miss Feng has injuries on her neck and right shoulder." Lei Yu whispered. "Yes, I understand." The designers moved more gently. "Ah, the night boss," a stylist suddenly exclaimed. Lei Yu and the designers all turned their heads to look. Yi Jinting walked in at some point. His straight black suit set off his tall and slender figure. His handsome and charming face looked even more exquisite under the light, and his pair of jet black eyes were brighter than the light. At this moment, he was quietly looking at Feng Qianxue in the mirror. This woman actually dozed off at this time. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Everyone bowed their heads and saluted. Yi Jinting made a gesture, indicating that everyone should not wake her up. Everyone quickly quieted down, moved more gently, and continued working. Yi Jinting walked over and sat on the single sofa next to him, resting one elbow on the armrest, supporting his chin, and staring at Feng Qianxue quietly. It was strange. There were so many women who had flocked to him and thrown themselves at him over the years, but this woman was the only one who inexplicably affected his emotions. When she treated him like a duck, he found it amusing and wanted to continue playing with her. When she forced him to entertain rich women, he would get so angry that he wanted to strangle her. He would despise her when she tried to cheat him out of money. He would be furious when he saw her being bullied by Wenjie. When Wenjie stabbed her, he had murderous intent and put Wenjie to death completely. When he learned that she was insulted by the Bai family, there was only one thought in his mind: pay her back tenfold. So, he carefully planned the situation tonight. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow was heard, and a white ragdoll cat slowly walked out of the room, waking Feng Qianxue up from her sleep. Feng Qianxue opened her eyes drowsily and asked sleepily, "Is it dawn yet?" The hairdresser next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing, then looked at Yi Jinting timidly, lowered his head and dared not say a word. "Miss Feng, you slept for half an hour." Lei Yu said with a smile, "The styling is almost done." "Oh." Feng Qianxue then remembered that she was styling herself in princess. She looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh, "Is this me? I look so beautiful, ah." Before she could finish her words, she was startled when she saw Yi Jinting in the mirror. He held the tall wine glass in one hand and his chin in the other, looking at her leisurely. There was no expression on his face, but there were complicated things flowing in his eyes. She is really beautiful, not the kind of delicate beauty that is deliberately modified, but a kind of pure and natural smart beauty, like an angel who has fallen to the earth. Chapter 80. Only I can see. When did you come? Why didn't you say anything? I was scared to death. Feng Qianxue patted her chest, which was heaving, her heart still beating wildly. Yi Jinting's gaze couldn't help but move to her chest. Her snow-capped peaks were slightly exposed, full and straight. What a beautiful sight. His eyes almost fell out, but he frowned and ordered, "Change it." "Ah? Why?" Feng Qianxue looked at herself in the mirror. She was wearing an elegant white dress and looked as pure and flawless as an angel. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Designer L immediately told his assistant to get other evening gowns. No need to change, there's nothing wrong with this one. Feng Qianxue carefully checked in the mirror, it's fine, just a little cleavage. Yi Jinting made a gesture and everyone left immediately. In just a few seconds, Feng Qianxue and Yi Jinting were the only ones left in the huge living room. Feng Qianxue didn't react at all, and was still sitting on the sofa looking in the mirror. Yi Jinting had already stood up and walked over. Even though he hadn't started doing anything, the innate aggressiveness in him was enough to make Feng Qianxue panic. You, what are you going to do? Feng Qianxue was like a frightened kitten, curled up on the sofa, with her hands clasped over her chest, full of defense. Yi Jinting reached out and pinched her chin, lifted her face and made her look into his eyes, remember? Only I can see your body. Well. Feng Qianxue's heartbeat inexplicably began to accelerate, and many question marks popped up in her mind, but she didn't dare to speak out. Yi Jinting gently stroked her flower-like tender lips with his thumb, with primitive desire surging in his eyes. But he did not take any further action. Instead, he let her go and told the person behind the screen, clean it up in 10 minutes. Yes. After Yi Jinting went out, the air in the entire hall seemed to be suddenly liberated, from being oppressive to relaxed. A group of girls gathered around Feng Qianxue to change her clothes, and sincerely praised her good figure. Feng Qianxue cooperated obediently, but she was feeling very nervous. What did Night Devil mean by that just now? Is he really interested in me? I must find a chance to explain everything to him tonight, otherwise, when he finds out my true identity, he will strangle me to death. She changed into a black dress similar to Hepburn's style, tied a lace ribbon around her neck to cover her wounds, and put on a set of luxurious diamond jewelry. Feng Qianxue instantly turned from a princess into a queen. She looked at herself in the mirror and found that this style, which she had never tried before, actually suited her very well. Miss Feng, let's go. The Night King is still waiting for us outside. Lei Yu said softly. Yeah. Feng Qianxue walked out holding up her skirt. Yi Hui, who was waiting by the car, was stunned. He simply couldn't connect the breathtakingly beautiful Feng Qianxue in front of him with Sheng Tian's security guard. Are they the same person? Look at me again and I'll dig your eyes out. In the car, Yi Jinting gave a grim warning. Yes. Yi Hui hurriedly looked away, lowered his head, and no longer dared to look at Feng Qianxue. Miss Feng, please. Lei Yu helped Feng Qianxue get into the car, then stepped back and sat in the car behind. The car started slowly. There were only Feng Qianxue and Yi Jinting in the huge room. The atmosphere became depressing intense again. Yi Jinting didn't say anything, and Feng Qianxue didn't dare to speak either. She sat there obediently, not daring to move. He just stared at the fruits and snacks in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. She stole a glance at him and carefully took a grape and put it in her mouth. It's almost 6 o'clock now and she is hungry. Yi Jinting glanced at her, pushed the pastries in his hand aside with disgust, then leaned back on the sofa and pretended to sleep. Seeing that he fell asleep, Feng Qianxue quickly picked up a piece of cake and started eating it. She almost choked while eating, but she did not forget to drink some juice. Yi Jinting squinted his eyes and saw the woman wolfing down her food behind him through the car window, with a seductive smile on his lips. Chapter 81 Supreme Glory. During this journey, the two of them didn't say a word until the car stopped. Feng Qianxue looked out the car window and saw the luxurious villa outside, with luxury cars parked at the door. Only then did she realize how grand this banquet was, and hurriedly asked, "What kind of banquet is this?" "It's just a simple charity auction." Yi Jinting replied calmly, "Don't be nervous, just follow me." "Why did you choose me?" Feng Qianxue asked puzzledly. "I'm just a small security guard, I don't have any special skills." "So much nonsense." Yi Jinting interrupted her and got out of the car. Feng Qianxue pouted unhappily and followed behind, but almost sprained her ankle. Fortunately, Lei Yu supported her in time. "Boss Yi, all the guests are here." A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes came to greet them with his entourage. When he saw Feng Qianxue, he bowed his head respectfully and greeted her. "Hello." "Hello." Feng Qianxue responded politely. She was very surprised that everyone around Yi Jinting was particularly respectful to her. Yi Jinting walked towards the villa. Feng Qianxue, wearing high heels, followed slowly behind, her eyes attracted by a white Bentley not far away. "That SC Haoxuan's car, he is here too." After walking a few more steps, she saw a Porsche, which was also Feng Xiwan's car. Feng Qianxue frowned. Tonight was really lively. As long as Feng Shiwan was at the party, Bai Qiuyu would definitely be there too. Oh no, would Bai Qiuyu reveal the fact that she has a child in front of Yi Zhenting? If a quarrel were to break out in such an occasion, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Yi Zhenting? Then she'd be in trouble. Feng Qianxue was daydreaming when she suddenly bumped into something hard. She was startled, covered her forehead and looked up. It turned out that Yi Zhenting had stopped to wait for her, but she was absent-minded and bumped into his strong chest. What are you looking around for? Yi Zhenting's deep voice was very attractive in this quiet night. No, nothing. Feng Qianxue was a little flustered. I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Why don't I go back first? Before she could finish her words, Yi Zhenting grabbed her hand and dragged her forward. She struggled a few times but couldn't get free, so she had to let him hold her hand. Feeling the burning temperature of his palm, her heartbeat quickened and her face became hot. He had long legs and walked very fast, so she had to run in small steps to keep up with him. So he slowed down to accommodate her, and she slowed down. The moonlight cast the figures of the two people on the ground, playful and romantic. When we arrived at the main hall, the champagne-colored door opened and the romantic and melodious waltz music came towards us. The colorful lights made Feng Qianxue unable to open her eyes. She subconsciously closed her eyes and heard warm applause in her ears. Yi Zhenting put Feng Qianxue's hand into his arm and walked forward with her. Feng Qianxue adjusted to the light and slowly opened her eyes, and all she saw were warm smiles and respectful looks. All this seems like a lifetime ago. Feng Qianxue seemed to have returned to a few years ago when her father was still alive. Every time a banquet was held at home, it was also a prosperous scene. In the past 4 years, she fell from heaven, suffered all kinds of sufferings, and felt the warmth and coldness of the world. She thought she would never be able to return to the past. But now, the man beside her brings her supreme glory. Am I seeing things? Isn't the woman next to Mr. Yi Feng Qianxue? In the crowd, Bai Qiuyu rubbed his eyes and asked Bai Lu in a low voice, am I dazzled? I also suspect that I am seeing things. Bai Lu came closer to take a closer look and confirmed that the person who walked in with Yi Zhenting's arm was Feng Qianxue. She was shocked and said, Mom, it's her, that bitch. Bai Qiuyu quickly covered Bai Lu's mouth, don't talk nonsense today. It will be a big trouble if others hear you. Chapter 82, Impatience can ruin great plans. Feng Shiwan was shocked when he saw Feng Qianxue, and hurriedly asked Si Haoshuan beside him, Haoshuan, what's going on? Why is Qianxue with Mr. Yi? Si Haoshuan couldn't hear what he said at all. His eyes kept looking at Feng Qianxue, with a complicated light flashing in them. It is the heartache, regret, and pain of impending loss. Haoshuan. Bai Qiuyu pulled Bai Lu over and whispered, Lulu and I will go back first. Okay. Si Haoshuan had exactly that in mind. Everyone, be quiet. The MC came on stage and announced, our host, Mr. Knight, has entered the venue. Now, I declare that the charity auction is officially launched. Please take your seats. The guests took their seats in an orderly manner. Si Haoshuan and Feng Shiwan were also preparing to take a seat. Bai Qiuyu pulled Bai Lu and ran towards the door with their backs bent. At this moment, the door suddenly closed. The spotlight shone on the two of them. The two of them were like thieving wild cats, embarrassed and awkward. All the guests looked at them with contempt, and some even whispered, whose family are these? Why are they so ignorant of etiquette? You can tell from the looks of it that he has never seen the world. If that's the case, then don't bring him out. It's really embarrassing. That is. Si Haoshuan raised his hands to cover his face. He really didn't want anyone to know that these were his family members. Feng Shiwan smiled awkwardly at everyone, then quickly walked over and called out to the two of them, why are you still standing there? Go back to your seats. I shouldn't have come if I had known. Bai Lu muttered angrily. Stop talking. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Bai Qiuyu had seen a lot of things, so she didn't take it too seriously. She bowed and apologized to everyone, sorry. This kid is not feeling well. I wanted to leave quietly and not disturb everyone, but I didn't expect the party had already started. Ma'am, we have a lounge here. The waiter reminded softly. It's okay now, it's okay, haha, thank you. Bai Qiuyu pulled Bai Lu back to their seats. Bai Lu noticed that Si Haoshuan had been staring at Feng Qianxue in the front row, ignoring her situation at all. She became extremely angry and was about to explode when she was held down by Bai Qiuyu. No matter what happens tonight, you must keep your composure. Otherwise, it's not you and me who will be embarrassed, but the Bai and C families. Maybe Haoshuan will even hate you and won't bring you out anymore. I won't accept this. Bai Lu gnashed her teeth in anger. Feng Qianxue just hooked up with a man, right? What a nobody. Calm down, this is nothing, you're just getting so angry. Bai Qiuyu said in a low voice, how could a man as high and mighty as Mr. Yu want a second-hand girl who has given birth to 3 children? He's just bringing her out for a party, it's nothing. That's true. Bai Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Yi definitely doesn't know her background. I have to go tell him. Stop right there. Bai Qiuyu hurriedly grabbed her and said, how could I give birth to such an idiot like you? You have no brains at all. What's wrong? Bai Lu was unconvinced. Nonsense. Bai Qiuyu frowned. Do we really need to go and talk about this in person? If we do, Mr. Ye's impression of us will be greatly reduced. What should we do then? Bai Lu asked puzzledly. Don't worry, I have a solution. Bai Qiuyu turned her head to look at the 2 men beside her, her husband and her son-in-law. All their attention was focused on Feng Qianxue, and she ignored them completely. Bai Qiuyu got angry just by watching this, but she knew that a lack of patience could ruin a great plan. Just watch the auction first and then act accordingly. Bai Qiuyu stared at Feng Qianxue's back with a sinister smile on his face. When did Qianxue become so close to Mr. Yi? Feng Xiwan asked Si Haoshuan again. She works at Shengtian and is an employee of the nightclub. Si Haoshuan finally retracted his gaze, but he was a little uneasy. I'm going to the bathroom. He stood up and buttoned up his suit, then warned Bai Lu with a stern face, don't make trouble. Then he left the table. Chapter 83 Complex Light. Who is his wife? Bai Lu was so angry that her face turned blue. Keep calm. Bai Qiuyu held her hand and comforted her. Feng Qianxue was restless, worried that the Bai mother and daughter would cause trouble again. Yi Zhenting gently held her hand, and this subtle little action made her heart inexplicably calm down. She turned her head to look at him. He was staring intently at the stage with no expression on his face, but the warmth of his palms gave her a sense of solid warmth. Her heart was like a plucked string, swaying slightly. The waiters began to serve the food. The situation at tonight's charity dinner was rather special as everyone participated in the auction while dining. Currently, the seating arrangement on site is based on family, with each family sitting at one table. Feng Qianxue looked at the French meal brought by the waiter and couldn't help licking her lips. She was really hungry. The small cake she had just eaten in the car was not enough. Yi Zhenting took the red wine handed to him by the waiter and raised his glass to Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue clinked glasses with him, took a sip of the wine, and said casually, it's really generous to use such good wine to entertain guests. Yi Zhenting raised his eyebrows, do you know what kind of wine it is? How could you not know? Feng Qianxue was cutting steak without even raising her eyelids. There are only 78 barrels of AG&C produced by Bordeaux Winery in the world. Isn't it too extravagant for you to use them to serve the banquet? I didn't realize you knew a lot about wine. Yi Zhenting raised his lips, I bought all this batch of Lovesea. Outsiders probably haven't tasted it. How did you know about it? 8 years ago, my dad and I went to Winery and tasted the wine in the cellar. My dad wanted to buy a few barrels when the wine came out of the cellar, but unfortunately, they were all bought out before he could make a move. I didn't expect that person to be you. Feng Qianxue recalled the past with some emotion. When her father was alive, he took her around the world and taught her many things. I'll remember it once I taste it. It's good. Yi Zhenting looked up at her, besides red wine, what else do you know? Jewelry, oil painting, piano, fashion design. Feng Qianxue counted on her fingers, I know a little bit about all of them. I'm more of a Buddhist when it comes to learning things. These things are used by the daughters of wealthy families to decorate themselves. Yi Zhenting said contemptuously, if you learn them thoroughly, they can be used in the workplace. If you only know a little bit, then you are just a name with no substance. You are right. Feng Qianxue laughed, I said the same thing at the beginning, but my father said that he just wants me to be happy. As for the family business, I will find a good man in the future and let my son-in-law take care of the business. Perhaps because of this wine, Feng Qianxue kept thinking about her father tonight. You have a very good relationship with your father. Yi Zhenting looked at Feng Qianxue and was actually a little envious, your stupidity is caused by your father's pampering. That's a sharp point. Feng Qianxue smiled embarrassedly, because my father spoiled me. I have never experienced any storms since I was a child. I didn't expect that the biggest storm would be. Speaking of this, Feng Qianxue's expression became gloomy. If she had a little bit of brains 4 years ago, she would not have been led by Bai Lu and made such a big mistake. If she had cared more about her father and understood the company's situation earlier, perhaps she could have prevented the tragedy from happening. Things in business are always changing. Yi Jinting heard some of her family affairs. About 4 years ago, her father went bankrupt and jumped off a building, and she lost everything overnight. I still don't understand why my father's company was doing well, but suddenly ran into problems? Feng Qianxue was puzzled. Besides, my father has always been optimistic and strong. Even if the company ran into problems, he wouldn't go to extremes. I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter. What's the name of your father's company? Yi Jinting shook his wine glass. Feng Yun Real Estate, abbreviated as Feng. Feng Qianxue replied. Yi Jinting's hand suddenly stopped moving, and a complex light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, lowered his eyes, and tasted the wine elegantly. Chapter 84. You will regret it. Feng Qianxue was just about to discuss Feng's affairs with Yi Jinting when she suddenly received a text message on her phone. I'm waiting for you in the back hall. Hao Xuan. When Feng Qianxue saw the news, her heart was suddenly in turmoil. How did Si Haoshuan know my phone number? And he sent me a message? Could someone have used Haoshuan's name to trick me into coming? Feng Qianxue looked back at the seats at the Si family's table. Feng Xiuan, Bai Chouyu, and Bai Lu were having dinner together, but Si Haoshuan was not there. The phone number used to send the message is Si Haoshuan's. It hasn't changed over the years, so it should be correct. However, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So Feng Qianxue replied, if you have anything to say, please send me a message. It is not appropriate for us to meet alone now. I want to talk to you in person. It will only take you 5 minutes. You can see me when you come out of the right exit. See you there. Feng Qianxue felt a little conflicted when she saw this. She remembered that many years ago, she had an argument with Si Haoshuan and he said he would wait for her downstairs of her house and they would meet there. She was angry and refused to go down. It rained heavily at night. She thought he had left. Unexpectedly, he was soaked in the rain all night. The next day, he caught a cold and had a fever. He also developed pneumonia and stayed in the hospital for a whole month. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue couldn't sit still anymore. She put down the tableware and said to Yi Jinting, I'm going to the bathroom. Yeah. Yi Jinting glanced at her cell phone, with a complex cold light flashing in his eyes. Lei Yu helped Feng Qianxue leave the table. Exiting from the right exit, Feng Qianxue saw Si Haoshuan at a glance. He was standing at the end of the corridor smoking, and his white figure had a desolate and lonely feeling. Seeing a thunderstorm next to her, he lowered his head and walked into the bathroom next to her. Just wait for me here. Feng Qianxue instructed Lei Yu. Okay. Lei Yu was waiting outside the bathroom. Feng Qianxue walked into the women's restroom and was about to send a message to Si Haoshuan when a white figure suddenly flashed in the mirror and then hugged her tightly from behind. Ah! Feng Qianxue was startled and quickly broke free from Si Haoshuan. Let go. Don't worry, I checked, there's no one here. Si Haoshuan whispered and reached out to hug her again. Feng Qianxue stepped back instinctively, put her hands on her chest, and took a defensive posture. Boss Si, please respect yourself. Shuer, why are you so resistant to me? Si Haoshuan was very distressed. Are you really together with Yi Jinting? What does it have to do with you? Feng Qianxue frowned. You are married now, please recognize your identity. I regret it. Si Haoshuan lowered his head and said in annoyance, what happened back then was a mistake. It was my fault for not protecting you. Give me another chance and we can start over. Do you know what you are talking about? Feng Qianxue opened her eyes wide in shock. She didn't expect Si Haoshuan to say such a thing. Although what happened back then was indeed a mistake, he is now a husband and a father and should be careful about what he does. She was disappointed in him. Shuer. Boss Si. Feng Qianxue interrupted him and asked seriously, is this what you asked me to say? Why are you so cold to me? Si Haoshuan refused to accept the reality. I don't want to get involved with a married man. Feng Qianxue frowned. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Having said that, she turned and left. If you are with Yi Jinting, you will definitely regret it. Si Haoshuan suddenly said. Feng Qianshui paused, turned around and asked him, why? Because. Si Haoshuan was about to speak when a commotion suddenly came from outside. Why don't you let us in? I'm looking for my husband. It's Bai Lu's voice. Chapter 85. Be able to bend and stretch. This is the women's restroom. Why is your husband here? Lei Yu asked politely. Since it's the women's restroom, why don't you let me in? Bai Lu asked back. Miss Feng is injured and cannot be disturbed. Wait until she comes out, and then you can go in naturally. Lei Yu didn't want the two of them to go in and bully Feng Qianxue, so he stopped them outside. Lulu, let's go first. We can't cause trouble on this occasion today. Bai Qiuyu whispered to persuade him, but Bai Lu didn't listen at all. When she heard that Feng Qianxue was inside, she became even more excited. I knew it, that bitch Feng Qianxue is seducing my husband again. Bai Lu rushed in directly. A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of the way. Please respect yourself. Lei Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. You are just a servant, are you qualified to talk to me? Bai Lu was very arrogant and stretched out her hand to push Lei Yu away. Lei Yu grabbed her wrist like lightning and pushed her away. Bai Lu staggered and almost fell to the ground. Bai Qiuyu supported Bai Lu in time. But Bai Lu still sprained her ankle. She turned pale with pain and shouted angrily, You bastard, how dare you push me? Do you know who my husband is? Who do I care who your husband is? If you make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Lei Yu shouted coldly. Where did this bastard come from? He's so arrogant. When Bai Qiuyu saw his daughter injured, he became very emotional and rushed over to start a thunderstorm. Lei Yu narrowed his eyes dangerously, ready to take action. Stop! An angry shout came. The Bai family mother and daughter paused. Si Haoshuan came out of the men's restroom and glared at Bai Lu with a frown. What are you doing? Haoshuan, are you secretly dating Feng Qianxue? Don't talk about this for now. Bai Qiuyu interrupted Bai Lu and pointed at Lei Yu and said, Haoshuan, this man just attacked Lulu. Si Haoshuan turned his head and looked at Lei Yu. Instead of blaming him, he bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Dr. Lei, my wife doesn't know manners. The Bai family's mother and daughter were stunned. They never expected Si Haoshuan to have such an attitude. Mr. Si, you are too polite. Lei Yu smiled slightly. This is a meeting place, it's best not to make noise or it will cause dissatisfaction to the Night King. Yes. Si Haoshuan nodded. Haoshuan, why are you? Shut up. Si Haoshuan interrupted Bai Lu and said in a low voice, You knew that this was Mr. Yi's person, and you still dared to cause trouble with her? I'm just a servant. Bai Lu felt greatly insulted and burst into tears. Am I not even as good as Mr. Yi's servant? Indeed. An arrogant voice suddenly came, and the surrounding air gradually dropped and instantly became below zero. Bai Lu looked up and saw Yi Jinting. She was suppressed by his powerful aura and suddenly became flustered. She curled up in Bai Qiuyu's arms and didn't dare to breathe. Bai Qiuyu was also very nervous. She hugged her daughter and retreated behind Si Haoshuan. Night King. Lei Yu bowed his head. Yi Jinting raised his chin slightly. Lei Yu looked back and found that Feng Qianxue had come out at some point and was standing at the bathroom door watching everything. Lei Yu hurried forward to support Feng Qianxue. Boss Yi, I'm sorry, my wife disturbed you. I will definitely give you a good lesson when I get back. While Si Haoshuan was apologizing, Lei Yu took Feng Qianxue to Yi Jinting. Si Haoshuan paused, looked at Feng Qianxue with complicated eyes, and quickly looked away. Boss Yi, it was just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Bai Qiuyu immediately understood the situation and explained with a smile, We didn't know this person. She pointed at Lei Yu, Was your man. Immediately, Bai Qiuyu bowed to Lei Yu and apologized, Dr. Lei, I'm sorry, we were blind and offended you. I apologize. Mom. Bai Lu was shaking with anger. Feng Qianxue looked at Bai Qiuyu's humble appearance and couldn't help but admire her in her heart. This woman was really adaptable and could really do great things. Chapter 86. You should apologize to Miss Feng. Lei Yu said coldly. Bai Qiuyu's face turned blue and purple. She certainly didn't want to apologize to Feng Qianxue. But seeing Si Haoshuan's silence and Yi Jinting's devil-like aura, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and bow her head to apologize. Qianxue, I'm sorry, it's my aunt's fault. Mom, you don't have to apologize to her. Bai Lu hurriedly interrupted Bai Qiuyu, pointed at Feng Qianxue, and said excitedly, Boss Yi, you don't know yet, right? This woman is not as innocent as she seems. She is a promiscuous woman. 4 years ago, she played with prostitutes in nightclubs, pissed off her father to death, and even had a child with that prostitute. Feng Qianxue was startled and was about to stop. Shut up! Si Haoxuan shouted hurriedly. At the same time, Bai Lu was slapped hard in the face, not by Si Haoxuan, but by Bai Qiuyu. Bai Lu covered her face and looked at her mother in disbelief. Mom, why did you hit me? Si Haoxuan was also shocked. You know, Bai Qiuyu has always doted on his daughter Bai Lu without any limits. Why would he actually hit her today? Feng Qianxue's lips curled up into a mocking sneer. She really underestimated Bai Qiuyu. He is aware of current affairs, the overall situation, and is willing to take risks. He is truly a talented person. Don't be so rude in front of Mr. Yi. Bai Qiuyu shouted at Bai Lu, then bowed and apologized to Yi Jinting. Mr. Yi, we were wrong today and disturbed your fun. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. Yi Jinting didn't even look at her, he just took Feng Qianxue's hand and turned away. Si Haoxuan saw Yi Jinting holding Feng Qianxue's hand, his eyes were complicated. Soon, he withdrew his thoughts, frowned and said to Bai Qiuyu, Mother-in-law, I will let Si Yuan take you back. No, the auction has just started, how can we leave? Bai Qiuyu said with a smile, you go in first, I'll comfort Lulu and I'll be back soon. Okay, whatever you want. Si Haoxuan didn't want to say anything more to them and left quickly. Haoxuan. Bai Lu wanted to hold him back, but was held back by Bai Qiuyu. Stop making trouble and listen to your mother. Mom, why? Why? Bai Lu was shaking with anger. Why are you doing this? Silly child. Bai Qiuyu hugged her distressfully. Mom is doing this for your own good. Use your brain and think about it. What will be the consequences if you expose Feng Qianxue in front of so many people? What consequences? Bai Lu couldn't understand. Feng Qianxue concealed the fact that she had a child. We told Mr. Yi that he should beat her up and kick her out. He should never want this bitch again and should even thank us. What other consequences could there be? You're so stupid. Bai Qiuyu was really disappointed. Which man doesn't care about his reputation? Especially a man as noble as Yi Jinting. You exposed Feng Qianxue's secret in front of so many people, which is equivalent to saying that Yi Jinting is blind. You are slapping him in the face. Hearing these words, Bai Lu was stunned. It seemed to be the case. By then, it won't just be Feng Qianxue who will suffer, but us as well. Even the Si family and the Bai family may be implicated. Bai Qiuyu said anxiously. I've heard that Yi Jinting is the devil of the business world. If he wants a company to die, that company will never see the light of day. He is also ruthless and merciless. You'd better not mess with him. Okay, I get it. Bai Lu held her lips, feeling very aggrieved. Then you don't have to hit me, can't you just tell me to stop talking? If I don't hit you, Haoxuan will do it. Bai Qiuyu frowned. I can hit you gently myself, but if he hits you, there will be no restraint. Chapter 87 Playing with ducks is famous. Hearing these words, Bai Lu felt even more wronged, and she covered her face and burst into tears. Haoxuan doesn't love me, he only has Feng Qianxue in his eyes, and he has no feelings for me at all. Alright, stop crying. Bai Qiuyu hugged her distressfully. Silly child, Mom will definitely vent her anger for you. Let's go to the lounge first and check on your feet to see if they're injured. I want to go back first. The auction was about to begin and the music was very loud. Feng Qianxue said something, but Yi Jinting obviously didn't hear it. She could only lean over and whisper in his ear again, Boss Yi, I want to go back first. It's still early. Yi Jinting hugged her slender waist and held her in his arms. His cold lips brushed across her delicate cheek and he whispered in her ear, Is duck fun? Puff Feng Qianxue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She was panicked by his evil eyes and hurriedly explained, Actually, I was just. More than one person has mentioned this to me. Yi Jinting bit her earlobe gently, his burning voice trembling with a seductive tremor. It seems that you have become famous for playing with ducks. A tingling and sore feeling came over my body, like an electric shock. Feng Qianxue trembled all over, her heart almost jumping out of her chest due to nervousness. She hurriedly pushed him away and moved to the side. Seeing her panic-stricken look, Yi Jinting's lips curled up slightly. A woman's sensitivity represents passion and purity. Whatever the reason, he is very satisfied. Not far away, Si Haoxuan saw all this and felt as if his heart was being squeezed tight, and his clenched fists were shaking. He had an urge to rush over and take Feng Qianxuan away. Haoxuan, where are Lulu and your mother? Feng Xiuan asked. Rest in the back hall. Si Haoxuan frowned. What happened? You don't look well. Feng Xiuan asked again. Can you go ask them yourself? Don't bother me. Si Haoxuan blurted out. Feng Xiuan was dumbfounded. For so many years, Si Haoxuan had always been well-mannered, polite, and courteous. He had never lost his temper and they would always communicate properly even if there was something. What happened today? Sorry. Si Haoxuan realized his own mistake. Father-in-law, I just lost control. It's okay, it's okay. Feng Xiuan said with a smile, they are both very troublesome. Sometimes I get annoyed. Don't be angry. I will go find them. Don't cause any more trouble. Dear guests, the charity auction has officially begun. On the stage, as the host announced, the lift platform in the center of the stage slowly rose up. On the transparent crystal table, under the dazzling light, a ruby necklace immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mom, I want this. Bai Lu fell in love with the necklace as soon as she returned to the banquet hall. Don't worry. Bai Qiuyu whispered, today's auction will only have 7 pieces of jewelry, all of which are treasures of the F country royal family. They are very expensive and rare. These things will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. So what if it's a sky-high price? It's not like my husband can't afford it. Bai Lu dragged her injured foot to the Si family seat, deliberately stretched her injured foot in front of Si Haoxuan, and complained with sobs, I'm injured, and you don't care about me. Mu Feng will feel sorry for mommy when he sees it. Si Haoxuan frowned. Although he didn't want to pay attention to her, he felt a little soft-hearted when he heard the last sentence and thought of the child. He said, I'll buy you whatever you want. I want that ruby necklace. Bai Lu pointed at the stage. The base price is 10 million, and the minimum bet each time is 1 million, the MC announced. Do you like it? Yi Zhenting leaned close to Feng Qianxue's ear and asked. Good. Feng Qianxue looked at the ruby necklace and couldn't help but think of her father again. When her father got into an accident, she was penniless. Finally, she had no choice but to sell the sapphire necklace her father left her at a low price. It was a bit similar to this one. Chapter 88 The Lost Sapphire. 10 million, Mr. C bids 10 million, the MC announced. 11 million, Mr. Chu offers 11 million. 13 million, Mr. Zhao bids 13 million. Feng Qianxue turned her head and took a look. The bidding was very intense and all the merchants present were actively bidding. Although they were a little far away, Feng Qianxue could still recognize that these gems were very valuable. Is this a treasure of the French royal family? Feng Qianxue didn't understand the situation, but she could tell with her discerning eyes. How did you know that? Yi Zhenting asked. Look at the enlarged photo of the object on the screen. The white gold inlaid patterns around the gems are exclusive to the French royal family. Feng Qianxue carefully identified it. From the technique, it should have been handmade by French royal craftsmen in ancient times. So, I am sure it is a French royal collection. It seems that you are not unlearned. There was a little more appreciation in Yi Zhenting's eyes. The main reason is that this necklace is very similar to the one I sold. Feng Qianxue said with emotion, it feels like it's from the same series. The gemstone in my necklace is blue. Could it be the heart of the ocean? Yi Zhenting was stunned. Yes, it's called the heart of the ocean. Feng Qianxue nodded, you know? How did you get that necklace? Yi Zhenting asked. My father left it to me. I might have bought it at an auction abroad. Feng Qianxue said casually, 4 years ago, I was desperate and sold it for 1.2 million. Yi Zhenting was speechless. What's wrong? Feng Qianxue asked. Yi Zhenting didn't bother to pay attention to her and made a gesture. Yi Hui next to him immediately raised the sign, 30 million. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. When everyone saw Yi Zhenting joining the auction, they didn't dare to bid anymore. You are the boss, it's not good to play like this, right? Feng Qianxue leaned close to Yi Zhenting's ear and said, if you raise the sign, who dares to bid? Yi Jinting rolled his eyes at her and made a gesture. The host smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, we are just joining in for fun, you can bid if you want. No matter what the result of tonight's auction is, it will not affect your business cooperation." Although Yi Hui said so, the merchants present still did not dare to act rashly. Until the Si family raised the auction sign. 31 million. Bai Lu personally bid. "What are you doing?" Bai Qiuyu hurriedly pulled her to sit down. "Are you crazy?" They themselves said it wouldn't have any impact. Bai Lu pouted, "I really like this necklace. It matches my black evening dress very well. But mother-in-law." Si Haoshuan interrupted Bai Qiuyu and said softly, "If Lulu likes it, let her take the photo." Ah. Bai Qiuyu suspected that she had heard it wrong. This time, Si Haoshuan rarely supported Bai Lu. "What happened to him? I knew my husband is the best." Bai Lu smiled happily and leaned over to kiss Si Haoshuan. Feng Xiuan frowned, for only he knew that Si Haoshuan was gambling with his dignity as a man. When Feng Qianxue saw the Si family bidding, she turned around subconsciously and met Si Haoshuan's complicated gaze. Si Haoshuan looked at her, his heart full of emotions. He spent 31 million just to make her look back at him. "What is that bitch looking at?" Bai Lu glared at Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue retracted her gaze and was about to tell Yi Jinting to stop filming. Yi Hui suddenly raised his sign, 100 million. Wow, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone was stunned. It was indeed Yi Jinting. His first move reached the ceiling, cutting off everyone's retreat. At this point, even if Si Haoshuan had 100 million, he wouldn't dare to bid. Chapter 89 very enthusiastic. "Are you crazy? 100 million for a necklace?" Bai Qiuyu was stunned. "So what if it's 100 million? My husband is not poor." Bai Lu immediately raised the sign. "Put it down quickly." Feng Xiuan hurriedly pulled her hand down. "Do you want to kill Haoshuan?" "Dad, what are you doing? Listen to your father and don't do anything rash." Bai Qiuyu scolded. Bai Lu was so angry that she went mad, but she could only accept her fate. 100 million once, 100 million twice. Are you crazy? Spending 100 million on a necklace? Feng Qianxue lowered her voice and said to Yi Jinting excitedly, "Isn't this too extravagant? Money is just a number." Yi Jinting was unmoved. "But 100 million 3 times, deal." The MC hammered the final word. The concierge in a dress carefully carried the ruby necklace and came down the stage to hand it to Yi Jinting. Yi Jinting took the necklace and gave it to Feng Qianxue. "For you." Feng Qianxue was shocked. A ruby necklace worth 100 million yuan was given to her? Is he sure? There was an uproar at the scene, and many family members were whispering about Feng Qianxue's background. They wondered which wealthy family's daughter or royal noblewoman she was to be chosen by Yi Jinting. Now most people don't know Feng Qianxue, only 3 family members know her. But the 3 men didn't dare to breathe at this moment and turned to look at Bai Qiuyu. Bai Qiuyu winked at them, indicating that they should expose Feng Qianxue's true identity. 2 people were hesitant, and the other one was Qiao Yan, the wife of Ma Chang, a distant relative of the Feng family. Last time at the Bai family, Ma Chang taught Feng Qianxue a lesson, but Feng Qianxue fought back strongly, and the couple still holds a grudge against him. Tonight, when Ma Chang saw Feng Qianxue enter the venue, he cursed a few words under his breath, then made an excuse to go backstage to smoke. Xiao Yan stayed alone at her seat, not wanting to cause trouble, but Bai Qiuyu called her and repeatedly mentioned how Feng Qianxue had been disrespectful to them that day, and also said to her, "Boss Yi has been kept in the dark and has no idea of the truth. If someone reveals Feng Qianxue's true identity at this time, Boss Yi will definitely reward that person handsomely." Thinking of this, Xiao Yan stood up and walked to the front row. When Bai Qiuyu saw Xiao Yan walk to the front row, he knew that his plan had succeeded, and a smug sneer appeared on his lips. "Mom, what is Aunt Xiao doing?" Bai Lu asked Bai Qiuyu, pulling her hand. "Is she going to?" Bai Qiuyu quickly covered her mouth and shouted through gritted teeth, "Shut your mouth." "Woo woo woo." Bai Lu nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of excitement. "What are you doing again?" Feng Xiuan asked with a frown. Si Haoshuan also noticed the movements of the Bai family's mother and daughter, but he didn't ask anything. He just looked at Feng Qianxue quietly. At this moment, Feng Qianxue was the focus of the entire audience and the most dazzling star. Being able to gain Yijinting's favor is the ultimate dream of countless wealthy and famous ladies. They want to marry into the Yi family and become Yijinting's woman all their lives. And Feng Qianxue is now at the peak of her life. Yijinting usually does not invite the media to his banquets, and there are also regulations on site that prohibit taking photos and spreading them. Otherwise, this explosive news tonight will inevitably become a hot topic in major media outlets across the country. Feng Qianxue looked at the ruby necklace in front of her that was worth 100 million yuan, and her mind was in a state of chaos. I twisted my hands in front of my chest in panic, my breathing became rapid and my heartbeat accelerated. Do you want it? Yijinting frowned, looking impatient. Don't throw it away. As he said this, he pretended to throw the ruby necklace away. Yes, yes, yes. Feng Qianxue hurriedly snatched the necklace, but because she moved too hastily, she accidentally fell into his arms. Yijinting smiled and whispered in her ear, very enthusiastic. I didn't mean to. Feng Qianxue's face turned red to her ears, and the sound of mosquitoes buzzing was drowned out by the warm applause. Chapter 90 Special Status. I have something to tell Mr. Yi, please let me through. A voice came, breaking the romantic and beautiful atmosphere. Feng Qianxue raised her head from Yijinting's arms and saw a familiar face. Isn't this Ma Chang's wife Xiaoyan? Feng Qianxue's heart suddenly hung in the air. Ma Chang and his wife had never been very smart and were easily instigated. She thought Xiaoyan must have been instructed by Bai Qiuyu to come and expose her. If you have anything to say, please make an appointment with the secretary first. The bodyguard stopped Xiaoyan coldly. Now, please leave. I'm not here to discuss business with Mr. Yi. I just want to tell him a secret. Xiaoyan was anxious and shouted across the crowd, Mr. Yi, you've been deceived. Feng Qianxue is not a good person. She has many bad deeds, and there are 3. Drag him away. Yijinting shouted coldly. Yes. The bodyguard immediately covered Xiaoyan's mouth and took her away. Woo-woo. Xiaoyan struggled to say something, but the bodyguard knocked her out and dragged her away like a dead dog. At this time, the scene was completely silent. Everyone was terrified and kept their mouths shut, not daring to breathe. When Ma Chang heard the noise, he hurried back to join in the fun. When he saw the scene, he was stunned. He was about to step forward to ask, but was held back by Feng Xiwan. At this time, it's best if you don't know anything, otherwise the company will be implicated. But, my wife. She will be fine. Feng Xiwan whispered, when you go to pick them up afterwards, just say you know nothing and scold your wife a few more times. At most, they will give you a verbal lesson, but they won't do anything to you and your wife. Okay. Ma Chang said with a sad face, what on earth is going on? How did my wife offend Mr. Yi? Maybe he can't stand that bitch Feng Qianxue and wants to stand up for you. Bai Qiuyu looked indignant. Alas, Feng Qianxue has a backer now, so I can't afford to offend her. Poor your wife, she has been hurt by this little bitch. You should talk less. Feng Xiwan said in a low voice. Bai Qiuyu glared at him, fanned herself with a handkerchief, and returned to her seat with a sigh. Mom, what's going on? Did Aunt Xiao say anything? Bai Lu came over and asked. Before I could finish my words, she was dragged away. Bai Qiuyu covered his chest with his hands, feeling a little scared. It seems that Feng Qianxue, that little bitch, holds a very high position in Mr. Yi's heart. I really underestimated her. Fortunately, I didn't do it myself, otherwise it would be troublesome. That bitch is so lucky that Yi Zong has taken a fancy to her. I wonder how long she can keep being so arrogant. Bai Lu was furious. She will get tired of playing with me sooner or later. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go back first. With the situation tonight, I feel like something bad will happen again. Bai Qiuyu was about to leave with Bai Lu when the host suddenly announced that the second auction would continue. This time, a pink diamond ring was auctioned. Although it was only 12 carats, natural pink diamonds were extremely rare, and the surrounding inlay techniques were also very ingenious. And it has a special meaning. This ring has been passed down for 99 years and has gone through 3 owners, and each owner has a beautiful love story. Therefore, this ring symbolizes beautiful love and is named Heartbeating. I want this. Bai Lu couldn't move her feet when she saw the pink diamond. She immediately went forward and pulled Si Haoshuan to act coquettishly. Haoshuan, buy this for me. You bid on your own. Si Haoshuan had no interest in the auction and planned to leave early. See Yuan, please stay. We will settle the bill when the time comes. Just one thing, don't offend Mr. Yi. I understand. Bai Lu nodded repeatedly, don't worry. Si Haoxuan explained some things to Si Yuan and then got up and left. Lulu, listen to mom and don't buy it. Bai Qiuyu coaxed Bai Lu, so many things happened tonight, staying here will only make the night longer and more troublesome. Chapter 91 The Clown. It's because so many things happened tonight that I want to buy a gift to reward myself. Bai Lu disagreed, Haoxuan was so generous and let me bid freely. Of course I have to show my face in front of these people, otherwise every time there are celebrity gatherings, those rich ladies will look down on me. Bai Qiuyu heard her say that and stopped insisting. She understood her daughter's feelings. Although the Si family had a high status, Bai Lu was always unwelcome in the circle of rich wives. Every time Bai Lu came home from a party, she would cry and complain. It would be good to take this opportunity to let her show her face, so that those people will not look down on her anymore. Bidding begins now, starting at 9 million, and increments by 500,000 each time. The MC announced. Seeing that Ji Jinping had no intention of bidding, the people in the audience raised their placards to bid. Bai Lu also participated in it. In order to show the generosity of the Si family, she directly raised the price by 1 million each time, which soon attracted everyone's attention. Bai Lu was secretly delighted, feeling that she had finally made her mark. Feng Qianxue had no intention of participating in the auction at this moment. She was ready to ask Yi Jinping to leave first again. But before she could say anything, Yi Jinping stood up and held out his hand to her, go out for a walk. Yeah. Feng Qianxue put her hand in his palm and let him lead her to the back garden. Suddenly, the whole audience focused on the two of them again, and even the bidding was paused. The bidding continued only after they left the venue. Bai Lu was very unhappy. She spent so much money on the auction, but Feng Qianxue did nothing and easily became the focus of everyone's attention. It's so unfair. Don't let that bitch affect your mood. Bai Qiuyu whispered, just leave once you win the bid. The Chu family bids 13 million. 30 million. Bai Lu immediately raised the sign and immediately became the focus of the audience again. Normally the price would be increased a little bit each time during an auction, but Bai Lu more than doubled it, which was quite generous. However, she did this not only because she wanted to get the diamond ring, but also because Chu Zihan, a famous lady from the Chu family who was bidding with her, had once pursued Si Haoxuan madly, and it was known to everyone. Bai Lu didn't dare to provoke Yi Jinping, but she must not lose to the Chu family. Mrs. Si bids 20 million for the first time, 20 million for the second time, and 20 million for the third time. Bai Lu smiled triumphantly, thinking that she was finally going to win. 50 million. Chu Zihan suddenly shouted a price. You. Bai Lu was furious and immediately raised the sign. Madam. Si Yuan hurriedly stopped her, Boss Si has said that the maximum limit is 50 million. If it exceeds that, don't raise your sign. Why? Bai Lu said angrily, it's not like we can't afford it. It's not about money. Si Yuan explained in a low voice, it's mainly because Mr. Si considers that if someone offers more than 50 million, they must really want the item. If we forcefully snatch it, it will affect the business relationship. But 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second time, 50 million. Seeing the MC making the final decision, Bai Lu got anxious and immediately raised her hand to bid. Si Yuan hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, Madam, no. Get out of here. Bai Lu pushed Si Yuan away angrily, how dare you control me, you bastard? As she spoke, she raised her sign again. Deal. The MC hammered the final word. Bai Lu's hands froze there, becoming a laughingstock once again. The audience burst into warm applause again, and everyone was applauding Chu Zihan. Chu Zihan accepted everyone's blessings with a smile on his face. At the same time, he turned around and made a provocative expression to Bai Lu. Bai Lu was so angry that she was shaking all over. She had made a fool of herself at the beginning of the night, and then she was humiliated by Yi Jinping's people in the back hall. She came back here and just wanted to bid for something to regain some dignity for herself. I didn't expect to be suppressed again. She looked around and saw that all the rich ladies and socialites were looking at her, sneering at her with contempt and ridicule, as if to say, what a clown. Chapter 92 The God Who Dominates Destiny. Bai Lu's mentality collapsed. She glared at Chu Zihan angrily, like an angry wildcat, wanting to pounce on her and tear her apart. Forget it, Lulu, let's go. We're unlucky tonight. Bai Qiuyu recognized the reality and pulled Bai Lu to coax her. There's a long way to go. We'll come back next time. Yes, madam, let's go first. Bang! Before Si Yuan could finish his words, Bai Lu slapped him hard in the face. Everyone around was stunned, including the other bodyguards of the Si family. Si Yuan is Si Haoshuan's personal attendant. He has grown up with Si Haoshuan and is almost half a master in the Si family. Not to mention the attendants and servants, even Si Haoshuan and his parents have never said a harsh word to Si Yuan. Now, Bai Lu actually beat Si Yuan in front of so many people. This is a big taboo. Are you crazy? Bai Qiuyu opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Why do you get so angry when something happens? Mom, don't worry about it. Bai Lu yelled, then pointed at Si Yuan's nose and cursed, if you hadn't pulled me, how could I have made such a fool of myself? You lowly bastard, I'm going to let Hao Xin fire you. Si Yuan lowered his head and said nothing, but his eyes flashed with a chilling light. You kid, you are really... Bai Qiuyu was so angry that he was shaking and was about to scold Bai Lu. At this time, Xu Zihan came over with a pink diamond ring and challenged with a bright smile. What? You're taking it out on your subordinates because you're not as wealthy as them? Bai Lu, if I were you, I would find a crack in the ground to crawl into and never come out to see anyone again. Look at how you look, so shameless. You've made a fool of yourself. It's really embarrassing. Haoshuan must have been unable to stand you, so he left early. Shut up. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and shouted, Xu Zihan, you are just an older leftover woman who can't get married. Why are you so arrogant? No matter how old I am still better than you. Xu Zihan sneered, what's the point of you marrying Haoshuan? He doesn't love you at all. From the beginning to now tonight, his eyes have not been on you. He only feels disgust and disdain for you. I'm afraid he's even too lazy to get into your bed. You. Bai Lu was so angry that she was shaking and slapped him. Bang! Xu Zihan was caught off guard by her blow, her face instantly turned blood red, and at the same time, the pink diamond ring in her hand fell to the ground, and no one knew where it rolled to. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene and everyone was stunned. I didn't expect Bai Lu to be so arrogant that she actually beat Xu Zihan in front of so many people. You know, the Chu family is now on track to catch up with the Si family and become the new richest family. Si Haoshuan was very sensitive about this and was always courteous to the Chu family in the business world. But all his efforts were destroyed by Bai Lu today. Bai Lu, you dare to hit me? Xu Zihan was shaking with excitement. Ms. Chu, calm down. My Lulu was just impulsive. I apologize to you on her behalf. Bai Qiuyu hurriedly apologized, but Xu Zihan was no longer willing to listen. With a wave of his hand, two bodyguards immediately arrested Bai Lu. What are you doing? Just try to touch me. Bai Lu shouted arrogantly, my husband is Si Haoshuan. So arrogant. A cold voice was heard, and the whole place suddenly fell silent. Yi Zhenting brought Feng Qianxue back to the venue and just happened to see this great show. Feng Qianxue vaguely felt that everything tonight seemed to be targeted at the Bai family's mother and daughter. Could it be that this was deliberately arranged by someone? Everyone stepped aside, leaving a dedicated path. Yi Zhenting walked over slowly, like a god who controls fate. You were so brave to cause trouble in my place. Those cold eyes carried a suffocating feeling of oppression. Bai Lu was so frightened that she was shaking and dared not say a word. Chapter 93 His Way. Bai Qiuyu realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly explained, Boss Yi, my daughter was just impulsive and didn't want to cause trouble at your venue. We can apologize and compensate you. We can pay whatever you want. Yes, Mr. Yi, please be magnanimous and forgive her this time. When Feng Xiwan heard about the situation, he hurried over to beg for mercy. Yi Zhenting ignored the family completely and looked at Xu Zihan. What does the person involved think? I have never been insulted like this since I was a child. Xu Zihan was furious, but tried his best to endure it. But this is a nightclub, I won't do anything reckless. She paused and asked respectfully, Boss Yi, can I send her to the police station? I want a lawyer to sue her. No, Miss Chu. Bai Qiuyu begged hurriedly, you can ask us to apologize and compensate you in any way you want, but please don't report this to the police. There are many wealthy and powerful people here tonight, and this is a nightclub's arrangement. It won't look good if it gets out. Bai Qiuyu knew very well that Bai Lu was the young lady of the Si family and represented the Si family. Only people in the circle knew how embarrassed she was today. After all, Yi Jinting's banquets were all held behind closed doors, and no one dared to talk behind his back. But once the incident was reported to the police station, and Xu Zihan asked the media to exaggerate the incident, Bai Lu's ugly behavior tonight would soon be on the headlines in trending searches, becoming a laughingstock for people across the country. By then, not only Si Haoshuan, but I'm afraid that other elders of the Si family will not tolerate Bai Lu. No matter how stupid Bai Lu is, she understands this principle. At this moment she didn't dare to breathe, waiting for her parents to solve the problem for her. It has been like this since I was a kid. You reminded me. Xu Zihan raised his eyebrows. The auction isn't even halfway through yet. How can we disturb everyone's fun? But if I don't call the police, how can I punish you? We can apologize and compensate. Bai Qiuyu said hurriedly. What a joke. Do I need you to compensate me? Xu Zihan said coldly, you slap me once and I'll apologize? I slap you 10 times and I'll apologize to you, okay? That's a good idea. Yi Jinting suddenly said, give someone a taste of his own medicine. Xu Zihan got Yi Jinting's support and immediately said, if you don't want to call the police, then let me fight back. If you slap me once, I will slap you 10 times. It's fair. Xu Zihan, don't go too far. Before Bai Lu could finish her words, Xu Zihan slapped her in the face. Bai Lu's face was beaten red. She was so angry that she was shaking all over and glared at Xu Zihan angrily. This time, Bai Qiuyu didn't dare to speak. Although he felt heartbroken, he could only admit defeat. This is a slap. Xu Zihan wanted to continue. Why do you do it yourself? Your hands will hurt so much? Yi Jinting suddenly added. Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Yi. Xu Zihan sneered, and Bai, thank you for your help. You want me to hit you? Bai Qiuyu looked at Xu Zihan in disbelief. What? You can't bear to do it? Xu Zihan raised his eyebrows. Then I can only let my bodyguards do it. They don't care about severity when they fight. Someone come. Wait a minute. Bai Qiuyu hurriedly stopped him. Okay, I'll do it. As she spoke, she raised her trembling hand and gently slapped Bai Lu. This slap doesn't count. Xu Zihan shouted angrily, there must be a sound and a mark on the face, otherwise it doesn't count. You. Bai Qiuyu was shaking with anger, but he was helpless and could only slap Bai Lu hard. Mom, Bai Lu burst into tears. Why are you crying? Your mother is not dead. Xu Zihan smiled, and Bai, that's great. Keep going. Bai Qiuyu closed his eyes and hit him hard. 2, 3, 4. Xu Zihan counted them one by one. Feng Xiwan felt very distressed when he saw this, but he dared not say anything, so he could only lower his head humbly. Chapter 94 Return All. Everyone around was laughing at this family, and many people were whispering about how Si Haoshuan could marry such a wife, which was really embarrassing. Only Feng Qianxue remained silent. She finally understood that Yi Jinting was venting his anger on her because of what happened that night. 10 slaps were given. Bai Lu's face and Bai Qiuyu's hands were swollen, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. After a moment, Bai Qiuyu wiped away her tears and asked, Miss Chu, is it okay? Go away. Xu Zihan waved his hand generously. Feng Xiwan stepped forward and prepared to take the mother and daughter away. Did I say we can go now? Yi Jinting said coldly. Bai Lu trembled all over and asked crying, what else do you want? Don't talk. Feng Xiwan said hurriedly. I understand. Bai Qiuyu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed 90 degrees to Feng Qianxue. Miss Feng, I was wrong to offend you last time. I slapped you, and now I'm giving it back to you. As she said this, she slapped herself hard, and then continued to hit. Mom! Bai Lu cried and tried to hold Bai Qiuyu back, but was held back by Si Yuan. Young madam, if you go up now, Madam Bai will not just give you 10 slaps. Bai Lu could only stand there, watching her mother slap herself in the face, crying and shaking all over. Feng Qianxue frowned and looked at Bai Qiuyu, feeling a little reluctant in her heart, but thinking of what Bai Qiuyu had done and said to her and the child, she remained silent. That's enough. Feng Xiwan saw his wife was beaten so hard that blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and hurried forward to plead, Qianxue, for the sake of your second uncle, please spare your aunt, I beg you. Feng Qianxue looked at Feng Shiwan's humble appearance and said softly to Yi Jinting, "How about, forget it? When she beat you and insulted you, she never showed any mercy." Yi Jinting glared at her coldly. Feng Qianxue didn't dare to speak anymore. Ah! Suddenly, there were exclamations all around and Bai Qiuyu fainted on the ground. "Wife!" Feng Shiwan hurriedly stepped forward and picked up Bai Qiuyu. "Mom!" Bai Lu rushed over and shook Bai Qiuyu's shoulders. "Mom, wake up, don't scare me. Go to the hospital quickly," someone in the crowd said. Feng Shiwan hurriedly carried Bai Qiuyu away, and Bai Lu followed crying. "Boss Yi, Miss Feng, I'm sorry." Si Yuan politely apologized to the two of them before slowly following. "Ha!" Feng Qianxue couldn't help but sneer. Whenever she was at her wit's end, she would pretend to faint. This was Bai Qiuyu's old trick. She used to faint several times every month. Feng Qianxue looked disgusted, but when she turned around, she found that everyone around her was looking at her with strange eyes. She suddenly understood that Bai Qiuyu's trick of self-torture was a good one. Although everyone hated Bai Lu's rudeness and ignorance, it was human nature to sympathize with the weak. After Bai Qiuyu fell, everyone thought that it was Feng Qianxue who was aggressive and whispered in Yi Jinting's ear, which made Yi Jinting punish the mother and daughter so cruelly. Yes, even in their hearts they didn't dare to blame Yi Jinting and only thought it was Feng Qianxue's problem. "The auction is still going on, everyone go back to your seats." Yi Jinting prepared to take Feng Qianxue away. When Feng Qianxue turned around, she found the pink diamond ring right at her feet. She bent down to pick it up and handed it to Chu Zihan. "Thank you." Chu Zihan took the ring, smiled at her, and then returned to his seat. Feng Qianxue looked at her back and vaguely recalled what happened many years ago. Chu Zihan had caused a lot of trouble in order to compete with her for Si Haoshuan, but Chu Zihan was daring and responsible, and she was always honest about everything. Although Feng Qianxue was annoyed with her, she never held a grudge against her. After many years, Chu Zihan met her again and didn't say a bad word. However, Bai Lu, her good cousin who used to be very close to her, was now trying every means to plot against her. This is probably human nature. Chapter 95 Just Stop Prostitution. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce slowly drove out. Feng Qianxue sat in the recliner and carefully admired the ruby necklace. Except for the different color of the gemstones, this necklace was almost exactly the same as the one she sold. "Haven't you seen enough?" Yi Jinting shook the wineglass and looked at her deeply. Under the dim light, Feng Qianxue's pearly smooth skin exudes an alluring luster, her flawless face is so serious that it makes people addicted, and her slightly parted red lips are like petals, making people want to taste them. Yi Jinting raised his feet and rubbed the hem of her skirt teasingly. When she looked up at him, he gave an ambiguous command, "Come here." "Well." Feng Qianxue looked at his flirtatious look and finally shifted her thoughts away from the auction. She blinked, sorted out her thoughts, and mustered up the courage to say, Mr. Yi." When the words came to her lips, she felt a little nervous again. Thinking about Yi Jinting's way of dealing with people, her heart was in a panic. A man as high and mighty as him should have never been rejected by a woman, right? If she rejected him, would he get so angry that he strangled her to death in the car? Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue couldn't help but shudder. Yi Jinting rubbed her again. "This." Feng Qianxue pushed the ruby necklace in front of him. "I give it back to you." Yi Jinting's eyes narrowed dangerously, and the ambiguity in teasing just now gradually faded, replaced by coldness. "What do you mean?" "Boss Yi, I'm just a small security guard in your company." Feng Qianxue said cautiously, "I can't accept such an expensive gift." "Why didn't you say that when you threw yourself into my arms just now?" Yi Jinting frowned, looking like someone who was not to be trifled with. "If I didn't accept it in that situation just now, wouldn't that be an insult to you?" Feng Qianxue said with a playful smile, "Boss Yi, you are of noble status, I am not worthy of you." Finally I said it. Even a fool would understand what the last half of the sentence meant. Yi Jinting's body, which was originally leaning forward, retreated slightly, leaned on the sofa, and stared at her coldly. "What do you mean? It's already so clear, why are you still asking what it means? Do you really need someone to explain everything?" Feng Qianxue rolled her eyes in her heart, but on the surface she still smiled like a flower. "I don't know why you were so good to me, taking me home to treat my illness, giving me such an expensive gift, and venting your anger for me. I am very touched by these things. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. However, I cannot accept you for this reason, because. Yi Jinting didn't say anything, but just looked at her leisurely, waiting for her to finish speaking. Because I am not worthy of you. Feng Qianxue continued, I have no status, no position, no family background, nothing, and a lot of shameful past. These are not important. Yi Jinting interrupted her, are there any other reasons? Ah. Feng Qianxue was stunned. None of these would work? What should she do? Should she really tell them that she has 3 children? No, it would be troublesome to say it out loud, right? What if he gets angry and hurts the 3 babies? People like him are moody and unpredictable, and can do anything. But, if not this, what else can I say? Ha! Yi Jinting was already beginning to get impatient. And? I've been a whore. Feng Qianxue blurted out, and immediately congratulated herself for being smart. Can you tolerate it? Yi Jinting frowned, with fire flickering in his eyes. How many prostitutes have you had? 1. Feng Qianxue raised a finger and said timidly, just once, and it even made the headlines. I guess a lot of people know about it. It's all in the past. Just don't go whoring anymore. Yi Jinting had already used up his last bit of patience. No other questions? Chapter 96 Self-Love. Isn't this enough? How much do you like me? Feng Qianxue became even more panicked. Oh no, this man has already fallen in love with me. If I reject him again, will he turn love into hate? Yi Jinting completely lost his patience and rushed over to her, looking down at her with his tall body like a wild beast. Mr. Knight, calm down, calm down. Feng Qianxue's heart was beating wildly, almost bursting out of her chest, but she still mustered up the courage to say, you are so outstanding. It's not that I don't like you, but I don't dare to like you, because If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out of the car. Yi Jinting pinched her chin, don't be so pretentious. As he said this, he lowered his head to kiss her. I already have a boyfriend. Feng Qianxue blurted out with her eyes closed. Yi Jinting's lips were already on hers, but he suddenly froze, standing there motionless without any movement. The chill emanating from that body was enough to freeze Feng Qianxue. Feng Qianxue was trembling with fear like a prey under a wild beast. After a long time, Yi Jinting finally stepped back and returned to his seat. Although the sense of aggression had moved further away, it had not dissipated, and the entire car was filled with a cold and chilly atmosphere. Feng Qianxue slowly opened her eyes and looked at him timidly. I wanted to explain, to coax him, to find a way out for myself, but my lips moved and I didn't dare to speak. Boyfriend? Yi Jinting stared at her coldly. When did it happen? It's been a while. Feng Qianxue's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Yi Jinting didn't say anything. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank the wine in it. When he put down the wine glass, his face turned cold again, and there was no warmth in his eyes anymore. I think you misunderstood. Ah? Feng Qianxue was stunned. Could it be that he was shocked and became stupid? First, Yi Jinting shook his finger. I took you home to treat your illness because you were stabbed by a company employee in front of me. If the incident gets out, it will be bad for the company's reputation. Secondly, I gave you the necklace just on a whim. Although 100 million is a huge fortune for someone like you, to me, it's just a number. Third, I punished the Bai family mother and daughter to vent your anger, but not because I like you. Even if my dog was beaten up, I would beat it back. Well. Feng Qianxue was dumbfounded. This explanation seemed to make sense. So, is she really being overly sentimental? So, you are really self-indulgent and self-righteous, asking for trouble. Yi Jinting seemed to know what she was thinking and gave a direct answer. You actually thought I liked you? Yi Jinting raised the corners of his lips and sneered sarcastically. Oh, what a joke, am I blind? Feng Qianxue was rendered speechless by his retort. She lowered her head, twisted her fingers, and simply wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. One last look. Yi Jinting picked up the ruby necklace and shook it in front of her eyes. Before she could react, he opened the car window and threw the necklace out. Ah! Feng Qianxue opened her eyes wide and screamed in astonishment, are you crazy? That's 100 million. Stop the car. Yi Jinting ordered. The car stopped. Get out. Yi Jinting shouted angrily. Feng Qianxue didn't dare to say a word and quickly got out of the car, lifting her skirt. Yi Jinting got angry when he saw her and kicked her hard on the butt. Ah! Feng Qianxue fell down all of a sudden, lying on the road like a frog, gasping in pain. Seeing this scene, Lei Yu and Yi Hui were dumbfounded, but they didn't dare to ask more questions. Drive. Yi Jinting ordered ruthlessly. Yes. The Rolls-Royce sped away. Feng Qianxue got up from the ground, patted her scraped hands, touched the painful wound, lifted her long skirt, and walked back quickly. That necklace shouldn't have been lost very far. Hope to find it back. Chapter 97 Chapter 97, Night King during the day, Duck King at night. Feng Qianxue bent over, looking for the ruby necklace on the roadside. It was already late at night, and even though there were street lights, the light was still dim. Fortunately, the ruby was dazzling, and after more than 40 minutes, Feng Qianxue finally found the ruby necklace in the bushes. She was overjoyed, picked it up quickly, dusted it off, and put the necklace into her bag. Then I took out my phone from my bag to call a taxi, but found that the phone only had 5% battery left and it was stuck when I scrolled the screen. If you call a taxi at this time, the driver may not be contactable. Besides, Feng Qianxue herself couldn't figure out where this was, and the location might not be accurate. Feng Qianxue could only look through her address book to ask for help. However, apart from Zhuma, the only phone number in the address book was that of the debt-paying duck. Feng Qianxue could only call him. Beep. In the extended version of the Rolls-Royce, Yi Jinting was drinking in depression. When he heard his cell phone vibrate, he frowned and glanced at it. The screen showed "Stupid woman." This is the note Yi Jinting gave to Feng Qianxue. Yi Jinting stared coldly at the flashing screen of his mobile phone, his heart burning with anger. This ungrateful bitch, as soon as she kicked her out of the car, she called another him. What does she want to do? The phone was still vibrating, and Yi Jinting hung up directly. He is very angry now and doesn't want to see her at all. Soon, the stupid woman sent another location and a voice message. Yeah, I was abandoned on the side of the road, and my phone is about to die. Come and save me. It turned out to be a request for help. The name really suits him, as stupid as a pig. Yi Jinting gnashed his teeth in hatred when he thought of that bitch, and he didn't intend to pay any attention to her. But on second thought, how could he let her go so easily when she was so ungrateful? She should be given a good beating. Thinking of this, Yi Jinting stopped the car, changed his clothes, put on a mask, and drove another car to pick up Feng Qianxue. Lei Yu stood on the side of the road, watching the Aston Martin going away, and asked Yi Hui in confusion, "What is the Night King going to do?" Role playing. Yi Hui said mysteriously, "Be the Night King during the day and the Duck King at night." Ah? Lei Yu opened his eyes wide in surprise. I didn't say anything. Yi Hui hurriedly slapped himself on the mouth. He dared to tease the Night King. He must be tired of living. While driving, Yi Jinting changed the name of Feng Qianxue in his phone from Stupid Woman to Dog Woman. He even drove very slowly on purpose to whet the appetite of that bitch. At the same time, Feng Qianxue sat by the roadside with her chin down, waiting, staring eagerly at the direction where the traffic was coming from, looking eagerly. Suddenly, a sexy green Porsche stopped in front of her. Four young boys dressed in fashionable clothes got off the car and came over with a grin on their faces. Wow, is this the little fairy who fell from heaven to earth? She is so beautiful. Beautiful lady, are you lost? Or are you waiting for someone? Let's go to the bar with my brother. Feng Qianxue looked at the little brats coldly and rolled her eyes. My boyfriend will be here to pick me up soon. He has a bad temper. You guys should leave now. Ha ha ha. The young boys burst into laughter. It seems that you had a quarrel with your boyfriend. If you don't want a man who makes you angry, be my girlfriend and I will buy you a bag. A boy wearing hip-hop clothes and having a Korean hairstyle came over and hugged Feng Qianxue's shoulders. Get out of here. Feng Qianxue tried to open his hand, but accidentally pulled her wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Hey, what happened? Are you hurt? Was it that bastard boyfriend who beat you up? He is so unkind. The boy came closer shamelessly. Come here, brother will love you. Chapter 98 Chapter 98 Unmasking his mask. At this moment, two dazzling lights suddenly shot towards him, and the boy was dazzled and unable to open his eyes. Feng Qianxue subconsciously closed her eyes. She heard the sound of the car braking suddenly and the angry shouts of the boys. Damn it, you scared me, who the hell is looking for death? Then came the sound of fists hitting each other and the boys screaming. There was wind in my ears and the vibrations of people falling down. These are just a moment. Feng Qianxue was extremely panicked. When she opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. The four boys fell to the ground, rolling around screaming. Especially the boy who had been touching Feng Qianxue. Both of his hands were broken. He was now rolling around and howling like a ghost. In front of him, in the backlight, a masked man in black stood proudly, like a wild lone wolf looking down at the weakling at his feet, and coldly spat out two words, waste. Feng Qianxue looked at him in a daze, and the figure of Yi Jinting inexplicably flashed in her mind. Although the two people's clothing styles are completely different and their identities are also different, at this moment, their arrogant spirit, cold eyes, and voices are inexplicably similar. What are you staring at? Yi Jinting tapped Feng Qianxue on the forehead, picked her up, stuffed her into the car, and drove away quickly. The scene just now was still echoing in Feng Qianxue's mind. It was so similar, so similar. Are you a pig? Yi Jinting shouted angrily, you are being teased and you are standing there like an idiot? Then what should I do? I can't beat them. Feng Qianxue said aggrievely, and I'm still injured. So useless. Yi Jinting cursed. Oh, I didn't suffer any loss. Feng Qianxue said casually, but weren't you too harsh? What? Yi Jinting's face darkened instantly. Are you still feeling sorry for them? It seems that I have disturbed your good thing? What are you talking about? Do you want me to take you back and have some fun with those little hooligans? Yi Jinting's tone was full of gunpowder. What's wrong with you? Feng Qianxue slapped him on the back of his head. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die? You. Get it straight, I'm your boss and you're just a duck. Yi Jinting was about to lose his temper when Feng Qianxue shouted these words arrogantly, instantly making him realize his identity. He is not the Night King now, he is the Duck King. If you don't punish me for 3 days, you will tear the roof off the house. Feng Qianxue glared at him fiercely. It seems that I am too good to you, which makes you so arrogant. How dare you mock me? That's enough, stop going on and on. Yi Jinting squeezed out these words from between his teeth, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightening. This bitch just rejected him and now she beats him. If he wasn't afraid of his identity being revealed, he would have killed her right now. Humph. Feng Qianxue glared at him and took out her cell phone to charge it in the car. But I was thinking in my mind, he shouldn't be Yi Jinting, right? A supreme man like Yi Jinting, wouldn't he jump up and strangle me to death after I slapped him? I just beat and scolded him, and he didn't dare to say a word except for looking unhappy. However, when he was saving the girl just now, his aura was really similar, and the more I listen to him now, the more I feel that his voice is similar. Also, they both like to kick people out of the car and kick their butts from behind. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue felt excited and continued to test him. Why do you always wear a mask? It's not night now, and no rich woman has chosen you. You still wear a mask to act mysterious. Aren't you tired? As she spoke, she reached out to remove his mask. Chapter 99 Yaya, be my boyfriend. Hey! Yi Jinting opened her hand and shouted coldly, don't move. What's wrong? Feng Qianxue was even more suspicious, why don't you let me see it? Nonsense. Yi Jinting said coldly, if I let you see what I look like, won't I be blackmailed by you for the rest of my life? Is this ever going to end? Feng Qianxue was speechless. Because she recognized the tattoo on his waist and forced him to sign a debt repayment agreement, she now has to give him half of his daily income. Finally, half of the deadline has passed. If he can hold on for a while longer, he will be free. Anyway, she didn't know what he looked like, so she wouldn't be able to recognize him even if she met him on the street in the future. However, if she saw him like this, things might get really tangled up. This seems to make sense. Is she really overthinking it? If I hadn't touched you 4 years ago and caused your miscarriage, I wouldn't have played with you. Yi Jinting added, his words were indeed heartfelt. That night he was drugged and touched her without knowing what was going on. He was as ferocious as a beast and showed no mercy at all. He still remembers her pitiful appearance of crying and begging for mercy under him. Every time he thinks of it, his blood boils and he feels guilty. You have some conscience. Feng Qianxue's doubts were lessened, and she thought again, how could someone as high and mighty as Yi Jinting pretend to be Issei's duck and play role-playing games with her? Besides, he had just kicked her out of the car, it was impossible for him to change the car and clothes to pick her up in the blink of an eye. Even if time permits, his temper does not allow it. Don't call me for this kind of thing in the future. Yi Jinting changed the subject. I'm not your bodyguard, why should I be available whenever you call? I don't want to trouble you, but I have no one else to turn to except you. Feng Qianxue looked helpless. Where is your boyfriend? Yi Jinting asked coldly. I don't have a boyfriend. Feng Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. No? Yi Jinting was confused. Which of this woman's words was true? Which was false? You reminded me. Feng Qianxue remembered that she had told Yi Jinting tonight that she had a boyfriend. If he found out that she lied, she would be finished. So, she had to act more realistically. Thinking of this, Feng Qianxue pulled Yi Jinting and said, Yeah, be my boyfriend. Yi Jinting was shocked. What was going on? Just an hour ago, this bitch ruthlessly rejected him, the one and only, the supreme one. Now she's actually taking the initiative to ask a duck to be her boyfriend? Is she crazy or stupid? Don't be nervous, I'm just pretending. Feng Qianxue explained, recently, someone has been pursuing me. In order to discourage him, I deliberately told him that I have a boyfriend. Yi Jinting narrowed his eyes dangerously. Very good, you bitch, you dare to play with me? Yeah, please help me one more time. Feng Qianxue pulled his sleeve and acted coquettishly, I'll buy you some more supplements. No need. Yi Jinting interrupted her, who is the person chasing you? You don't need to know this. Feng Qianxue said casually, you are just pretending, it's not real. How can that be possible? Yi Jinting went with the flow, what if the other party is a ruthless character and wants to retaliate against me in the future? He's my boss. Feng Qianxue confessed honestly. No way, your boss likes you? Yi Jinting glanced at her with contempt, you look stunted. Is he blind? Feng Qianxue felt that she was really overly suspicious. Yi Jinting would never say that to her. Besides, your boss is so outstanding. You should be grateful that he likes you. Why do you want to refuse? Yi Jinting asked her deliberately. I can't afford to offend such a big shot. Feng Qianxue sighed, he's just looking for something new now, but when he gets tired of me, he'll kick me away. Where will I go to cry then? Besides, he is moody and unpredictable. He is simply a pervert. Who knows if he has any weird habits? I'd better stay away from him. My life is more important. Chapter 100 Night Bitch. Yi Jinting was speechless, not knowing what was going on in her mind. It's settled. I'll call you when I need you. Don't worry, you'll pay 1 day less for pretending to be your boyfriend once. Shut up, your address. Number 32 Xingfu Street. Feng Qianxue felt that Yaya disliked her. He had a stern face and didn't want to pay any attention to her. When she got home, Zhu's mother was still waiting for her in the living room watching silent TV. When she saw her come back, she hurriedly brought her the stewed tremella and lotus seed soup. Feng Qianxue drank a large bowl of soup, hugged Zhuma with her uninjured right arm, then went back to her room to remove her makeup and went to sleep. Tomorrow is Monday and she has to go back to work. Feng Qianxue always keeps her mission in mind and is determined to find a way to return the chip this week. Feng Qianxue slept well that night, so she got up very early in the morning. She kissed her 3 babies, took the soy milk and buns and hurried downstairs, rushing to take the bus to work. After resting for so many days and now returning to normal life, Feng Qianxue feels more at ease and more secure. This kind of real life is real. What a high-end auction, a ruby necklace worth 100 million, a cold and overbearing devil CEO. Those are all dreams. When you wake up, you have to return to real life. Feng Qianxue arrived at the security department 10 minutes early to change clothes, but was informed by the security manager, Xiaofeng, you have been transferred. Go to the Human Resources Department to get the transfer order, and then report to the new department. Ah! Feng Qianxue was stunned. This scene looked so familiar. Not long ago, she was transferred from the administration department to the security department and the same scene occurred. But at that time she was implicated by He Wenjie, so she was punished together with him. Why is it happening now? Is it because she rejected the president? She should have been mentally prepared. That cruel, cold-blooded and merciless night devil had probably never been rejected by anyone in his entire life. She was so ungrateful, how could he let her go so easily? Feng Qianxue's face turned blue, purple and white, and a tragic drama flashed through her mind. She could roughly guess which department she would be transferred to. Cleaning department. The night devil, no, the night bitch had already threatened her with this. Now I finally found a reason to take action. What's so great? At worst, she could just quit. Even if she went out to wash dishes in a small restaurant, she could still support her children. Why should she stay here and suffer the bullying of that bitch? Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng. David's call interrupted Feng Qianshue's thoughts. Feng Qianshue came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and said sadly, David, Manager Chen, thank you for taking care of me, goodbye. With that, she bowed to them, then left with red eyes. Hey! Manager Chen and David were both stunned. What was going on? It seemed like a life and death separation. Feng Qianshue came out of the security room, feeling very depressed when she thought that she would be transferred to be a cleaner and would only be able to clean houses and clean toilets. She cursed Yi Jinting in her heart, asking for revenge when her love failed. What a bitch, bitch Yi. Ah. In the elevator, Yi Jinting sneezed twice. He covered his mouth and nose with a black and gold handkerchief, thinking, is someone scolding me behind my back? Ding! The elevator door opened. Yi Jinting walked out of the elevator and happened to run into Feng Qianshue, who was walking into the ordinary elevator next to him. He glanced at her coldly and found that she was staring at him with hatred. He couldn't believe his eyes. The elevator door slowly closed, and he turned around and asked Yi Hui, did I see it right? She just glared at me? Ahem. Yi Hui coughed dryly a few times and said carefully, it seems, I'm not mistaken. Yi Jinting frowned, anger flashing in his eyes, so she was scolding me when she sneezed just now.